Chapter 1611. Yi Peng's plan was indeed a good one. As long as the ancient Buddha was reincarnated, the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk would definitely be his. There were so many people here, but none of them was a match for him. Even the 4 intermediate immortal emperor geniuses who fought with him previously had died. Among these people only Zhou Xian and Lan Lingji were intermediate immortal emperors, but they were still no match for him. Plus, these 2 didn't give him any face before this. Once he got the great earth immortal milk, he would kill them. Yi Peng's plan was very good, or even perfect. If there were no accidents, the solution would develop according to his plan. Unfortunately, all of this was based on the fact that no one was a match for him. However, Yi Peng was absolutely not invincible in this spatial zone. Putting aside the fact that Jiang Qin had the strength to fight him in his half-dragon form, just Zhou Xian alone wasn't someone that Yi Peng could deal with. Seeing Yi Peng taking the initiative to retreat, the others gave up, but they were still on high alert against him. Now was the most critical moment. They would never allow Yi Peng to act recklessly. Under the situation where the ancient Buddha hadn't been reincarnated, if Yi Peng made any unusual moves, everyone would stand up and fight him. Jiang Qin revealed a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. This was Yi Peng's wishful thinking, but it was destined to come to nothing in the end. If Yi Peng was sensible enough, he would find a chance to leave this place. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. Weng, the golden cocoon, was getting bigger and bigger. It was hard to see the situation inside. Chanting of Buddhist scriptures was heard constantly from the cocoon. The ancient Buddha was lying there with a serene face. It was rare for him to be so serene after tens of thousands of years. About 10 minutes later, the cocoon suddenly vanished. Under the control of Tyrant, the body of the ancient Buddha sank into the ancient temple below, disappearing very quickly as if it had never appeared before. Tyrant put his palms together and turned to look at everyone. Lung Ling said, "The Buddha is reincarnating in the ancient temple. No one is allowed to enter the ancient temple to disturb him. Otherwise, you will have to bear the consequences. In addition, the spatial passageway connecting to the outside is about to open. Everyone leave this place immediately." After listening to Tyrant's words, everyone couldn't help but heave a sigh of relief. Thinking that they would be able to leave this place in a while, their mood became even more excited. It was the feeling of surviving a disaster. Although this place was an immortal trove, none of them had the slightest bit of nostalgia, because it was indeed not a place worthy of nostalgia. Thinking of the horrifying massacre of the ancient Buddha, they couldn't wait to leave this place immediately. Nearly 3,000 people had entered the immortal treasury this time, yet less than 1,000 people were still standing here. In other words, a total of 2,000 people had died in this immortal treasury alone. This was an incomparably terrifying adventure. Every one of these people who had died was a heaven's pride, a dragon and phoenix among men, an outstanding talent of their respective major powers. They were all high and mighty figures of the younger generation, but in here they could only be killed like ants and eventually turned into nothingness, vanishing from this heaven and earth. This was life. Working hard for a lifetime was nothing but a bubble in the end. Thinking about it made people feel sad. Those who were still alive were naturally lucky. Many of them had seen through life and death. This was a good thing for them. This was a rare experience. They believed that after walking out of this place, their temperament would undergo a tremendous change. If they could successfully get out of Golden Horizon alive, they would undergo a transformation in a short period of time. It wouldn't be a problem for them to break through their cultivation base. Honglong. As soon as the ancient temple fell silent, the immortal pond in the sky shattered with a loud bang. The 9 jade-white lights vanished and turned into 9 drops of milky white immortal milk. They were the great earth immortal milk. The 9 drops of great earth immortal milk seemed to be endowed with spirituality as they automatically drifted towards Tyrant and fell into his hands. No one was surprised that Tyrant could easily obtain the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk. They knew very well that this might be a gift from the ancient Buddha to Tyrant to thank him. No one was jealous. Everyone was very calm and no one wanted to compete with Tyrant for the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk. Tyrant was their savior and they didn't want to be ungrateful. "Little monk, hand over the great earth immortal milk and I can spare your life." Yi Peng arrived in front of Tyrant in a flash and spoke loudly. He must get the great earth immortal milk. Otherwise he would never give up. "Benefactor, you look like a human, but why are your words so stinky?" In this poor monk's opinion, benefactor must have just crawled out from a cesspool. Tyrant said in a serious manner. His words stunned everyone. They felt that their brains weren't enough to process what he said. Was this still the motherfucking peerless eminent monk? Where was the eminent monk? Where was the solemn and dignified one? Everyone was taken aback by his words. Such a huge contrast could only be seen in Tyrant. Yiping didn't expect that the eminent monk of White Dragon Temple Supreme Heaven would suddenly swear in such a manner. Moreover, his words were very professional. There wasn't even a single profanity in them. Yipeng, who was completely unprepared, was stunned. Ha! Zhou Xian laughed out loud. If he didn't laugh at this moment, he wouldn't be able to escape. If he didn't laugh at this moment, he would be really sorry for Tyrant's seriousness. Damn monk, it seems like you're courting death. Yipeng was infuriated. As a peerless expert of the immortal court who wouldn't show respect to him. How dare this monk humiliate him in public? Wasn't he courting death? Hong Long. Just as Yipeng was about to attack Tyrant, a loud rumble was heard from the sky above the ancient temple. Then a huge spatial passageway emerged. Yipeng, if you want to cause trouble, get out of here first. If you start a fight here, you'll probably anger the ancient Buddha and bury everyone here. Jiang Qin said to Yipeng, then turned and flew towards the spatial passageway. Along with him were Long Shisan, Lan Lingji and Tyrant. That was the spatial passageway that led to the outside of Golden Horizon. It was their only chance to get out of here. Humph. None of you can leave. All of you are going to die today. Yipeng harumphed coldly. Fearing that Jiang Qin and the others would escape with the great earth immortal milk, he immediately chased after them at top speed, disappearing from the passageway in the blink of an eye. Everyone hurry up and leave this place. Remember, don't go to the ancient temple and don't anger the ancient Buddha. Don't worry. Only idiots will go to the ancient temple at this time. I don't want a mountain of treasures inside. Chapter 16:12. In the blink of an eye, everyone had rushed into the spatial passageway and vanished from this immortal vault. The opening of the immortal vault had taught them a lesson and made them vigilant. There were indeed plenty of immortal vaults and relics in Golden Horizon. There were also plenty of benefits and treasures in them, but the greater the benefits, the greater the danger. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that every corner of this place was fraught with danger. Nearly 2,000 people had died in the opening of the immortal vault of the ancient Buddha. If this incident happened in the outside world, it would surely cause a great uproar, but it was very normal for it to happen in Golden Horizon. If it wasn't for Tyrant's timely appearance to expiate the ancient Buddha, the number of people who died wouldn't just be this many. The remaining 1,000 people would also die. None of them would be able to walk out of the immortal vault alive. No one could resist the terror of the ancient Buddha. Everyone would die for sure. And this time the one who had gained the greatest benefit was undoubtedly Tyrant. Not only did he obtain the Saraira of the ancient Buddha, his cultivation base had risen to an extremely terrifying level. He had also obtained the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk. Apart from the Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra, all the most precious things in the Immortal Vault had been obtained by Tyrant. The Great Unrestrained Heart Sutra had also allowed Long Shisan to be born in advance. Those evil spirits had helped Jiang Qin to repair and upgrade the Zulong Tower, and even advanced Jiang Chen's cultivation base to the late Immortal King realm. In short, all the benefits in this immortal vault had been obtained by Jiang Qin and the others. One had to admit that this was luck, a powerful luck. There was no need to mention about Jiang Chen's luck. As everyone knew, Long Shisan was born after absorbing the essence of the heavens and earth. His luck was unimaginable. Tyrant had a deep affinity with Buddha. If he was in an ordinary immortal vault, his luck and opportunity might be ordinary, but this was the treasure left behind by the Buddha. The treasures inside could be said to be prepared for Tyrant. Bang! In the sky above a barren mountain in Golden Horizon, the void suddenly exploded. Silhouettes were ejected from the inside like cannonballs, but they were after all the experts among the experts. Very quickly they stabilized their bodies and descended from the void. Yipeng was the fastest. Yipeng was the fastest to come out. As soon as he came out, he unleashed his powerful qi, shrouding Tyrant, Jiang Qin and the rest in an instant. Now that he had walked out of the immortal vault, he was the absolute king. He had to get the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk. As for Jiang Qin, Dragon Shisan and the rest, he wouldn't let them go. Anyone who dared to disobey him would be eliminated one by one to establish his dignity. Tyrant, hand over the great earth immortal chi and I'll spare you. Without the pressure from the ancient Buddha, he didn't put tyrant in his eyes at all. None of these people in front of him was a match for him. He could kill them whenever he wanted. At this time most of them had flown out of the spatial zone. When they saw that Yi Peng was going to attack Tyrant and the others, their faces were filled with anger. After all, Tyrant had saved their lives. In their opinion, Yi Peng was an ungrateful bastard. If Tyrant didn't intervene, Yi Peng would be dead by now. What right did he have to stand here and flaunt his prowess? Despite their anger, no one stood out to speak. Back in the ancient temple, they had no choice but to clash with Yi Peng for their own safety. Plus, Yi Peng had his own scruples. Now the situation was different. They didn't have the crisis of life and death. No one was willing to stand out at the critical moment, because Yi Peng could kill them without any scruples. They couldn't be blamed for being disloyal. Firstly, there was no such thing as loyalty in Golden Horizon. All of them came from different powers or even different immortal domains. Secondly, even if they stood out, it would be useless because they couldn't stop Yi Peng. All of them were half-step immortal emperors. There weren't many early immortal emperors. The gap between them and Yi Peng was just too great. Tyrant, Long Shisan and Lan Lingji were intermediate immortal emperors. Even if they couldn't defeat Yi Peng, they were at least much stronger than them. Tyrant looked at Yi Peng and was infuriated. He turned to Jiang Qin and spoke earnestly, "Little Qinzi, why don't we beat this son of a bitch together?" As soon as these words were out, many of them almost spurted out blood. Some of them staggered and almost fell to the ground. How could there be such an eminent monk in White Dragon Temple? He didn't have the slightest bit of steadiness that a disciple of Buddha sect should have. No, he still had some steadiness. At least he looked very steady. Even when he spoke, he looked serious. But why did his words sound so wrong? It didn't match with the image of an eminent monk. "I think it's fine." Jiang Qin chuckled. They had long found Yi Peng an eyesore. This bastard was full of himself, thinking that he was so powerful that he didn't put anyone in his eyes. Little did he know that Jiang Qin and Tyrant were enough to fight him. Jiang Qin was now a late immortal king. Although he couldn't defeat Yi Peng in his half-dragon form, it was still worth a try. Tyrant had already refined the Saraira and his cultivation base had reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm. His combat strength was afraid that he wouldn't be any weaker than Yi Peng. "Haha. Do I need you two to beat this son of a bitch? Watch Brother Shisan." Long Shisan laughed aloud and came to Yi Peng first. Long Shisan was the first one who wanted to kill Yi Peng. "Be careful, young Master Long." Lan Lingji hastily warned Dragon Shisan and unleashed her powerful chi as though she was ready to fight alongside him at any time. "Don't worry, Sister Lingji. Just watch the show." Long Shisan turned his head and winked at Lan Lingji. "I'm going to help him." Tyrant was about to make a move. He didn't know the ability of Long Shisan, but he could tell that Long Shisan was only an intermediate immortal emperor after all. He was afraid that Long Shisan wouldn't be a match for Yi Peng in a one-on-one fight. However, as soon as Tyrant moved, he was pulled back by Jiang Qin. "Let's just watch the show." Seeing the relaxed look on Jiang Qin's face, Tyrant was first stunned, then couldn't help but reveal a surprised look. He might not trust others, but he absolutely trusted Jiang Qin. Since Jiang Qin had said so, it indicated that Jiang Qin was very confident in Long Shisan, which made Tyrant a little surprised about Long Shisan's combat strength. Courting death. On the other side, Yi Peng was infuriated. He felt that he was being looked down upon. In his opinion, the opponent should be kneeling down and begging for mercy when he was infuriated. At the very least, the opponent should be running away with his tail, but judging from the way the opponent was acting, it seemed like he was the prey and was fighting to beat him up. How could Yi Peng stand it? "Brat, you will know who is courting death in a while. Master Monkey will send you to the Western Paradise with one strike." Chapter 16:13. The Iron Staff was the symbol of Long Shisan. Once the Iron Staff was unleashed, someone was destined to be unlucky. Even Jiang Qin couldn't tell what material was the Iron Staff in Long Shisan's hand. He only knew that this Iron Staff was born along with Long Shisan in the Wondrous Rock. Jiang Qin was sure that this Iron Staff was extremely rare and divine. It could casually emit the chi of an ancient divine weapon, which was incomparably mighty. No one knew how much energy and weight it carried when it was unleashed. At this moment, everyone's eyes fell upon the sky onto Xianxia. Currently, Xianxia was holding the iron staff standing against the wind. His black hair danced in the wind. His domineering chi soared into the sky. His yellow robe was fluttering. Even though there was a great distance between them, they could still feel the terrifying energy waves that were released from Xian's body. He's so powerful. Who is this man? His chi isn't any weaker than Yi Peng. I wonder which monstrous genius he is from. I don't think this man is a reckless man. Since he dares to fight Yi Peng alone, he must have some ability. Perhaps he really has the ability to fight Yi Peng. It's hard to say. Yi Peng isn't an ordinary man. He's a late immortal emperor supreme expert. His cultivation base is a level higher than that man. Plus, he's a genius of the immortal court with extraordinary talent, which makes him much stronger than ordinary geniuses. There's no need to mention the means he has. It's hard for him to find an opponent at the same level as him, let alone someone with a lower cultivation base than him. Motherfucker. I just don't like Yi Peng. This kind of ungrateful thing is simply shameless. Others have saved his life, but he still wants to kill them and snatch their treasures. That's right. If it wasn't for him, there wouldn't have been so many casualties. My companions died tragically in the immortal vault, crushed by the ancient Buddha. I really hope that this Xian can kill Yi Peng. Many people were talking about it. The powerful aura released by Xian made people feel that he could still fight with Yi Peng. However, they also knew that it would not be easy to kill Yi Peng. After all, there was a huge gap between the two of them, and this gap was irreversible. Yi Peng was also a little surprised by the powerful qi unleashed by Dragon Xian, but that was all. He had never put Dragon Xian in his eyes in the beginning. As a supreme genius of the immortal court, his identity had given him extraordinary confidence. He believed that as long as he willed it, he could kill Dragon Xian with a flick of his finger. It would be as easy as blowing off dust. Brat, you didn't give me face in the ancient temple just now, so I swore that I would kill you. Since you have taken the initiative to stand out, I, Yi Peng, will fulfill your wish. After killing you, I will go and kill that monk. At that time, the great earth immortal milk will be mine, and the luck of all of you will belong to me. Yi Peng was incomparably arrogant. He didn't want to waste any more time. He made a seal with both of his hands. Boundless energy was unleashed, forming into a substantial mountain and smashed towards Xian. This was a powerful immortal technique and an extremely terrifying attack. It seemed that Yi Peng wanted to kill Xian with a single blow. Go to hell. Yi Peng bellowed. The enormous mountain of energy had completely locked onto Xian, and was smashed towards Xian. This kind of locking had almost locked all the chi of the opponent. Under such circumstances, the opponent couldn't dodge it and could only face it head-on. Yi Peng's attack was just too powerful. After all, he was a late immortal emperor peerless genius. The moment he attacked, everyone's eyes widened. Lan Lingji's face was filled with worry. Xian had saved her several times. She naturally didn't want Xian to suffer any harm. On the battlefield, Dragon Xian had a relaxed look on his face. The powerful pressure did not affect him at all, nor did it affect him at all. Just as the mountain of energy was about to reach Xian moved. He raised the iron staff in his hand unhurriedly and smashed it at the huge energy hand. Hong Long. The violent energy attack spread out for hundreds of miles, shattering the surrounding barren hills. Yi Peng's energy hand, which could crush anything, seemed vulnerable in front of Dragon Xian. It was smashed into pieces by Dragon Xian's staff. Deng deng deng. The aftermath of the violent energy caused Xian to feel an extremely strong recoil. His facial expression changed immediately. He couldn't control his body anymore. He had to take a dozen steps back before he could stabilize himself. What? Yi Peng exclaimed. He simply couldn't believe the reality in front of him. Given his ability, he was defeated by a brat whose cultivation base was weaker than him. This was absolutely intolerable. Humph. Have a taste of Master Monkey's staff. Xian began his counterattack. He stomped, creating a huge hole in the void. In the blink of an eye, he arrived above Yi Peng. The iron staff in his hand was like a giant heavenly pillar, sprinkling down millions of rays of golden light, forming a huge net that enshrouded Xian. Hoo-hoo. The iron staff was indestructible. With a wind-breaking sound, it smashed towards Yi Peng's head with unparalleled momentum. This attack carried all of Long Xian's power. It was the terrifying aura of an immemorial battle spirit. It was simply too powerful. Everyone's facial expression changed. No one could imagine how powerful this attack was and how much energy it carried. Yi Peng's facial expression changed dramatically. He hadn't even recovered from the shock when Long Xian's second powerful attack arrived. Moreover, he felt an extremely strong sense of crisis from this attack. However, Yi Peng's reaction was also extremely fast. A sword appeared in his hand like lightning and he slammed it towards Long Xian's iron staff. Clang. Unfortunately, Yi Peng's sword couldn't withstand the power of the iron staff. It was directly bounced off by Long Xian's iron staff. An ocean-like power pressed down on Yi Peng's body, sending him flying. Wah! Yi Peng was lying on the ground. His body was trembling and he was coughing out blood. The blood was mixed with pieces of his internal organs. It showed how much impact he had suffered from the strike just now. Fortunately, he had a late immortal emperor cultivation base. If he was any other ordinary person, he would have been smashed into meat paste by the strike just now. Zhoush. Long Xian was like a shadow standing in front of Yi Peng. The iron staff was pressed against Yi Peng's head. By God! Lan Lingji's beautiful face was stupefied. Her beautiful eyes flickered constantly. She had never been so shocked before. Back when Long Xian killed He Lang, she already knew that Long Xian was very powerful, but she didn't think that he was this powerful. Even the mighty Yi Peng, a peerless genius of the immortal court, couldn't withstand a single strike from him. Chapter 16:14. Lan Lingji wasn't the only one who was shocked. Except for Jiang Qin, everyone else was in a state of extreme shock. The mighty immemorial battle spirit and the valiant battle saint ape had never appeared in this world before. Now that it had appeared, it was destined to shake the world. For God's sake, this monkey is pretty awesome. Tyrant blinked his eyes, deeply feeling that he had underestimated Long Xian. No wonder Jiang Qin asked him to stay and watch the show. By God! Is he still a human? How can he be so powerful? What kind of monster is he? Not even Yi Peng is a match for him. If I didn't see this with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. This man is too ferocious. Why didn't he attack those guardians in the ancient temple? Seems like he has expected something bad to happen. Haha. This Yi Peng has become an idiot. He has been acting all high and mighty, threatening to kill his opponent, but he doesn't know that he's no match for his opponent. Now it seems like he's not even qualified to carry the shoes of Long Xian. Countless people were shocked. Everyone was horrified. This was an outcome that no one could have predicted. The contrast was too great. The powerful Yi Peng was incomparably arrogant a moment ago, but the next moment he was beaten like a dog lying on the ground. This was simply a form of irony. Yi Peng raised his head and looked at the glittering iron staff in front of him. He finally realized what danger was. It was the threat of death. At this moment, Yi Peng finally knew what fear was. Like everyone else, he was on the verge of death and was on the verge of collapse. Brat, you are now lying in front of Brother Xian. Do you have any last words? Long Xian looked at Yi Peng condescendingly. You don't dare to kill me? I'm from the immortal court. If you kill me, you won't be able to escape the punishment of the immortal court. The corner of Yi Peng's mouth revealed a trace of ferocity. Even at this moment, he was still using the backing of the immortal court to threaten Long Xian. Little did he know that Long Xian was the same as Jiang Qin. If you dare to threaten me, then you won't even have the chance to say your last words. Long Xian glared at Yi Peng and thrust his iron staff forward, smashing Yi Peng's head with a bang. Yi Peng probably couldn't believe that Long Xian would kill him so decisively despite knowing that he was a genius of the immortal court. Bah! What the hell is this? Long Xian kept his iron staff and spat at Yi Peng's corpse. Then he turned and walked to Lan Lingji's side, looking like a handsome and domineering man. The way Lan Lingji looked at Long Xian had obviously changed once again. It had turned from admiration to worship. As the cold saintess of exquisite paradise, she had never put any man in her eyes, but now Long Xian had gradually entered her heart. Sister Spirit Maiden, am I handsome? Long Xian flicked his hair. His narcissistic look made Jiang Qin and Tyrant want to beat him up. Shameless. Lan Lingji curled her lips and turned her head away. Scope. Let's leave this place. Jiang Chen spoke. Then the group of 4 vanished. They didn't care about the remaining people. They didn't know each other and there was no need for them to interact with each other. The next time they met, they might become enemies again. Every corner of the Golden Horizon was filled with cruelty. After getting rid of those people, the dead man appeared in a quiet valley and stopped. Little Chenzi, why didn't I see De Huang and Sister Ning? Tyrant couldn't help but ask. Previously he had learned from Grandmaster Hao Ran that De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu had entered the Immortal Vault together. Supposedly they should be inseparable from Jiang Chen, but he didn't see De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu in the Immortal Vault. There was only Long Shan beside Jiang Chen. In such a situation, Tyrant had to ask about it. We got separated. Not long ago I encountered the Northern and Southern dynasties at the Broken Edge Cliff and was hunted by the Northern and Southern dynasties. If it wasn't for Monkey's help, I would have died in the hands of the Northern and Southern dynasties. Jiang Chen told Tyrant about how he met the Northern and Southern dynasties at the Broken Edge Cliff and how he was hunted by the Northern and Southern dynasties. He didn't have anything to hide from Tyrant. Both of them were good brothers who had gone through life and death together. There was nothing they didn't tell each other. As expected, the Northern and Southern dynasties have appeared? I didn't expect them to be so powerful. You and the Northern and Southern dynasties can be considered as old enemies. Seems like there will be a fierce battle in the immortal world. This is just the beginning. Tyrant was obviously a little shaken. After all, they were all too familiar with the Northern and Southern dynasties. They had been enemies with the Northern and Southern dynasties ever since they were in Saint Origin World. They knew that this was an extremely terrifying figure. His clone back then was already so powerful, let alone his current clone. That's right. The clash in the Golden Horizon has just begun. We might meet again soon. Now that the Golden Horizon has only been opened for 10 days, there's still a long time before it ends. In the following period of time, this place will certainly become more and more chaotic, but my cultivation base has improved once again. Even if I encounter the Northern and Southern dynasties again, I won't feel so aggrieved anymore. Jiang Chen said. The Northern and Southern dynasties had always been people he valued. He rarely valued his enemies. The Northern and Southern dynasties were one of the few that he did. What's your next plan? Tyrant asked. I'm going to look for De Huang and Sister Ning first. I'm not worried about De Huang, but Sister Ning's cultivation base is just too dangerous in this Golden Horizon. She won't be a match for any of the powerful geniuses she encounters. Now that she's with De Huang, I feel more at ease. I'm just afraid that she might encounter some danger, said Jiang Chen. Now he was very worried about Wu Ningzhu. After all, he was the one who insisted on bringing Wu Ningzhu here. Although Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base had already advanced to the late Immortal King realm due to the Blood Dragon fruit, such a cultivation base was still too weak in the Golden Horizon. She might encounter a fatal threat at any time. Only by having her by his side would Jiang Chen feel at ease. Tyrant, why aren't you taking out your great earth immortal milk to share with us? Long Shan came to Tyrant's side and said. By the way, I've almost forgotten about this. Tyrant came to a sudden realization. Just now he was busy chatting with Jiang Chen and had forgotten about the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Now that he had obtained 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk, it was a true treasure, a peerless divine medicine. If the few of them consumed it, their cultivation base would certainly improve a lot. In the Golden Horizon, nothing was more important than cultivation base. Chapter 16:15. As soon as the Great Earth Immortal Milk emerged, its chi produced buzzing sounds. The void was filled with a strong medicinal fragrance. Even Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but be filled with passion when he saw the Great Earth Immortal Milk. This was a peerless divine medicine that was much better than the Blood Dragon fruit. It's indeed worthy of being the legendary Great Earth Immortal Milk. Just the chi it emits is enough to make people intoxicated. If a mortal can absorb a mouthful of the chi emitted by the Great Earth Immortal Milk, his physique will change immediately. Lan Lingji spoke in astonishment. 1 drop per person. Refine it to improve your strength. As for Tyrant, you keep it. It will be useful in the future. Jiang Chen spoke. For a treasure like the Great Earth Immortal Milk, 1 drop per person was enough for the time being. It would be a waste to refine too much at once. Given their current cultivation base, they wouldn't be able to digest too much of it. Such a peerless divine medicine would be useful in the future. Little Chinzi, I have obtained the Sarira of Buddha Venerable. This great earth immortal milk is useless to me for the time being. You keep it and distribute it to De Huang and Sister Ning when you meet them. Tyrant pushed his hand and passed the great earth immortal milk to Jiang Chen. Such an action moved Lan Lingji. The way she looked at Tyrant also changed. One should know that the great earth immortal milk was a supreme treasure that couldn't be bought with money. It couldn't be measured by its value. Tyrant gave away all 9 drops of great earth immortal milk without batting an eyelid. How much courage did he need? Little sister Lingji, there's no need to be surprised. They have been through life and death with each other. A few drops of great earth immortal milk is nothing to them. Long Xian spoke with a smile. What he admired the most was the life-or-death brotherhood between Jiang Chen and Tyrant. In the cruel immortal world, such friendship was rarely seen. Lan Lingji nodded, but the astonishment on her face didn't disappear. As the saintess of exquisite paradise, she was high and mighty. Apart from respecting her master Venerable Ling Long, she couldn't understand the relationship between Jiang Chen and Tyrant. All right, then I won't stand on ceremony. Jiang Chen didn't stand on ceremony with Tyrant. He directly received the 9 drops of great earth immortal milk. There was no need to stand on ceremony between brothers. Besides, Tyrant was right. He had obtained the Sarira of an ancient Buddha, which was a supreme treasure. It was enough for Tyrant to digest in a short period of time. Therefore, although the great earth immortal milk was precious, it didn't have much use to Tyrant right now. It would be better to give it to Jiang Chen. Miss Lan, you and the monkey take one each. Jiang Chen flicked his finger and 2 drops of great earth immortal milk flew towards Lan Lingji and Long Xian. Lan Lingji received the great earth immortal milk with a hint of excitement on her face. Thank you, young Master Jiang. Lan Lingji expressed her gratitude. She knew that she didn't contribute at all in obtaining the great earth immortal milk. Jiang Chen could totally refuse to give her any. After all, the great earth immortal milk wasn't something that could be given out easily. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate to give it to her, which meant that he had already regarded her as one of his own. Among the 3 friends in front of her, Lan Lingji had already decided to befriend exquisite paradise. Don't stand on ceremony, Sister Lingji. We will be one of our own in the future. Long Xian didn't forget to express his affection for Lan Lingji. Lan Lingji blushed slightly. She could naturally feel the affection of Long Xian towards her, and she didn't dislike Long Xian at all. In my opinion, we should use the great earth immortal milk to improve our cultivation base first, then go to other places. Miss Lan, I can see that your cultivation base has already reached the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm. If you're lucky enough to refine this drop of great earth immortal milk, you will advance to the late immortal emperor realm. Jiang Chen said with a smile. That's right. It shouldn't be a problem for me to advance to the late immortal emperor realm. Lan Lingji spoke. She seemed very confident in herself. Now, she was also eager to improve her cultivation base. What happened in the immortal vault had dealt a great blow to her. At the same time, it had also made her deeply aware of her own shortcomings. An intermediate immortal emperor couldn't guarantee her absolute safety in Golden Horizon. Danger could befall her at any time. You guys refine it first. Tyrant and I will protect you. Long Xian kept the drop of great earth immortal milk and didn't refine it for the time being. He had just been born. His body was still full of energy. Just like Tyrant, he didn't need the great earth immortal milk to advance to the next realm. Or to put it in another way, given his current condition, even if he consumed the great earth immortal milk, it wouldn't be of much help to his cultivation base. It would be somewhat wasteful. Jiang Chen and Lan Lingji found a clean place respectively and began to refine the great earth immortal milk. As a matter of fact, entering the spatial zone of the 33rd level of Zulong Tower was the most suitable place to refine the great earth immortal milk. However, the spatial zone of the 33rd level was Jiang Chen's biggest secret. He wouldn't reveal it to outsiders easily. After all, Lan Lingji hadn't reached such a level yet. The secret of the spatial zone of the 33rd level must never be leaked out. Once it was known by outsiders, it would be a disaster for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's method of refining treasures had always been very rough. Even if it was the great earth immortal milk, Jiang Chen would still swallow it in one gulp. His strong physique and the circulation of the dragon transformation skill were enough for him to withstand the impact of the energy of the Great Earth Immortal Milk. The instant the Great Earth Immortal Milk entered his body, the violent energy began to churn and rush into Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. With Jiang Chen as the center, it formed a large wave of energy that spread over a dozen miles. Under the frenzied circulation of the dragon transformation skill, new dragon marks began to condense and danced in Jiang Chen's qi. The current number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body was 1.2 million. His cultivation base could only be considered as having just stepped into the threshold of the late Immortal King realm. The energy of this drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk was enough to help Jiang Chen condense another 40,000 dragon marks. That was to say, after refining this drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk, Jiang Chen's body would have at least 1.24 million dragon marks, pushing his cultivation base to the peak of late Immortal King realm. He would only be a step away from the half-step Immortal Emperor realm. Although the increase of 40,000 dragon marks wouldn't allow Jiang Chen to advance to the half-step Immortal Emperor realm, his combat strength would be raised to a higher level. This was what Jiang Chen wanted to see the most. Chapter 16:16. Sounds of energy explosions were constantly heard in the Silent Valley. Jiang Chen and Lan Lingji were refining the Great Earth Immortal Milk rapidly. It seemed that it wouldn't take long for them to completely refine the Great Earth Immortal Milk. The commotion here wasn't small, but with the protection of Long Shisan and Tyrant, it was absolutely safe. Long Shisan was an immemorial battle spirit with the perfect inheritance of the Battle Saint Ape. Although his cultivation base was only at the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm, his true combat strength was probably close to that of a half-step Immortal Venerable. 2 hours later, Jiang Chen was the first to finish refining the Great Earth Immortal Milk. He stood up from the ground. His qi was a lot stronger than before. Just as he had expected, this drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk had increased the number of his dragon marks to 1,240,000, helping him condense another 40,000 dragon marks. The benefit that Jiang Chen obtained from the Great Earth Immortal Milk wasn't just limited to the 40,000 dragon marks. Apart from the rich energy, the Great Earth Immortal Milk could also strengthen one's foundation. In other words, after refining the drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk, it wouldn't affect Jiang Chen's foundation even though his cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds. This was the most important thing. Jiang Chen cultivated the dragon transformation skill. His greatest fear and worry was that his foundation would be affected. An abnormal being is indeed an abnormal being. A drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk has been completely refined in such a short time. Long Shisan couldn't help but exclaim at Jiang Chen. Lan Lingji was an intermediate Immortal Emperor expert, but she had only refined half of the Great Earth Immortal Milk. Jiang Chen, on the other hand, was merely a late Immortal King. This was the difference between geniuses and monstrous geniuses. On the other side, Lan Lingji, who was working hard to refine the Great Earth Immortal Milk, was also aware of what was happening outside. She was shocked to the extreme. Just like what Long Shisan had said, such speed was just too abnormal. As the saintess of exquisite paradise and a secretary taught by her master, plus her cultivation base was at the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm, under such circumstances, Jiang Chen was still faster than her. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, Lan Lingji would never believe it, but now that the facts were laid before her eyes, she had no choice but to believe it. "Little Chenzi, how do you feel?" Tyrant asked. "Great." Jiang Chen shrugged. His current cultivation base had stabilized at the peak of late Immortal King realm. His combat strength had improved a lot, which was enough to deal with anything in this golden horizon. Not long after that, Lan Lingji had also succeeded in refining the Great Earth Immortal Milk. An extremely powerful qi rushed out of her body, spreading across dozens of miles. Lan Lingji had successfully broken through to the late Immortal Emperor realm. Jiang Chen and the others didn't find such a situation surprising. Lan Lingji's cultivation base had already reached the peak of intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. Plus, her talent was extraordinary. Coupled with the miraculous effect of the Great Earth Immortal Milk, it wasn't unusual for her to advance to the late Immortal Emperor realm. Very quickly, Lan Lingji retracted her powerful qi and slowly stood up from the ground. Her blue robe fluttered in the wind, making her look holy and light like a fairy with unparalleled beauty. Congratulations little sister Ling Ji for advancing to the late immortal emperor realm. Long Xian said with a smile. Just as Lan Lingji was about to speak, her facial expression changed abruptly. What's wrong? Long Xian noticed Lan Lingji's abnormality and asked. The people of Exquisite Paradise seem to be in danger. I have to go and save them at once. A talisman appeared in Lan Lingji's hand. It was a rare messenger talisman that could be used even in the Golden Horizon. It was used to transmit messages. The disciples of Exquisite Paradise could let Lan Lingji sense the danger they were in through this talisman. Lan Lingji was shocked. If it isn't extremely dangerous, they won't use this talisman to send me a message. Lan Lingji said. Monkey, you and Miss Lan will go and save them. Jiang Qin spoke. The Golden Horizon was filled with dangers everywhere. Without knowing how dangerous the situation was for the disciples of Exquisite Paradise, Lan Lingji might also be in danger if she went there. If Long Xian followed her, it would be foolproof. Besides, Jiang Qin was also creating an opportunity for Long Xian. If he wanted to flirt with the saintess of Exquisite Paradise, he would have to come into contact with the people of Exquisite Paradise sooner or later. Lan Lingji had already owed Long Xian a favor. If the others of Exquisite Paradise also owed Long Xian a favor, then even if Long Xian went to Exquisite Paradise in the future, he would still be able to walk confidently. What about you two? Monkey looked over at Jiang Qin and Tyrant. We're going to look for Da Huang and Sister Ning. Let's split up for now. It won't be long before we meet again. I have an intuition that the secret of the Golden Clan will also be revealed after the opening of the Golden Horizon. At that time, everyone in the entire Golden Horizon will be attracted to it. Jiang Qin spoke. He was proficient in the great divination art and could vaguely perceive some things. As the base camp of the Golden Clan, the Golden Horizon had existed for too long. This place had been opened countless times, but no one had discovered the secret of the Golden Clan. However, this time through the great divination art, Jiang Qin sensed that the secret of the Golden Clan was likely to surface. Alright, that's decided then. Long Xian said. With Long Xian following her, Lan Lingji felt much more at ease. Little did she know that she had already developed a sense of dependence on Long Xian. Long Xian vanished with Lan Lingji, heading towards the place where the disciples of Exquisite Paradise were in danger. Little Chinzi, where are we going now? Asked Tyrant. We're going to the center of the Golden Horizon. Da Huang is proficient in treasure hunting, so he will definitely be interested in the sacred land of the Golden Clan. If I'm not mistaken, Da Huang and Sister Ning are likely to go to the center of the Golden Horizon. Moreover, as the opening of the Golden Horizon gets longer, more and more people will head to the center of the Golden Horizon. That place will soon become a bustling place, said Jiang Qin. His great divination art had yet to reach the 3rd level, but he could vaguely guess and sense something. The sacred land of the Golden Clan was likely to appear. At that time, the entire Golden Horizon would fall into turmoil and chaos. Chapter 16-17. Along the way, Jiang Qin and Tyrant could clearly feel the turbulent qi drifting everywhere in the void. This showed that the Golden Horizon was getting more and more chaotic. Apart from the battles with the evil spirits and the killings caused by the continuous opening of immortal vaults, because most of the experts were rushing towards the central area of the Golden Horizon, the concentration of geniuses was much higher than when they first arrived in the Golden Horizon. The chances of meeting geniuses of the same domain had also increased. Many of them who had deep grudges in the outside world would settle their grudges here. This was a very normal phenomenon. If one's enemy was here and one had the chance to kill the enemy, who would let go of this opportunity? Thousands of miles of foggy haze and a vast expanse of gray could be seen. A silhouette was fleeing in panic. 3 silhouettes were chasing after him like a meteor. Each of them was filled with murderous intent. The young man in front had an extremely unsightly face. One of his arms was missing. Blood was flowing non-stop. While he was fleeing for his life, he used his other hand to hold the wound of his severed arm. However, the pursuers behind were very sharp. It seemed that it was only a matter of time before they caught up with the young man in front. Kid, run as fast as you can. Let's see how long you can run. One of the pursuers let out a sinister smile. Immediately the 3 of them burst into laughter. Looking at their relaxed faces, they had completely regarded the young man in front of them as their prey. If they were determined to chase after him, they would have caught up with him just now. Obviously they wanted to have some fun. Seeing the enemy constantly fleeing in despair, the despair in their hearts gradually magnified. They wanted to make the opponent die in infinite despair, expanding the taste of death to the greatest extent. This made them feel incomparably refreshed. It was an incomparably happy thing. On the other side, Jiang Qin and Tyrant were chatting and laughing as they hurried forward. Coincidentally, they bumped into the young man in front of them. The man had already given up all hope, but when he saw the two figures, his body couldn't help but stop for a moment. When he saw Jiang Chen's face clearly, his face that was filled with despair suddenly turned into a look of wild joy. Jiang Chen. Senior brother Jiang. The young man with a severed arm roared, almost crying. He knew that he was saved. Others might not be able to save his life, but Jiang Chen would certainly ensure that he wouldn't die. Dongfei. Jiang Chen was stunned because the person in front of him was none other than Dongfei of Genius Prefecture. When Jiang Chen first went to Genius Prefecture, it was Dongfei who brought him to the registration office. Later on they came to Golden Horizon together. Dongfei also obtained a blood dragon fruit, but they parted ways after that. Jiang Chen didn't expect to meet Dongfei here. The current Dongfei could be said to be in an extremely sorry state. His body was full of injuries. Although his cultivation base had reached the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor realm and was only a step away from advancing to the Immortal Emperor realm, he was now an arrow at the end of its flight. When Dongfei came to Jiang Chen's side, he couldn't hold on any longer and his body kept shaking. With no time to ask, Jiang Chen took out a medicinal pill with a flip of his palm, which was a special holy medicine for healing. He handed it directly to Dongfei and said, "Eat it." "Thank you, Senior Jiang." Dongfei took the elixir and swallowed it directly without even looking at it. Jiang Chen was his most trusted person and would never harm him. So. At this moment, three silhouettes caught up. All three of them were exuding gloomy qi. There was a skull on their clothes which was the symbol of Corpse Insect. Almost without asking, Jiang Chen knew that the injuries on Dongfei's body were caused by these three bastards. The three of them seemed to be at the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor realm, which was similar to Dongfei's cultivation base, but 3 against 1. In addition to the vicious means of Corpse Insect, it was normal for Dongfei to be injured. "It's you guys who injured him?" Jiang Chen asked Leng Leng. "Kid, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. If you don't want to die, leave quickly. The matter of our Corpse Insect isn't something you can interfere in." The leader spoke, totally not putting Jiang Chen in his eyes. The main reason was that both Jiang Chen and Tyrant had concealed their qi. If one didn't look carefully, it would be hard to see their true cultivation base. As the people of Corpse Insect had always been arrogant and despotic, they wouldn't even bother to look at each other's cultivation base. "My name is Jiang Chen. I don't know if you have heard of me." Jiang Chen said plainly. "What? You're Jiang Chen?" The previously arrogant genius of Corpse Insect changed his facial expression in an instant. They might not know about others, but the name of Jiang Chen was absolutely well known. "Run." The three of them moved in unison. Without saying a word, they turned around and ran. Their speed was many times faster than when they came here. The arrogance from before was nowhere to be seen. The three of them were cursing in their hearts. They were really unlucky. Why did they have to bump into a fiend like Jiang Chen? They had no reason not to run when they bumped into Jiang Chen. Even the genius of Corpse Insect, He Kuei, died in the hands of Jiang Chen, let alone them. If they really fought, not to mention resisting, Jiang Chen could slap them into dogshit. "Still want to run?" Jiang Chen harumphed coldly. He clawed at the direction where the three of them were running towards. The void in that direction was frozen. The three of them who were running away frantically were completely locked in place, unable to move. "All of you go to hell." As soon as Jiang Chen's hands stopped, the space there was crushed into pieces. The three of them let out miserable shrieks. Their bodies exploded and turned into a large cloud of blood mist. It could be said that their death was incomparably miserable. Jiang Chen wouldn't show any mercy to the people of Corpse Insect. If one day Jiang Chen had enough strength, he would go to Corpse Insect and kill every single one of them. This evil sect shouldn't exist in the heavens and earth. Their method of refining the corpses of others was against the heavenly Tao. It was even worse than the devil sect. Seeing the three of them being killed so easily, Dong Fei, who had already recovered slightly, couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise again. Senior brother Jiang, you have become stronger again. Dong Fei sighed. From the time he parted with Jiang Chen until now, Jiang Chen's transformation was beyond his imagination. During this period of time he had also made some progress. His cultivation base had reached the peak of half-step Immortal Emperor realm, only a step away from the true Immortal Emperor realm. Dong Fei, how did you encounter the people of Corpse Yin sect? Jiang Chen asked. At the mention of the three sons of Corpse Yin sect, Dong Fei's face changed instantly. Not good. Senior brother Jiang, hurry up and save King Fan. Dong Fei exclaimed. Tell me what happened. Chapter 16-18. Not long ago I met King Fan. After that I was hunted by the experts of Corpse Yin sect, Divine Line sect and Great Cloud Empire. Because their main target was King Fan, they didn't put me in their eyes. That's why I escaped, but I was also hunted by 3 disciples of Corpse Yin sect. If I hadn't met senior brother Jiang, I'm afraid that I would have lost my life here. Dong Fei spoke with a face full of fear and nervousness. Damn it. It must be King Ping's doing again. Jiang Chen couldn't help but curse. The fact that the encirclement could be carried out so smoothly must have something to do with King Ping. King Ping had been trying to get rid of them since the first day he came to Golden Horizon. It seemed like he hadn't given up until now. Corpse Yin sect, Divine Line sect and Great Cloud Empire hated him the most. Logically speaking, they wouldn't find trouble with King Fan. I don't know about this, but they said that they wanted to kill senior brother Jiang. Because they couldn't find you, they decided to kill King Fan first to collect some interest. Dong Fei said. Hurry up and take me there. Jiang Chen's facial expression turned unusually unsightly. He knew that this matter must have something to do with him. After all, he was the one who killed the most people of the 3 major powers, especially the 7th prince of Great Cloud Empire. Since they couldn't find him and knew the relationship between him and King Fan, it was only normal for them to want to kill King Fan. However, Jiang Chen believed that King Ping must be involved in this matter. Otherwise, the experts of the 3 major powers wouldn't be able to find Yang Bufan at the same time. As for what method King Ping used to locate Yang Bufan, Jiang Chen had no idea. However, King Ping and Yang Bufan were brothers after all. Both of them were the young kings of Great Qian Empire. Plus, King Ping was very shrewd. He must have the means to locate Yang Bufan. However, all these weren't important now. What was important was to get there as soon as possible. Otherwise, King Fan's life would be in danger. Under the guidance of Dong Fei, Jiang Chen and Dong Fei flew towards a direction at high speed, fearing that they would be a step slower. Dong Fei, what's the current cultivation base of King Fan? Jiang Chen asked. He has just advanced to the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. Dong Fei replied. That's better. Given King Fan's strength, even if they join forces, it will still be difficult for them to kill him. Even if they can't defeat him, escaping won't be a problem. Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. He knew Yang Bufan's ability very well. As long as Yang Bufan advanced to the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm, there wouldn't be any problem. Even if 10 experts of the same level joined hands to deal with Yang Bufan still had the means to escape. No, King Fan is in a very dangerous situation now. Ling Du of Divine Line sect has already advanced to the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. There's also Yun Yi of Great Cloud Empire and Niu Meng of Corpse Yin sect. All of them are intermediate Immortal Emperors. More importantly, there's a man called Chao Jiu of Corpse Yin sect. I have no idea where he got the corpse of a late Immortal Emperor and has successfully refined it. Dong Fei spoke with incomparable worry. If the most powerful expert of the enemy was only an intermediate Immortal Emperor, he wouldn't be able to trap King Fan at all. King Fan could just bring Dong Fei and escape. There was no need for Dong Fei to escape by himself. What? Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen immediately increased his speed. He had fought with the people of Corpse Yin sect many times, so he knew how scary this sect was. Not only did they have terrifying means, but they also had a corpse puppet that was as powerful as them. Jiang Chen himself could greatly restrain the people of Corpse Yin sect, but Yang Bufan wasn't him after all. If the enemy really had a late Immortal Emperor, then Yang Bufan would be facing great danger. It could be said that he only had a slim chance of surviving this battle. The entire Golden Horizon was filled with this kind of color. In front of them was a barren mountain where a lot of people had gathered. Some were watching the show while some were fighting. The closer they were to the center of the golden horizon, the more people there were. There were too many major powers of the three immortal domains. Many of them had no relationship with each other, so there was never a lack of people watching the show. At the center of the battlefield, more than a dozen people had besieged a man. The man in the middle was wearing a black robe. His hair was messy and his robe was stained with blood. He was standing in midair, his body was trembling, seemingly in danger of falling from the sky at any time. What a pity. I heard that this is King Fan of Great Qian Empire in East Xuanyu. He's also a famous figure in East Xuanyu. It's really a tragedy for him to be besieged by so many people. This is a very normal thing in the Golden Horizon. These people and the major powers have great enmity with each other. Once they encounter each other, they will naturally fight to the death. There are people dying all the time in the Golden Horizon. Even if you are a proud son of the heavens in the outside world, it's too normal for you to die here. Even the great sovereigns have fallen in this ancient battlefield before. But this King Fan is truly powerful. Previously, he was able to withstand the attacks of 4 intermediate immortal emperors without falling into a disadvantageous position. It was the late immortal emperor of Cultivation sect who managed to injure him. It's a pity for such a genius to die here. If he doesn't die, he will surely have a great achievement in the future. Who said it isn't? But this is fate. I'm afraid that this King Fan can only accept his fate. Unless a miracle happens, he won't be able to live. Many of the onlookers felt pity for Yang Bufan. They had witnessed the battle just now and deeply felt that a genius like Yang Bufan was extremely rare. Not even 4 geniuses of the same level as him could take him down. Only after Chao Jiu of Cultivation sect attacked him did he manage to injure him and trap him. Yang Bufan, I advise you to find a way to send a message to Jiang Chen at once. Ask Jiang Chen to come over and accept his death. Otherwise you will die very miserably today. Yun Yi Lung Lung of Great Cloud Empire spoke. He had another purpose in besieging Yang Bufan this time, to lure Jiang Chen out. He was still brooding over the death of the 7th prince. Only by killing Jiang Chen could he avenge the 7th prince, Yun Zhangxiao. Last time, because of the evil spirit in Jiang Chen's hand, he couldn't succeed. Today there were so many experts here, including the late immortal emperor of Cultivation sect. As long as Jiang Chen appeared, he would die for sure. There was no chance of survival. That's right, Yang Bufan. As long as you lure Jiang Chen here, we can grant you a quick death. Chapter 1619. Whether it was Great Cloud Empire, Cultivation sect or Divine Line sect, their main target was Jiang Chen. They were bent on getting rid of the monstrous genius Jiang Chen, to get rid of a great trouble in the future. Unfortunately, they couldn't find Jiang Chen's whereabouts. That was why they were used to besiege Yang Bufan. They wanted to use Yang Bufan to lure Jiang Chen out and then kill Jiang Chen. It wasn't a secret that Yang Bufan had a close relationship with Jiang Chen. In their point of view, Yang Bufan must have a way to contact Jiang Chen. Now that Yang Bufan was seriously injured, if it wasn't because they wanted to use him to lure Jiang Chen, they would have killed Yang Bufan just now. Upon hearing this, the corner of Yang Bufan's mouth revealed a trace of a sneer. He glanced around coldly at the people who besieged him and said, "You bunch of idiots. It's your luck that Jiang Chen isn't here. If he comes, it will be your doomsday. Do you really think you can kill Jiang Chen? You're truly foolish to make an enemy out of Jiang Chen." Yang Bufan's confidence in Jiang Chen had surpassed his own. Since these people wanted to kill Jiang Chen, they were destined to die in the hands of Jiang Chen. There was no doubt about this. These people were still thinking of using him to lure Jiang Chen out. Unfortunately, he didn't leave any talisman to contact Jiang Chen before they separated. Otherwise, he would have already sent a message to Jiang Chen. Humph. Yang Bufan, you have taken Jiang Chen too seriously. He is just relying on the help of an intermediate immortal emperor evil spirit. Otherwise, I would have killed him last time and the 7th prince wouldn't have died. I swear I won't let Jiang Chen leave Golden Horizon alive. Yun Yi harumphed coldly. In his heart he looked down on Jiang Chen. In his opinion, Jiang Chen was merely relying on the help of an evil spirit. He couldn't help but grit his teeth when he recalled the day when the 7th prince was killed. If he had known about the existence of the evil spirit earlier, he could have left with the 7th prince. It was because Jiang Chen was too insidious and cunning that he hid the evil spirit. causing the seventh prince to die tragically in Jiang Chen's hands. This had always troubled Yun Yi and made him want to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. Haha, Yun Zhangxiao is dead. He can only blame himself for being incompetent. If you want to kill him, just kill him. Jiang Chen won't show up. Yang Bufan burst into laughter. He had long heard about the death of Yun Zhangxiao and the crown prince. It was all caused by Jiang Chen. Plus, Jiang Chen killed Yun Zhangxiao in the name of avenging the crown prince, which could be considered as a great contribution to Great Qian Empire. He was afraid that only Jiang Chen could do such a perfect trick. Don't talk nonsense with him. Just kill him. After that, kill Jiang Chen. You also have a part in killing the geniuses of Divine Line sect. Ling Du Lung spoke. Yang Bufan was also involved in the siege. Since they couldn't lure Jiang Chen out, they might as well not waste any more time and kill Yang Bufan. As for Jiang Chen, there would be plenty of opportunities. Yang Bufan, as the king fan of Great Qian Empire, I wonder if you have any last words? Chaojiu of Cultivation sect asked. If you want to kill me, just kill me. Why are you talking so much nonsense? Yang Bufan's face was cold and arrogant. Today he had fallen here. It could only mean that his luck wasn't good. He couldn't blame others. As the evil lord, when had he ever been afraid of death? Since the moment he stepped into evil abyss alone, he had already disregarded life and death. Good. Tough. Unfortunately, you still can't escape death. Chao Jiao spoke. His body exuded a cold, killing intent, ready to attack Yang Bufan. Stop. At this moment, a shout was heard from afar. Countless eyes looked over and saw two silhouettes walking out of the void. These two people's chi was unparalleled. Their killing intent soared to the sky and they arrived at the battlefield in a blink of an eye. These two people were naturally Tyrant and Jiang Chen, who had rushed here after hearing the news. As for Dong Fei, he was now resting in Zulong Tower. There would definitely be a great battle in a while, so it wasn't suitable for him to come out. He knew that Jiang Chen's appearance meant that he would be saved. That was a kind of implicit trust. In this world, there was nothing that Jiang Chen couldn't do. He had created many miracles. Tyrant wasn't a stranger to him. Back in Evil Abyss, they had fought side by side. What surprised him was Tyrant's cultivation base. Tyrant's cultivation base had actually grown to such a terrifying extent after they parted ways in One Line Sky. No wonder he was called the monstrous genius of Buddha sect. Jiang Chen. When Yun Yi and Ling Du saw Jiang Chen, they immediately gritted their teeth. Their eyes were about to spurt out flames. Judging by their looks, they couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen into pieces. So this is the Jiang Chen that they have been looking for all this while. He's merely a late immortal king. This is too ridiculous. How could they attach such importance to such a person? Could it be that this Jiang Chen is a peerless monstrous genius? I thought that Jiang Chen would be very terrifying. It turns out that he hasn't even reached the immortal emperor realm. That monk is pretty powerful. He seems to be an intermediate immortal emperor, but coming here with such a cultivation base is no different than courting death. Innumerable eyes fell upon Jiang Chen. When they realized that Jiang Chen's cultivation base was merely an immortal king, they revealed a look of disappointment. Previously, they could hear the importance they attached to Jiang Chen from their tone. Initially, they thought that this Jiang Chen was a magical and powerful figure. Unexpectedly, he was just a puny immortal king. This was the first time that Chao Jiao met Jiang Chen. His cold eyes fell upon Jiang Chen as though he wanted to see through Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen ignored the gazes of the crowd and stepped into the center of the battlefield, coming to Yang Bufan's side. Are you all right? Asked Jiang Chen. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Bufan was still unscathed. Fortunately, he wasn't late. If he saw Yang Bufan's corpse when he arrived, he was afraid that Jiang Chen would go mad. It's not a big deal. Jiang Chen, Tyrant, be careful. That Chao Jiao is very powerful. It's very likely that he has another corpse puppet of the same level, Yang Bufan reminded. Yang Bufan reminded. He knew that the next battle had nothing to do with him. It doesn't matter. I'm the nemesis of Cultivation sect. Chapter 1620. Jiang Chen, I never thought that you would really dare to show up and even bring a helper with you. However, you are going to die today and your helper will die together with you. Release that evil spirit of yours. We will kill them all today to avenge my seventh prince. Yuni spoke aloud. His whole body was filled with killing intent. Since Zhou Xian had appeared, it couldn't be any better. He had been waiting for this moment. Even if Zhou Xian brought an intermediate immortal emperor helper, he wouldn't care. After all, he wasn't the one fighting the battle. Apart from Cao Jiao, there were 4 intermediate immortal emperors and 70 to 80% early immortal emperors on their side. Such a formation was destructive to anyone. As you wish. Blood Demon King, come out now. Zhou Xian yelled. The Blood Demon King rushed out of the Zulong Tower immediately. As soon as the Blood Demon King appeared, he pounded his chest with both hands, exuding an incomparably violent qi. A bloodthirsty evil spirit like the Blood Demon was born for slaughter and battle. It had almost gone mad from staying in the Zulong Tower. Every time it was released by Zhou Xian, the Blood Demon would unleash its violent qi through brutal slaughter. As a matter of fact, given Zhou Xian's current cultivation base, he didn't need the Blood Demon King anymore. He alone could handle the situation, but in such a formation the Blood Demon King could still play a great role. Zhou Xian didn't intend to let any of the geniuses of the 3 major powers go, including those early immortal emperors. Later he would deal with Cao Jiao, while the Blood Demon King alone could kill all of them. Yun Yi, it seems like you have been defeated by such a thing. How shameful. Gadfly of Corpse Yin sect spoke in a strange tone. One had to admit that the people of Corpse Yin sect were really annoying. They didn't even forget to ridicule their own allies. Yun Yi darted a glance at Gadfly and didn't hide his disgust. If it wasn't because he had to join forces with Corpse Yin sect to kill Zhou Xian, he was afraid that he wouldn't even talk to Gadfly. Gadfly was the same as Yun Yi, both of them were intermediate immortal emperors. On the side of Divine Line sect, apart from Ling Du, there was another intermediate immortal emperor. His name was Ling Qiui, a rare genius of Divine Line sect. Just like Yang Lang of Great Qian Empire, he had come to the Golden Horizon 5 years ago. His face was gloomy and he seemed to be in a very bad mood. Ling Qiui wasn't in a bad mood because of Zhou Xian, but because of himself. As someone who had come to the Golden Horizon for the 2nd time, he had been here for so many days. Almost half of the time had passed since the opening of the Golden Horizon, but he, Ling Qiui, still hadn't obtained anything, just some small treasures that he couldn't care less about. Seeing his junior brother Ling Du advancing to the intermediate immortal emperor realm through a fortuitous encounter, he felt even more depressed. Additionally, he knew that there would be more treasures appearing at the end of the Golden Horizon. At that time there would be more powerful geniuses. Many geniuses with great luck would advance to the late immortal emperor realm. It wasn't strange at all for half-step immortal venerables to appear. If he still couldn't obtain any benefits and advance to the late immortal emperor realm, his future wouldn't be easy. This was because Ling Qiui was very clear that an intermediate immortal emperor would no longer be eye-catching at the end of the Golden Horizon. Ling Qiui's face was filled with killing intent. It seemed like he was going to vent all his depression on Zhou Xian and the others. Enough nonsense. Let's attack together and kill Zhou Xian. Ling Du yelled. Let me go first. Jejia. Gadfly let out a gloomy smile and was the first to rush at Zhou Xian. He was very confident in his own ability. Anyone would have to be careful when facing the means of Corpse Yin sect. Amit Ba. Tyrant put his palms together and took a step forward. Upon seeing this, Zhou Xian just smiled and looked at Gadfly with a pitiful gaze. The cultivation technique of Corpse Yin sect was evil. Tyrant had a pure affinity with Buddha. He was a true monstrous genius of Buddha sect and possessed several powerful Dharma seals of Buddha sect. Given Tyrant's combat strength, Gadfly had no chance of winning against him. Hong Long. Tyrant struck out. His body was covered with dazzling Buddha light. Under the illumination of this Buddha light, Gadfly's evil cultivation technique was immediately suppressed. Tyrant struck out the immovable Lion King seal. This kind of Dharma seal of Buddha sect was supreme and incomparably powerful. Could suppress all evil in the world. With Tyrant's current ability, he struck out the phantom of the immovable Lion King. An enormous Lion King of Buddha sect pressed down like a mountain, crashing onto Gadfly's body. Gadfly was overly confident at the beginning. He didn't dodge at all. He didn't expect that Tyrant would be so powerful. He had once fought with an eminent monk of White Dragon Temple. Although his chi would be slightly suppressed, Gadfly didn't care about it at all. Plus he still had powerful corpse puppets on him. But now Gadfly was appalled. His eyes were filled with intense fear, because he discovered that this monk was completely different from the eminent monk of White Dragon Temple that he had fought before. This was the true Orthodox Buddha sect. Arg. The immovable Lion King seal struck Gadfly's body. The Buddha light seemed to have turned into endless flames, wanting to incinerate an evil person like Gadfly from the inside out. Gadfly let out a blood-curdling scream. Then the immovable Lion King seal exploded. Gadfly was blasted into two halves. Blood spurted out crazily. His internal organs tumbled out. It was extremely disgusting. One strike. Tyrant had killed Gadfly with a single strike. An intermediate immortal emperor genius of Corpse Ean sect couldn't even put up the slightest resistance in front of Tyrant. He didn't even have the time to release his corpse puppets before he was killed. Wah! The scene frightened everyone, causing an uproar. Everyone looked at Tyrant with eyes full of horror. They felt like they were in a dream. That was an intermediate immortal emperor expert, but he was killed by a single palm just like that. Tyrant's action was just too fast. No one had expected the ending. When they reacted, Gadfly was already dead. Ling Du Yunyi and the others were dumbfounded. Perhaps in their point of view, given Gadfly's strength, even if he couldn't defeat the opponent, at least he wouldn't die in the first exchange. My God! Where did this monk come from? How can he be so powerful? He's the monstrous genius of White Dragon Temple. He must be from White Dragon Temple. Otherwise he wouldn't be so powerful. It's not Gadfly's fault. It's not that this monk is so powerful that he's undefeatable. It's just that Tyrant's pure Buddha chi has a great restraining effect on Gadfly's evil chi. That's why such an outcome happened. Chapter 1621. Yang Bufan, who was at the back, also opened his mouth wide in horror. He had seen how powerful Tyrant was back in Evil Abyss, but he didn't think that Tyrant would be this terrifying. Just now he had fought with Niu Meng and the other three, so he knew how powerful Niu Meng was. Even if Tyrant had a special method to restrain Niu Meng, he was still killed with a single palm strike. This was too shocking. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death. Damned monk, it seems like you are tired of living. How dare you kill the people of my Corpse Ean sect? I'd like to see how powerful your Buddha sect's cultivation method is. Chao Jio was infuriated. There was no way he wouldn't be angry. Tyrant had killed Niu Meng, a genius of Corpse Ean sect, in front of him. This was no different from slapping his own face. He felt that he had lost all his face. He had to kill Tyrant with his own hands to redeem his face. Chao Jio's chi soared as he charged towards Tyrant. According to his previous plan, he wasn't going to make a move. After all, he felt that he was too high and mighty to make a move. He only needed to watch Niu Meng and Ling Du attack while he controlled the situation. But now he had to make a move. He had to kill this monk with his own hands. Amit Ba. Tyrant clasped his palms together. His body was filled with Buddha light. He was ready to attack again. Given his current strength, he wouldn't be inferior to Chao Jio. If he used the light Buddha body, he would be able to restrain Chao Jio completely. Let me do it. Jiang Chen pulled Tyrant back. He was prepared to kill Chao Jio personally. Although Chao Jio was incomparably powerful in the eyes of others, Jiang Chen didn't put him in his eyes at all. He was confident that he could kill Chao Jio. Pong. A surge of ancient and terrifying power suddenly gushed out from Jiang Chen's body. Immediately, Jiang Chen's body exploded. He used his dragon transformation and launched a true dragon palm at Chao Jio. A puny little immortal king dares to fight me? Courting death. Chao Jio was enraged. He felt that he was being looked down on. Even an immortal king dared to oppose him. This made him extremely furious. Chao Jio swung a black hand at Jiang Chen's crimson dragon claw. In his opinion, this attack was more than enough to tear this arrogant dragonoid into pieces. Did the other party think that he could stand against him after activating a transformation skill to increase his strength? Chao Jio was simply ignorant. Rumble. A layer of flames covered the surface of the blood-colored dragon claw and it clashed against Chao Jio's black-colored palm. Formidable energy waves surged out and even space itself was shattered. Terrifying shock waves spread out in all directions. If it weren't for the fact that the two of them had opened up a new battlefield in the sky, many of the cultivators below would have been affected by the shock waves. The consequences of that would be unimaginable. After coming into contact with Jiang Chen's flames, the power of the originally eerie black hand instantly weakened by half. Then it was directly torn apart by the dragon claw. Looking at Jiang Chen, he was still as imposing as ever. His entire body was emitting an overbearing aura that soared to the sky. He did not seem to be at a disadvantage even after a simple clash with Chao Jiu. "What?" Chao Jiu exclaimed. The way he looked at Jiang Chen had completely changed. There was no longer any contempt in his eyes. Instead, it was replaced with a trace of solemnity. He had never thought that a puny little immortal king would actually be able to erupt with such powerful combat strength. Under the situation where there was such a huge gap between them, Jiang Chen was able to fight to a draw with him. This was simply an unimaginable miracle. By God! This Jiang Chen is too amazing. No wonder Yun Yi and Ling Du care so much about Jiang Chen. Now it seems that he is clearly a peerless monster. This is too terrifying. To be able to fight to a draw with Chao Jiu with just the cultivation base of an immortal king, this is a heavenly miracle. No one wasn't shocked. The fact that Jiang Chen and Chao Jiu could fight to a draw was even more shocking than Tyrant killing Gadfly with a single palm strike, because these were two completely different changes. It was understandable for Tyrant to kill someone at the same cultivation base as him, but it was too abnormal for Jiang Chen to fight Chao Jiu, who was at a higher cultivation base than him. Ling Du and Yun Yi's facial expression changed slightly. They had once witnessed the power of Jiang Chen. Now it seemed that Jiang Chen had improved a lot and had reached the level where he could contend against Chao Jiu. This made them even more determined to get rid of Jiang Chen. Such a monstrous genius would only bring him endless troubles if he was allowed to live. "Brother Chao, this man can't be underestimated," Yun Yi urged. "Humph, a peerless genius. Today I, Chao Jiu, will strangle such a genius in the cradle. The two of you will attack together and kill that monk in Yongbufan. I will kill this arrogant brat." Chao Jiu harumphed coldly and erupted. The skulls on his robe let out ferocious roars. Each of them seemed to have come to life. Gusts of chilly wind blew. Along with endless chi waves, he struck out a huge ghost face, rushing towards Jiang Chen. Evil and crooked cultivator. Can't even withstand a single blow. Jiang Chen's eyes sparkled without the slightest fear. The heavenly saint sword appeared in his hand with a clang. Boundless flames surged as he slashed at the ghost face. Although he could restrain Chao Jiu, he couldn't deny the scariness of Chao Jiu. This was the first time that Jiang Chen fought a late immortal emperor. He was somewhat looking forward to it. Therefore he was prepared to use Chao Jiu to test his combat strength. As for the situation below, he wasn't worried at all. Tyrant's combat strength was beyond any one of them. Plus he had the help of the Blood Demon King. With the cooperation of the Blood Demon King and Tyrant, it wouldn't be a problem for them to stop the three intermediate immortal emperors. As for those early immortal emperor geniuses, even if Yang Bufan was injured, he would still be able to deal with them. At least he wouldn't have any problem keeping himself alive. "Let's attack together and kill them." This monk only killed Gadfly because the cultivation technique of Buddha sect can restrain the cultivation technique of Corpsine sect. In fact, this monk isn't that scary. "Ling Du, you go and stop that evil creature. Ling Chui, the two of us will kill that monk. The rest of you go and kill Yang Bufan." Yun Yi spoke aloud like an expert in arranging troops, but one had to admit that Yun Yi's arrangement was undoubtedly the best. According to the opponent's situation, Tyrant was the most powerful one. Two of them were needed to attack together. The evil creature alone could hold it off, while the rest of the early immortal emperors would go and kill the injured Yang Bufan. Chapter 1622. Because Jiang Chen was just too scary. Not to mention Yun Yi and Ling Du, even Ling Chui could deeply feel the terror of Jiang Chen. Everything about Jiang Chen was known from Ling Du. It could be said that Ling Chui didn't care about it at all. After all, hearing and seeing were two completely different things. Now Jiang Chen was able to fight Chao Jiu, which made Ling Chui feel that it was necessary to kill Jiang Chen. Such a person grew too fast and was exceedingly monstrous. If they didn't get rid of him this time, who knew how terrifying Jiang Chen would become the next time they encountered him? If they allowed Jiang Chen to continue growing, he would become a great threat to their sect sooner or later. They knew this very well. For a moment, all the experts unleashed their powerful combat strength. A cruel war was about to begin. According to the previous arrangement, Yun Yi and Ling Qiu would attack Tyrant from the left and right, Ling Du would deal with the Blood Demon King, and the rest of the early immortal emperors began to besiege Yongbufan. Now that Jiang Qin had been lured here, they wouldn't show any mercy to Yongbufan. Grandpa Monk will send you all to the pure land of Nirvana. Tyrant spoke with a solemn face. His facial expression didn't change in the slightest when he saw the two great experts attacking him. Instead, his eyes glowed with the light of battle. He waved both of his hands at the same time, casting out the Supreme Dharma King seal of Buddha sect, Akalanatha seal and Immovable Dharma King seal. The two Supreme Dharma seals unleashed extremely powerful chi waves, striking at Ling Qiui and Yun Yi respectively. What a powerful monk. Their facial expression changed slightly. Only after facing Tyrant head-on did they know how terrifying Tyrant was. They finally understood why Gadfly was killed by Tyrant with a single palm strike. Even if they were to defend against the powerful Dharma seals of Buddha sect, they would still pale in comparison, let alone Gadfly who was being restrained. Both of them didn't dare to be negligent. They casted out their most powerful immortal skills to fight Tyrant. Hong Long. The violent energy shockwaves caused the void to explode, creating one big hole after another. The cold aura sent chills down everyone's spines. Thud thud thud. Under such a powerful attack, Yun Yi and Ling Qiui were forced to retreat over a dozen steps before they could stabilize themselves. Both of their expressions were extremely ugly. They were still forced to retreat even though they were fighting 2 against 1. Could be seen just how powerful the monk was. On the other side, the Blood Demon King roared, also suppressing Ling Du perfectly. Apart from them, those early immortal emperors who had joined forces to kill Yongbufan also found it hard to get close to Yongbufan's body. As the saying goes, a starving camel is still bigger than a horse. Although Yongbufan was injured, he still wasn't someone these people could deal with. Incredible. These fellows are way too monstrous. By the looks of it, it will be very difficult for Chao Jiao and the others to kill Jiang Qin and the others. I can already tell that the monk is extremely terrifying. Even if Yun Yi and Ling Qiu joined forces, they would still not be a match for him. That evil spirit is also extremely powerful. Seems like even Ling Du will be suppressed. Unless Chao Jiao kills Jiang Qin, the consequences will be hard to say. That's right, they're all too abnormal, terrifyingly strong. Those onlookers were so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. Originally, there was no suspense in the battle, but now there were signs of a reversal. How could they not be surprised? Brother Ling, this monk is very powerful. Don't hold back anymore. Yun Yi spoke. Immediately, a combat sword appeared in his hand while an iron fan appeared in Ling Qiui's hand. Both of them were incomparably powerful immortal weapons. After the two of them sensed the terror of the monk, they didn't dare to be negligent anymore. They exerted their full strength and lunged at the monk again. In the sky, the battle between Jiang Qin and Chao Jiao had reached its climax. Jiang Qin was holding the combat sword upside down, slashing at Chao Jiao constantly. His combat sword was like a dragon. The body of the sword was covered with raging flames that were enough to burn everything, including the qi emitted by Chao Jiao. Chao Jiao had used all the terrifying and ruthless means of Corpsine sect, but none of them could stop the combat sword of Jiang Qin. As a result, Chao Jiao was forced to retreat step by step, falling into a disadvantageous position. Fuck. Chao Jiao was truly enraged. He couldn't help but curse out loud. To anyone, such a battle would be incomparably sullen. His combat strength was firmly suppressed and he simply couldn't unleash his full strength. The raging flames seemed to be specially used to suppress him, causing him to feel incomparably uncomfortable. What made Chao Jiao feel even more uncomfortable was that, given his cultivation base and strength, he was actually being suppressed by an immortal king. This was like a fucking dream. A scene that he wouldn't even be able to dream of. Chao Jiao, you will die for sure today. If you have any powerful means, hurry up and use them. Otherwise, I'm afraid you won't even have the time to use them. Jiang Chen's aura was unparalleled. The heavenly saint sword transformed into a dragon. Holding the dragon's tail, he slashed at Chao Jiao unceasingly. Every attack would leave a deep mark in the void. Corpse puppet, come out. Both of Chao Jiao's eyes turned red, feeling extremely sullen. He had no choice but to release his corpse puppet. This was something that he had just obtained not long ago and had successfully refined. Given the current situation, even if he didn't want to admit it, it had become a fact that he couldn't defeat Jiang Qin. However, he couldn't afford to lose. If he was really defeated by an immortal king today, he would have no face to return to Corpsine sect, and no face to continue living in East Xuanyu. An extremely powerful corpse puppet appeared. It was also a late immortal emperor. As soon as it appeared, it pounced at Jiang Chen. In Chao Jiu's point of view, he didn't believe that he couldn't defeat Jiang Chen if he joined forces with the corpse puppet. Just in time. Jiang Chen bellowed. The Qilin arm was struck out. His footsteps were mysterious and his speed was extremely fast. In just a blink he had already arrived in front of the corpse puppet. I'm not going to play with you anymore. Go to hell. The Qilin divine arm was completely formed from raging flames. It was the fusion of 3 types of supreme flames, the perfect fusion of the true dragon palm and the Qilin divine arm. Such a fierce and powerful attack smashed onto the body of the corpse puppet. Hong Long. The corpse puppet didn't even have the chance to resist before it was killed by Jiang Chen's Qilin divine arm and burned into ashes. Upon seeing this, Chao Jiu was dumbfounded. Initially, he wanted to join forces with the corpse puppet to deal with Jiang Chen, but he had never thought that Jiang Chen would act so quickly, not giving him any chance to cooperate with the corpse puppet. What he didn't expect was that apart from the combat sword in Jiang Chen's hand, he also had such a powerful attack that caused the corpse puppet to die instantly. Bastard! You killed my corpse puppet and destroyed my painstaking efforts. Chapter 1623. Don't even think about leaving. The scene was shaken once more. Jiang Chen's strength had once again raised the shock of everyone to another level. The fact that he could force the late immortal Emperor Chao Jiu to retreat was already shocking enough. Now Jiang Chen had shattered Chao Jiu's corpse puppet with a single strike. Could he be any crazier? One should know that Chao Jiu's corpse puppet wasn't as simple as an ordinary puppet. It had the strength of a late immortal emperor. Even if it didn't cooperate with Chao Jiu, it was already powerful enough in a one-on-one battle. Who would have thought that such a powerful corpse puppet would be shattered by Jiang Chen in a single strike? The scene was simply too shocking. How could this be? How could that Jiang Chen be so powerful? It's the flame in his hand. His flame is extremely powerful. I have heard from the 7th prince that the reason why he was defeated by Jiang Chen in Genius Prefecture of Great Qian Empire was because his flame was too powerful. I believe that his flame had a tremendous suppression on Chao Jiu, just like how Tyrant restrained Gadfly. Under such suppression, Chao Jiu couldn't exert his full combat strength during the battle. That's why he wasn't a match for Jiang Chen. Ling Du and Ling Chui couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. Yun Yi thought of the key point. Back then, when Yun Zhangxiao went to Great Qian Empire to challenge the geniuses of Dan Prefecture, he was defeated by Jiang Chen. Or more precisely, he was defeated by the flame in Jiang Chen's hand. During the battle between Jiang Chen and Chao Jiu, he had clearly seen that Jiang Chen's flame was the combination of 3 types of supreme flames. Such a flame was the nemesis of Corpsine sect. Its suppression was much stronger than Tyrant's. That was why Chao Jiu was killed as soon as he released his corpse puppet. But no matter what the reason was, it seemed unrealistic to rely on Chao Jiu to kill Jiang Chen today. Additionally, Jiang Chen's speed of growth had exceeded their imagination. Given Jiang Chen's current combat strength, even Chao Jiu was no match for him, let alone them. Such a situation made the 3 of them feel incomparably uncomfortable. They had missed a chance to kill Jiang Chen. If they couldn't kill him today, they were afraid that Jiang Chen would grow to a terrifying extent the next time they encountered him. At that time they were afraid that it would be their doomsday. Blood Demon, you go and kill the others. I'll deal with these 3. When Tyrant saw Jiang Chen killing the corpse puppet, he knew that Chao Jiu would die for sure today. According to Jiang Chen's habit, he wouldn't let any of the geniuses of the 3 major powers go. Not a single one of them would be able to escape today. Additionally, Yang Bufan had been besieged by the early immortal emperors and was in a difficult position. If he was in his prime, these geniuses wouldn't even be enough to fill the gap between his teeth, but the current situation was different. Yang Bufan had been seriously injured. He couldn't even exert 1/10 of his combat strength. Additionally, the more intense the battle, the more serious his injuries would be, which would affect his recuperation in the future. On the other hand, each of the early immortal emperor geniuses was as ferocious as tigers. They kept attacking Yang Bufan. If this continued, Yang Bufan's life would be in danger. Therefore it was the most suitable time to let the blood demon take action. His strength was tyrannical and his means were ferocious. Once he attacked, it would be the doomsday of those geniuses. As for Ling Du's side, Tyrant alone was enough to deal with the three of them. Given Tyrant's current strength, it wouldn't be a problem for him to fight the three of them alone. By the time Jiang Qin killed Chao Jiao, the blood demon would have killed all the early immortal emperors. At that time it would be hard for Yun Yi and the other two to escape. As a matter of fact, the current situation was just as Tyrant had expected, because he knew Jiang Chen's ability all too well. As long as Chao Jiao was dead, everyone would be finished. If Yun Yi and Ling Chui wanted to live, they still had a chance to escape now. Unfortunately, the three of them didn't seem to have the intention to leave at this moment, because they were still very confident in their strength in Chao Jiao. At least they felt that Chao Jiao wouldn't be killed by Jiang Chen. However, this kind of confidence would only harm themselves in the end. Upon hearing Tyrant's words, the blood demon roared wildly, got rid of Ling Du and lunged at the others. "Where do you think you're going?" Ling Du bellowed and lunged at the blood demon. At this moment he must never let the blood demon deal with the others. Otherwise it would be the real doomsday for those people. He had fought the blood demon for a long time and knew his strength very well. Once he lunged at the blood demon, he would be like a tiger in a flock of sheep. Amit Ba. Tyrant put his palms together. With a sway of his body he appeared in front of Ling Du, completely cutting off Ling Du's path of escape, leaving Ling Du no way to stop the blood demon. "Damned monk, you're courting death." Ling Du's face was filled with ferocity and overbearingness. He struck out a palm at Tyrant, then yelled at Yun Yi and Ling Chui, "One of you will deal with that evil creature." Needless to say, Yun Yi had already lunged at the evil creature. They weren't fools. They knew the seriousness of the situation. If they wanted to kill the blood demon, those people would die for sure. To the major powers of East Xuanyu, an early immortal emperor was a rare supreme genius. The death of any one of them would be a great loss. Humph. Tao Light Buddha Body, Kingdom of Buddha. Tyrant harumphed coldly. He was completely enraged. Instantly he casted out the powerful Tao Light Buddha body. His body grew a few times taller. His body was covered in dazzling golden light, making him look like a supreme arhat. At the same time, Tyrant struck out the Kingdom of Buddha. It was a technique that was equivalent to a domain. Countless pure Buddha light formed a huge domain enveloping the three of them. Then he used the Tao Light Buddha body to suppress it. The three of them instantly felt tremendous pressure. "Damn it! How can this monk be so terrifying?" Yun Yi cursed, feeling the urge to cough up blood. He was currently being shrouded by the Kingdom of Buddha and was being suppressed by the Tao Light Buddha body. There was no way for him to deal with the blood demon. He could only stay and fight Tyrant. "Let's join forces and kill this monk. I don't believe he's so powerful that he can fight the three of us alone." Ling Chui unleashed all of his powerful qi. The iron fan in his hand produced a gust of wind, striking out waves of powerful energy at Tyrant. At the same time, Ling Du and Yun Yi joined forces on the left and right. The three intermediate immortal emperors unleashed all of their techniques. Terrifying energy interweaved into a huge net. It was colorful and extremely beautiful, but such energy was absolutely not something to be admired because it was fatal. Amit Ba. In the face of the three's powerful attacks, Tyrant wasn't afraid at all. He took out a string of Buddha beads from his neck. Each of the Buddha beads was branded with ancient and mystical Sanskrit. Under Tyrant's control, the Buddha beads turned into weapons. The Buddha beads continued to grow in size like a heavenly circle. The vibrations caused cracks to appear in the void. Then it smashed towards the energy net formed by the three of them. Hong Long. The heavens and earth shook. Huge holes were created one after another in the void. Black air currents kept drifting out from the inside of the void. The scene was horrifying. What was even more shocking was that Tyrant didn't seem to be in a disadvantageous position despite fighting the three of them alone. By God! How heaven-defying is this monk? I have seen the eminent monks of White Dragon Temple before, but none of them were as terrifying as him. He must be a monstrous genius of Buddha sect, a rare and peerless genius of White Dragon Temple. He has an incomparable affinity with Buddha and possesses many powerful combat skills of Buddha sect. Look at that powerful Buddha body. It's almost the same as the legendary golden body Arhat. This is truly a heaven-shaking reversal. The experts of the three major powers have been hell-bent on luring Zhou Xian out. Now the situation has been completely reversed. Cao Jiu doesn't seem to be a match for Zhou Xian. Tyrant isn't in a disadvantageous position despite fighting the three of them alone. The moment that Evil Soul made his move, the lives of the others will be in danger. No one wasn't shocked. All the spectators had their mouths wide open. They were all geniuses and had seen many heaven-defying geniuses, but today they had seen two of them at once. Tyrant was still fine as he had a higher cultivation base after all. Zhou Xian was the one that they couldn't understand and accept, because Zhou Xian was merely a late immortal king. It seemed like he was able to suppress Cao Jiu, who was a late immortal emperor. Just the thought of it made their scalp tingle. Even if Zhou Xian had a powerful transformation technique that could increase his combat strength, and even if Zhou Xian had flames that could restrain Cao Jiu, such a battle was still too terrifying. On the other side, the mighty Blood Demon King rushed into the battlefield. Its terrifying sharp claws grabbed the head of an early immortal emperor genius. No, that genius exclaimed in horror. That was the fear that came from the bottom of his heart, because he found out that he was being controlled by the Blood Demon King. He didn't even have the chance to move. As long as the Blood Demon King wanted to, his head could be crushed at any time. The Blood Demon King didn't disappoint him because in the next moment the Blood Demon King crushed his head. That genius let out a final wail. Blood gushed out wildly, leaving behind the last dazzling color in this world. Brr. The Blood Demon King roared again and again. He attacked from both sides, not giving his opponent any chance to react. Two more geniuses were killed. Killing early immortal emperors was as easy as killing ants. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. 3 of the 8 geniuses were killed in a blink of an eye. Only then did the remaining 5 regain their senses. Each and every one of them was frightened out of their wits. How could they still have the slightest fighting spirit? Yang Bufan couldn't be bothered anymore. Immediately they fled in all directions. Brr. The Blood Demon King had gone berserk. Endless blood chi was unleashed from his body, forming a huge energy net that sealed the entire battlefield. This was an absolute suppression. No one could escape. The 5 geniuses struggled violently as though they had fallen into a quagmire, but to no avail. In the sky, Cao Jiu saw everything. The shock on his face couldn't be concealed at all. Cao Jiu, none of you can leave today. All of you will die here. Chapter 1624. At this moment, Cao Jiu's facial expression was incomparably unsightly. Given his eyesight, he could see that all those early immortal emperor geniuses were finished. None of them would be able to survive. Ling Du and the other 2 had been completely restrained by Tyrant and couldn't come to their rescue. As for himself, he was entangled by Zhou Xian. Cao Jiu was now in the mood to vomit blood. Gadfly was already dead. If a few more members of the corpse insect were to die, the loss would be unimaginable. He who had always been so confident and arrogant felt powerless for the first time. He originally thought that he could completely control the situation, but now it seemed that it was not the case at all. A real evildoer was far more terrifying than he had imagined. Zhou Xian asked that evil creature to stop. Let's forget about today's matter. We won't make things difficult for you any longer. Cao Jiu gritted his teeth and spoke. He was a very shrewd man. Even though he hated Zhou Xian to the bone, he could still choose to compromise and give up on the revenge of the corpse puppet. Such a man was undoubtedly very scary. There weren't many people who could remain calm at this moment. However, to Cao Jiu this was something that he had no other choice. He absolutely didn't want to compromise, but the current situation had completely exceeded his expectation. If this continued, he had the confidence to escape, but all the geniuses of corpse insect would be killed. This wasn't what he wanted to see. Haha. Compromise. Cao Jiu, do you think you are qualified to do so? I have already said that none of you will be able to leave today. You Cao Jiu are no exception. Zhou Xian burst into laughter. What a joke. Cao Jiu wanted to compromise at this moment, but Zhou Xian naturally wouldn't allow it. Zhou Xian had never left any future troubles when he did things. His enemies must be exterminated, especially the geniuses of corpse insect. He would never show any mercy to them, because Zhou Xian knew very well that if he fell into the enemy's trap, he would certainly end up miserably. There was absolutely no chance for him to compromise. Xianxia, don't go too far. Don't think that you have the ability to kill me just because you killed my corpse puppet. You won't have a good ending if you insist on a life and death struggle. Xiao Jiu spoke maliciously. Even at this moment he still had some confidence in himself. While Xiao Jiu and Xianxia were talking, another 3 people died in the hands of the Blood Demon King. 2 of them were from Cultivation sect. The remaining 2 were from Great Cloud Empire and Divine Line sect. Although they were still alive, they weren't far from death. At this point, everyone from the Corpse sect, including Niu Meng, was dead except for Xiao Jiu. Bastard. Xiao Jiu cursed loudly and released the gloomy and cold aura from his body in an instant. This time he was completely enraged. The last bit of reason he had almost collapsed. This was the biggest defeat he had ever experienced in his life. It would become the greatest shame of his life. Even if he managed to escape, today's battle would leave an unerasable shadow in his heart. In fact, it was already an extravagant hope for Xiao Jiu to escape. Xianxia had never thought about giving Xiao Jiu any chance. At this moment Xiao Jiu couldn't pose any pressure to Xianxia at all. Neither could Xianxia regard him as an opponent. Clang. A crescent moon scimitar appeared in Xiao Jiu's hand. The black crescent moon scimitar was emitting an incomparably gloomy and cold light. This was Xiao Jiu's natal immortal weapon. It was very terrifying. However, in the face of the blazing heavenly saint sword, the momentum of the crescent moon scimitar was obviously weakened and greatly suppressed. Xianxia, I'm going to kill you. Xiao Jiu injected all his energy into the crescent moon scimitar and slashed at Xianxia in the most ferocious manner. Howl. The scimitar produced an ear-piercing whistling sound. The void was sliced in half and it arrived in front of Xianxia in the blink of an eye. This was the blade of death. Even the aura it exuded carried the aura of death. In the face of this blade that carried the aura of death, Xianxia's countenance remained unchanged. Like a soaring god of war, he swung the heavenly saint sword. Hoo-hoo. The heavenly saint sword had completely turned into a heavenly sword. Endless flames surged around it like a fire dragon. The light it emitted was hundreds of meters long, piercing through the void. Qi waves surged and soared Qi sword into the sky, colliding with the crescent moon scimitar. Rumble. A large area of the void was annihilated in an instant. Destructive energy drifted everywhere. Xiao Jiu's power was too gloomy and cold. It couldn't cause any harm to Xianxia at all. The raging flames could even burn down Xiao Jiu's aura. This time Xiao Jiu was sent flying dozens of meters away. This result was within Xianxia's expectations. Because Xiao Jiu had lost his corpse puppet, he was already greatly affected. His combat strength was not as good as before. Coupled with the fact that his mind was in a mess, his attacks were even more disorganized. Coupled with the suppression from Xianxia's 3 supreme flames, Xiao Jiu could only be completely suppressed by Xianxia. Xiao Jiu, what other ability do you have to fight against me? Xianxia took a step forward like a peerless god of war. His eyes were like the scorching sun. Holding the long sword upside down, he arrived in front of Xiao Jiu in the blink of an eye and fiercely slashed down once again. Xianxia's movement was too fast and too fierce. Without any other choice, Xiao Jiu could only raise the crescent moon blade in his hand to meet the attack. Rumble. Another world-shaking collision occurred. Under Xianxia's ferocious attack, Xiao Jiu was sent flying again. This time he was sent flying dozens of meters away. Barf. Xiao Jiu spurted out a mouthful of blood. The arm that was holding the crescent moon blade was trembling violently. Xianxia's attack was too sharp. He couldn't bear it anymore. Xianxia let out a wild laugh. His battle sword once again arrived above Xiao Jiu's head and slashed down. Damn it! Xiao Jiu was about to go crazy. As a first-class genius of Cultivation sect, he had never experienced such a stifling battle. His combat strength had been completely suppressed by Xianxia. He couldn't use his full strength at all. Otherwise he wouldn't have ended up like this. He felt that even if Xianxia's combat strength was tyrannical, if he could use his full strength, Xianxia would definitely be no match for him. Unfortunately, there were no buts in this world. Reality was reality. In the face of Xianxia's ferocious attacks, he could only continue to resist. Clang. This time it was even more miserable than before. The crescent moon blade in Xiao Jiu's hand was directly sent flying. One of his arms was drenched with blood and he kept spurting out blood from his mouth. Chao Jiu, you're finished. Jiang Qin didn't show any mercy. His long sword slashed down once again. Chao Jiu awoke from his rage when he saw this, and then he shattered space with his bare hands with the intention of fleeing. He'd already disowned that only death would await him if he didn't leave now, and he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. He didn't know how a flawless trap would end up like this in the end, but he didn't have the time to think about all of this now. The most important thing was to stay alive. Don't you think it's too late to leave now? A sneer appeared on the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. If Chao Jiu had chosen to escape from the very beginning, Jiang Chen might not have been able to stop him. However, it was almost impossible for Chao Jiu to leave now. If he allowed Chao Jiu to leave like this, Jiang Chen would feel that he had lost too much face. The heavenly saint sword cut through the void and penetrated deep into the void. Suddenly, a miserable shriek rang out from within the void. Chao Jiu, who had already escaped into the void, was forced out by Jiang Chen. The terrifying long sword had cut off one of his arms. Jiang Chen, don't kill me. Chao Jiu was terrified. No one wanted to die. He didn't want to die either. What's the use of keeping you alive? Jiang Chen didn't want to talk nonsense with Chao Jiu. With a slash of the sword, Chao Jiu's head was severed. Then the full moon saber and identity brocade pouch fell into Jiang Chen's hand automatically. An incomparably powerful genius of Corpse Yin sect, an unparalleled late immortal emperor expert, had died tragically in the hands of Jiang Chen. The whole process was extremely sharp. Chao Jiu didn't have any strength to resist at all. Countless onlookers were shocked. This was an unexpected result. They were so shocked that they couldn't speak a word. After today's battle, the name of Jiang Chen would surely spread across the entire Golden Horizon. It was destined to establish the prestige of Jiang Chen. Arg. Almost at the same instant Chao Jiu was killed, two miserable shrieks were heard from the other side. The last two early immortal emperors didn't manage to escape and were crushed into pieces by the Blood Demon King. Yang Bufan gave the Blood Demon King a thumbs up. Amazing. Now Chao Jiu was dead. The 8 early immortal emperors were also dead. Only Yun Yi and the other 2 were left in the battlefield. But at this moment, their facial expression changed dramatically. They had never thought that Chao Jiu would be killed by Jiang Chen so quickly. It was supposed to be a well-planned massacre, but in the end they had buried themselves. Chao Jiu is dead. Run. Leng Chui shouted out loudly, then he turned around and ran. At this moment he couldn't care less about his face and he couldn't care less about killing Jiang Chen for revenge, because they no longer had the chance to do so. Even if they could escape, they would have to run away when they saw Jiang Chen in the future. All of you stay. None of you can leave. After killing Chao Jiu, Jiang Chen's chi was still as strong as before. The heavenly saint sword appeared in front of Yun Yi in an instant, cutting off his escape route. Leng Chui was also stopped by the Blood Demon King. Naturally, Ling Du wouldn't be able to escape either, because Tyrant wasn't a good-for-nothing. 3 against 3. A look of despair suddenly emerged on the faces of Yun Yi and the other 2. Tyrant and the Blood Demon King might not be very scary. After all, they could still escape if they couldn't win, but Jiang Chen was just too scary. If Jiang Chen could kill Chao Jiu, he could certainly kill them. Jiang Chen, do you really want to shed all pretense of cordiality? If you kill me, there will surely be a war between Great Qian Empire and Great Cloud Empire. Yun Yi spoke. Humph. Great Qian Empire has never been afraid of war. Chapter 1625. Seeing Yang Bufan's attitude, despair suddenly appeared on Yun Yi's face. That's right. If a war broke out, Great Qian Empire absolutely wouldn't be afraid. Whether it was in terms of national strength or financial resources, Great Qian Empire wasn't inferior to them. Besides, Yang Bufan's status in Great Qian Empire was much higher than Yun Yi's in Great Cloud Empire. Yang Bufan's attitude could also represent the attitude of Great Qian Empire. Did you hear that? I can confidently tell you that if a war breaks out, your Great Cloud Empire will face annihilation. Like a peerless general, Jiang Chen pierced his sword through Yun Yi's glabella and killed him. Not to mention Great Cloud Empire, all the geniuses he killed were geniuses from the 11 major powers of East Xuanyu. Jiang Chen didn't care about their background at all. Not to mention Great Cloud Empire, Jiang Chen wouldn't be afraid even if he had to face all the major powers. All along, Jiang Qin had offended too many major powers. Didn't Saint Origin Palace still fall into his hands? Amit Ba. With a chant of Buddha sect, Tyrant's Tao light Buddha body reached its peak. Like a huge mountain, it pressed down on Ling Chui, seriously injuring him. Ling Chui's mind was in a mess now. He couldn't support his full combat strength to fight Tyrant. Plus, Tyrant was too strong. He wasn't in a disadvantageous position even when fighting 3 enemies at the same time, so it was even easier for him to deal with Ling Chui, who was in a panic. Jiang Qin took a glance at Ling Chui and charged at Ling Du with his combat sword. As for Ling Chui, he was already finished. He wouldn't be able to escape from Tyrant's attack. There was no longer any need for Jiang Qin to make a move. At this moment, Ling Du was in the same state as Ling Chui. His mind was in a mess and all he could think of was to escape from here. Therefore, he was completely suppressed by the Blood Demon King and didn't have the strength to fight back. Now that Jiang Qin had joined the battle, Ling Du became a bird in a cage. Even if he had wings, he couldn't fly out. Ling Du, I let you escape last time. This time, even if you have 9 lives, you will still die here. Die. Jiang Chen's murderous aura soared to the sky. He did not give Ling Du the slightest chance. The long sword pierced through his body, and a violent destructive energy rushed out from Ling Du's body. No, Ling Du let out a final scream of despair. His entire body was destroyed by the terrifying sword qi, turning into a mist of blood. Jiang Qin collected their immortal weapons and brocade pouches. Ever since he entered the Golden Horizon, Jiang Qin had collected a lot of immortal weapons. Almost all the immortal weapons he killed had been collected by him and stored in the Zulong Tower. Although these immortal weapons were useless to Jiang Qin, they were all extremely high-grade immortal weapons. It would be a pity to throw them away. In any case, they were spoils of war. Arg. Right at the moment when Jiang Qin killed Ling Du, Ling Chui was brutally killed by Tyrant's Tao Radiance Buddha body. The Tao Radiance Buddha body originated from the God Trembling Monument. It was a supreme divine body and it was extremely frightening. Tyrant had just stepped into the Tao Radiance Buddha body, and could only unleash some superficial knowledge of it. If one day Tyrant could cultivate the Tao Radiance Buddha body to its peak state, the frightening degree of it would be unimaginable. After killing Ling Chui, Tyrant slowly retracted his qi and returned to his original appearance. In the state of the Tao Radiance Buddha body, he was like a peerless arhat, the incarnation of Buddha. At this point, all the experts of the 3 major powers who besieged Yongbufan had died tragically. None of them managed to escape. It was too tragic. To the 3 major powers, this was an extremely serious loss. The onlookers sighed. No one could have imagined that the inescapable net would turn into such an ending. Jiang Qin and the others who were not favored by the others had become the victors in the end, using the most ferocious means to kill all the enemies. Jiang Qin didn't stay here for too long. He left with Yongbufan looking for a quiet place. Little Qinzi, I didn't expect that your cultivation base has improved to such a terrifying level in just a few days. Now even Chaoju has been killed by you. If you continue to grow at this rate, I can't imagine how terrifying you will become one day. Yongbufan couldn't help but marvel at the terrifying speed of Jiang Chen's growth. He recalled the time when he met Jiang Chen for the first time in Evil Abyss. Jiang Chen was still a very insignificant figure. At that time, Jiang Chen was just like an ant in front of him, the evil lord. It had only been a short period of time, but that unknown figure had already surpassed him. Soon even he could only look up to Jiang Chen. Let's not talk so much first. This is a drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk. Take it quickly. After you finish refining the Great Earth Immortal Milk, not only will your injuries recover completely, your cultivation base will also advance to the peak of Intermediate Immortal Emperor Realm. Without saying another word, Jiang Qin took out a drop of Great Earth Immortal Milk and handed it to Yongbufan. Out of the 9 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk, he had refined 1, Lan Lingji had refined 1, Long Shisan had taken away 1, and now he had given 1 to Yongbufan. There were still 5 drops left. These were rare treasures that must be kept well. Yongbufan was now a brother who had gone through life and death together with Jiang Qin. Therefore, Jiang Qin wouldn't be stingy to Yongbufan. The stronger Yongbufan's cultivation base was, the more help he would be to Jiang Qin in the future. What? Great Earth Immortal Milk? Yongbufan exclaimed. His eyes immediately fell upon the Great Earth Immortal Milk. The pure and dense qi immediately made him feel refreshed. Sure enough, it's the great earth immortal milk. I never thought that such a rare treasure of the heavens and earth really exists. Little Chinzi, I never thought that you could get such a treasure. No wonder your cultivation base has improved so quickly. I have heard that this kind of immortal milk is formed by combining the essence of the heavens and earth. It's a supreme divine medicine of the heavens and earth. It has the effect of reviving the dead and regrowing the bones. You are right. After refining this great earth immortal milk, not only will my injuries recover quickly, my cultivation base will also advance to the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm. The benefits are just too great. Yang Bufan didn't stand on ceremony with Jiang Qin and took the drop of great earth immortal milk. He knew that there was no need for politeness between brothers. Plus he knew Jiang Qin's character. Jiang Qin would never take back what he had given away. Moreover, the fact that Jiang Qin was willing to give him the great earth immortal milk indicated that Jiang Qin had really treated him as a brother. Of course this was for sure. Otherwise he wouldn't have risked his life to save him today. A drop of great earth immortal milk was a great kindness. He Yang Bufan would accept this kind of friendship. Just as Jiang Qin rescued Yang Bufan on the other side, Long Shisan and Lan Lingji had also arrived at their destination. In front of them was an ancient city. It wasn't big, only a few miles in radius. Seemed like a castle. The ancient city had existed for a very long time. The outside of the city was full of traces. It was desolate and uninhabited, but at this moment they could sense a lot of qi from the inside of the city. It seemed like this city had been occupied by someone. Little sister Lingji, are you sure this is the place? Long Shisan asked. That's right. The message from the talisman is coming from this direction. There should be a lot of disciples of exquisite paradise trapped in this ancient city. I have no idea what's holding them back. Lan Lingji had a worried look because she had already sensed the qi of the disciples of exquisite paradise. There were at least 10 disciples of exquisite paradise in this ancient city. The distress signal was sent from here. Let me use my fiery golden eyes to check. Long Shisan's qi fluctuated. Immediately he was about to cast out his fiery golden eyes, but was stopped by Lan Lingji. Brother Shisan, don't. The qi of your fiery golden eyes is too strong. It's very likely to attract the attention of the enemies in the ancient city. If our people fall into the hands of the enemies, their lives may be in danger. Lan Lingji spoke worriedly. She had always been meticulous in doing things. Moreover, the lives of her people were now involved. She mustn't be careless. There seems to be a guard outside the ancient city. I'll catch one and ask him about the situation inside. Long Shisan retracted his fiery golden eyes. However, his eyesight was too good. He immediately spotted the hidden guard outside the ancient city and vanished in a flash. At this moment outside the ancient city, 2 youngsters dressed in flowery robes hid themselves very well. The 2 of them were currently chatting, laughing and joking. Hee hee. Our harvest this time isn't small. We've caught so many beauties at once. Why do you think the disciples of exquisite paradise and celestial flower valley are so good? Each of them is as beautiful as flowers. My heart is itching just by looking at them. One of them had a sinister smile on his face, as though he was about to drool at the thought of those beauties. That's for sure. East Xuanyu's exquisite paradise and celestial flower valley have long been in our sights. They are the biggest targets of our all-pleasure sect. Therefore, senior brother Yen has found this hidden ancient city as our base camp, constantly capturing the beauties of exquisite paradise and celestial flower valley. Kaka. The other man was also laughing evilly. Senior brother Yen has remarkable abilities. Yesterday he even caught the saintess of celestial flower valley. However, those beauties are still there and can't be touched. It really makes my heart itch. What do you know? Senior brother Yen has his own plan. After capturing the saintess of exquisite paradise, he will choose a good day and everyone will use the yin-yang union art to enhance the overall strength of our all-pleasure sect. I heard that the saintess of exquisite paradise is called Lan Lingji. She's a peerless beauty. Senior brother Yen has been drooling over her for a long time. The 2 of them chatted happily, not noticing that danger had already descended upon them. A shadow appeared silently in front of them. Their facial expression changed slightly. The smile on their faces froze instantly. Their bodies began to tremble because an unbearable force was pressing down on them like a mountain, making it hard for them to breathe, let alone cry for help. Papa. Chapter 1626. 10 miles away from the ancient city, Xian threw the two of them to the ground with a puff. These two were merely half-step immortal emperors. The gap between them and Xian was just too great. Just the pressure from his qi alone had already paralyzed them. They exchanged a glance with each other, then stood up tremblingly. Their eyes first fell on Lingji. Even in this critical moment, they were still shocked by Lingji's experience. For a moment, their eyes couldn't move away from Lingji. "I'll dig your eyes out if you continue to stare at me." Lingji spoke coldly. That kind of gaze was extremely annoying to her. If it wasn't because she wanted to know the situation in the ancient city from them, she would have already killed them with that gaze. The two of them shuddered and hastily retracted their gaze, turning to Xian. They didn't dare to look at Xian. They knew very well that it was this yellow-robed young man who caught them just now. Under his control, they didn't even have the chance to move. There was an insurmountable gap between them. "She's the saintess of exquisite paradise, Lingji," Xian said with a smile. He had heard every single word of their conversation. Even if they didn't say it, he could already guess the situation in the ancient city. "What? She's Lingji?" The two of them exclaimed at the same time. Their eyes couldn't help but look at Lingji again. This time they were both shocked and amazed. This Lingji was even more beautiful than the rumors. Sure enough, the reputation of the saintess of exquisite paradise wasn't just for show. "I'm going to ask you some questions now. If you dare to answer with a single lie, I'll kill you." Lingji Lung asked, "Who are you people?" "Saintess, we're from All Pleasure Sect in northern Xuanyu of ethereal immortal domain." One of them answered. "All Pleasure Sect? That disgusting force that specializes in stealing men and prostituting women?" All Pleasure Sect was notorious. Even in Eastern Profound Domain, Lingji had heard that each and every member of this sect was a lecher. They cultivated the art of harmonious union in order to improve their cultivation base. If that was all, it wouldn't be so detestable. After all, the things between men and women couldn't be any more normal. However, the members of this sect specialized in robbing men and prostituting women. Many of their disciples were looking for virgin girls to force themselves upon. Most of them were disdainful and disgusted when they mentioned All Pleasure Sect. This sect was even more detestable than Corpse Ean sect. Since the other party was from All Pleasure Sect, Lingji didn't find it strange that the disciples of Exquisite Paradise were captured and brought here. Among the 11 major powers in Eastern Profound Domain, the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley were all female. Moreover, each of them was as beautiful as a flower. So, it was normal for them to be targeted by All Pleasure Sect. "Tell me everything that happened in the ancient city. The more detailed, the better. Whoever doesn't tell me everything will die immediately." Lingji's qi fluctuated. The pressure of a late immortal emperor spread out. The two's facial expression changed drastically. Under such pressure, how would they dare to be negligent or conceal anything? "Saintess, please calm down. We've told you that a lot of people from All Pleasure Sect have entered the Golden Horizon. The disciples of All Pleasure Sect have long been drooling over the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley, but we didn't have any chance to come into contact with them. As such, the Golden Horizon is a great opportunity for us. That's why Senior Brother Yen has decided to attack you all. After we came in, we weren't in a hurry to look for any treasures. After Senior Brother Yen found this hidden ancient city, he began to capture the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. Currently, more than 20 people have been captured in the city, including the saintess of Celestial Flower Valley. "And you?" The man looked at Lingji's expression and wanted to say something. "Continue." Lingji's tone was ice cold. "Senior Brother Yen is determined to get you, saintess. So if you go to the city to save them, you will certainly not be able to return. Although Saintess is very strong, she's absolutely no match for Senior Brother Yen." The disciples spoke in a trembling voice, fearing that Lingji would kill them out of anger. The reason why the people of All Pleasure Sect stayed in this world was to enjoy the happiness of a family. Therefore they were most afraid of death. "What's the name of your Senior Brother Yen?" What's his cultivation base? And how many people are there in the ancient city? What's their cultivation base? Lan Lingji continued to ask. In her heart she had already sentenced this so-called senior brother Yen to death, and even all the people of all pleasure sect in the ancient city. Senior brother Yan's name is Yen Yulong, a late immortal emperor. There are a total of 50 people in the city, 2 late immortal emperors, 2 intermediate immortal emperors, and the rest are early immortal emperors and half-step immortal emperors. The disciple spoke honestly, not daring to hide anything. After that he stole a glance at the expression of Long Xian and Lan Lingji. Seeing the indifferent expression on their faces as though they didn't take all pleasure sect seriously, the disciple was somewhat surprised. In his point of view, they should be showing extreme shock or even fear after hearing such a lineup. As a matter of fact, if Lan Lingji was alone she would certainly be extremely worried, but with Long Xian by her side, it gave her a sense of security. She had witnessed the strength of Long Xian. A late immortal emperor was no match for him. Even Yi Peng of the immortal court had been killed by him. So many people. It seems like most of the people of all pleasure sect are here. Very well, I'll wipe you all out at once. Long Xian spoke in an incomparably relaxed manner. Wiping out a major power was a very satisfying thing. As far as I know, although all pleasure sect is a major power in North Xuanyu, its strength shouldn't be this tyrannical. Why are there so many geniuses in your sect? Lan Lingji asked curiously. Although all pleasure sect was a major power in North Xuanyu, its overall combat strength should be about the same as the 11 major powers in East Xuanyu. For example, a major power like Great Qian Empire. When they were in Golden Horizon, there wasn't a single late immortal emperor. There were only 2 intermediate immortal emperors, Yang Lang and Shan Cheng. All pleasure sect actually had 2 intermediate immortal emperors and 2 late immortal emperors. This was somewhat ridiculous. Because we have obtained some benefits in this ancient city, our overall strength has improved. Initially, senior brother Yen was the only late immortal emperor, but now he has already reached the peak of late immortal emperor realm. His means are very powerful. Experts of the same level aren't a match for him. If you all go in, you will only be courting death. Another person spoke. It's a pity for the treasure vault. Hearing that the other party's overall strength had advanced because of the treasure vault in the ancient city, Long Xian's tone couldn't help but be a little gloomy. It was truly a pity that the treasure vault had been completely absorbed by all pleasure sect. Even if they rushed in now, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to get anything. Brother Xian, what should we do now? Lan Lingji looked over at Long Xian. Now that everything had been clarified, the next thing they needed to do was to save the people. This was their main purpose of coming here. Currently, more than a dozen experts of Exquisite Paradise were imprisoned here, including those of Celestial Flower Valley. As Celestial Flower Valley had always been on good terms with Exquisite Paradise, they naturally couldn't just watch them die. That's easy. Since all pleasure sect has encountered me today, it will be their doomsday. Wipe them all out. Leave no one alive. Long Xian spoke in a relaxed tone, totally not putting all pleasure sect in his eyes. Lan Lingji had no doubt about this because Long Xian had the ability to do so. However, what she was worried about now was the safety of her own people. I'm worried that if we act now, the other party will use our people as a hostage. Lan Lingji knitted her brows. Long Xian nodded. This was indeed a problem worth considering. After all, the other party had 2 intermediate immortal emperors and 2 late immortal emperors. It was possible for them to kill all the experts of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley at the critical moment. In that case, it would be a great loss for them. Long Xian looked over at the 2 and asked, "Tell me, where are the people of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley being imprisoned?" "They are imprisoned in the central dungeon of the ancient city." The disciple of all pleasure sect answered, not daring to hide anything. "2 esteemed experts, we have said what we need to say. Can we leave now?" One of the disciples spoke in a submissive tone. Long Xian looked at the disciple as if he was looking at an idiot. What was this bastard thinking about? Why was he still leaving at this moment? Long Xian suddenly stretched out both of his hands and slapped on the foreheads of the 2. Their heads were crushed and they died on the spot. "Do you still want to leave at this moment? Sooner or later, Master Monkey will personally go to North Xuanyu and uproot all pleasure sect." The corner of Long Shisan's mouth revealed a hint of a cold smile. As a mighty battle saint ape just like De Huang Dog, he was a figure that was neither righteous nor evil. He was warlike and bloodthirsty by nature. In his eyes, killing had always been an extremely common thing. Brother Shisan, let's strike first in case something unexpected happens. Lan Lingji looked over at Long Shisan. She had already developed a sense of dependence on Long Shisan. After following Long Shisan, the saintess who was originally capable and decisive in her actions had started to follow Long Shisan's lead. Sister Lingji, let's split up now. Later I will break into the ancient city and start a massacre, drawing out that Yen Yulong and the other late immortal emperor expert. You will sneak into the dungeon to rescue them. Long Shisan spoke. This was the best solution given the current situation. After all, the ancient city was heavily guarded. Long Shisan would attract the enemies while Lan Lingji would find a way to sneak into the dungeon. As long as there weren't any late immortal emperors guarding the dungeon, given Lan Lingji's ability, she would be able to solve everything. Rescuing them wouldn't be a problem. Alright, it's settled then. Be careful. Lan Lingji nodded, feeling that Long Shisan's plan was feasible. Chapter 1627. The sky above the ancient city was quiet. All of a sudden, a silhouette descended from the sky. It was a yellow-robed man. He looked extremely handsome, especially his eyes, which were unusually bright. It was really rare for a man to have such a pair of beautiful eyes. The man looked to be in his 20s. He carried a dazzling golden iron staff on his shoulder. Both of his arms were hanging from the iron staff. He walked in the air, taking one step at a time into the ancient city. Soon he arrived at the inner region of the ancient city. Now that the ancient city had been completely occupied by all pleasure sect, the security was very tight. So the appearance of the man immediately attracted the attention of the disciples of all pleasure sect. Who's there? Someone shouted. 4 to 5 disciples of all pleasure sect rushed forward and blocked Dragon Shisan's path. The 5 of them were wearing colorful robes and looked very frivolous. They released their powerful chi and shouted at Dragon Shisan. Dragon Shisan, Dragon Shisan, Dragon Shisan, Dragon Shisan. Hehe. Long Shisan looked at them and chuckled. Without saying anything, he continued to walk forward step by step. Stop. I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? The leading disciple of all pleasure sect was a powerful early immortal emperor expert. He didn't seem to have a good temper. Seeing that Long Shisan ignored him and continued to walk forward, he was immediately infuriated. His chi was unparalleled. He didn't put these people in his eyes at all. This was the territory of all pleasure sect. There were true experts guarding this place. Ordinary people would only be courting death if they came here. Who would dare to behave atrociously here? Long Shisan didn't want to talk nonsense with the opponent, because the opponent didn't even have the qualification to talk to him. In a flash, he appeared in front of the early immortal emperor disciple and kicked out at lightning speed. The kick landed squarely on the crotch of the disciple. An explosive sound was heard. The lower part of the disciple's body immediately turned into a mist of blood. Arg! The disciple of all pleasure sect immediately covered his mouth with both hands and let out a blood-curdling scream. That scream didn't sound like it came from a human. It was just too miserable. Given how sharp Brother Monkey's kick was, ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand it. Long Shisan's kick had blown up the lower part of the disciple's body. The lower part of the body was the weakest part of a man. It couldn't bear a heavy blow at all. Long Shisan's kick had not only destroyed his lower part, but also his cultivation base. Before the remaining 4 of them could react, Long Shisan moved again. He kicked out 4 times at lightning speed. Every kick was incomparably accurate. Along with a wave of miserable screams, the 5 of them fell from the sky. Each of them held their lower parts and screamed miserably. Blood kept flowing out from their lower parts. The scene was extremely brutal. Haha. Your all-pleasure sect is going to become a sect of eunuchs. Long Shisan laughed aloud. Initially he wanted to start a massacre. Now it seemed that crippling them was more satisfying than killing them. The best way to torture a man wasn't to let him die, but to make him suffer a fate worse than death. To a man, nothing was crueler than losing the most important thing to a man, especially to the disciples of all pleasure sect. Long Xian had not only deprived them of the qualification to be a man, but also deprived them of their cultivation base, turning them into true trash. In this golden horizon, a person who was completely crippled would only end up with death. Arg! The miserable screams were so shrill that they resounded across the sky above the ancient city. It was impossible not to attract attention. The 5 of them were lying on their sides on the ground with their bodies arched like lobsters. Swish, swish, swish. Silhouettes of all pleasure sect rushed out from the ancient city. But when they saw the miserable state of the 5 people, their facial expression changed dramatically. Then they stared at Long Xian with incomparable anger. Son of Abd, are you the one who did this? One of them yelled. He was an intermediate immortal emperor expert who had an extremely high reputation in all pleasure sect. He was incomparably angry now. No one had ever dared to deal such a heavy blow to all pleasure sect. As the saying went, killing is merely a matter of nodding one's head to the ground. Is there anyone else here besides me? Long Xian shrugged, not putting the other party in his eyes at all. You're courting death. Who are you? The disciple of all pleasure sect bellowed. In his point of view, the other party was courting death for daring to come to this ancient city and severely injure the disciples of all pleasure sect. I'm the one who has come to send you on your way. Remember, I'm Long Xian. I will let you know the reason of your death. Remember to seek revenge from Brother Xian in your next life. Long Xian spoke word by word. His body began to emit a domineering aura. There was no need for him to conceal his identity. Brother Monkey had always done things this way. He slowly held the iron staff in his hand and smashed it at the other party. Bang! His action was too fast and too violent. The intermediate immortal emperor who had been shouting earlier was smashed to death by Long Xian. His head was smashed to pieces. He didn't even have the chance to let out a wail. He couldn't even withstand a single blow from Long Xian. What? The remaining people exclaimed. Each of them looked at Long Xian as though they had seen a ghost. Their eyes were filled with intense fear. They weren't fools. They knew that the opponent was just too strong. He wasn't someone they could fight. Hoo-hoo. The iron staff in Long Xian's hand was like a tiger. He spun a few circles and struck again. This time he didn't use the iron staff. Just like before, he turned into a dozen phantoms and launched countless kicks in the blink of an eye. Immediately wails were heard. All of a sudden, the disciples of all pleasure sect fell from the sky one by one, suffering the same treatment as the previous few. They were all crippled. Every kick of Long Xian landed on their lower body. In just a short period of time, another dozen were destroyed by Monkey. According to the 2 people outside the city, there were a total of 40 to 50 disciples of all pleasure sect here. This was just the beginning, but more than a dozen of them had already been killed by Long Xian. All pleasure sect, go and become eunuchs. Long Xian looked at the miserable scene below with a cold face. Then he raised the iron staff in his hand and smashed it at a palace in front of him. Hung long. Dust flew and raging flames filled the sky. A palace was smashed into ruins by Long Xian. Powerful silhouettes flew out from the center of the ancient city. Putting aside the movement of the staff, the miserable wails alone had alarmed everyone in the ancient city. Even the true experts couldn't sit still anymore. At this moment, a lot of disciples of all pleasure sect came out. All of them were dressed in colorful clothes. It looked very awkward for a group of men to be dressed like this. Chapter 1628. Although this man looked pompous, his cultivation base wasn't weak. He had already reached the terrifying late immortal emperor realm. Beside him was another late immortal emperor. Long Xian had seen through their cultivation base. Yan Yulong must be one of them. Who's Yan Yulong? Long Xian asked plainly. I am. Do you know me? The youth with the folding fan stared at Long Xian with a threatening gaze. The anger in his eyes couldn't be concealed at all. Judging from the other party's behavior, he seemed to have come for him. Long Xian glanced around and found that there were about 20 people here. Including the dozen that he had killed previously, there should still be a dozen of them left. He reckoned that they were guarding the people in the dungeon. However, as long as there wasn't a late immortal emperor in the dungeon, no one would be able to stop Lan Lingji. To Lan Lingji, rescuing the people would be a piece of cake. Currently, Long Shisan's action had completely attracted the attention of the people of All Pleasure sect, especially Yen Yulong and Yen Yulong. They wouldn't have thought that someone would sneak into the dungeon at this time. It seems like you're already here. Tell me, do you want to die or become eunuchs like them? Long Shisan asked as if he was talking about something that should be taken for granted. Judging from his expression, he was certain that these people of All Pleasure sect would die today. What an arrogant man. It has been a long time since someone dared to talk to us in such a tone. A puny intermediate immortal emperor is simply courting death. The late immortal emperor Lung Lung beside Yen Yulong spoke. He took a step forward. His body was filled with cold killing intent. This man looked incomparably coquettish, but he always exuded a disgusting qi. At least Long Shisan hated this man. There wasn't a single person in All Pleasure sect that Long Shisan didn't hate. The people of All Pleasure sect are really disgusting. Do you think you can touch the people of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley? Long Shisan Lung Lung said. So you came for those women. Unfortunately, if you didn't act, I might have given you a chance to join the He Huan sect and enjoy those fairies. But now you don't have that chance. You've hurt so many disciples of the He Huan sect. Even if you had 10 lives, it wouldn't be enough for you to die. Yen Yulong said faintly. He opened his folding fan and fanned it in front of his chest. I'm not interested in the All Pleasure sect. Let's see if you're lucky enough to die. Long Shisan raised his iron rod and aimed it at Yen Yulong. His behavior was full of provocation. Kill him. Yen Yulong closed his folding fan with a clatter. 2 rays of cold light shot out from his eyes as he gave an order to the late immortal emperor beside him. Although the man was also a late immortal emperor, he seemed to be following Yen Yulong's lead, not daring to show any neglect to Yen Yulong's order. All right. The man's qi fluctuated. All of a sudden he struck out a huge hand at Long Shisan. Upon seeing this, Long Shisan shook his head. This man's qi was light. Obviously he had just advanced to the late immortal emperor realm not long ago. There was a huge gap between him and Yi Peng. Long Shisan had only used 3 strikes to kill Yi Peng, but he only needed 1 strike to deal with this guy. Reckless fool. Dragon Shisan had a cold smile on his face. His movement was very simple. He raised his iron staff and smashed it down on the disciple of He Huan sect. Who? The violent air-breaking sound was like the roar of a mad dragon. The void was smashed into 2 halves. The energy that overflowed from the iron rod interweaved into a huge net. The huge net poured down, enveloping the disciple of All Pleasure sect, making it impossible for him to escape. Not good. The disciple wasn't a fool. He immediately felt the terrifying qi from Long Shisan. That was an extremely dangerous qi. He was sure that it could threaten his life, but it was already too late for him to avoid it. He could only face it head-on. Long Shisan's iron staff was indestructible. As soon as they collided, all the attacks from the All Pleasure sect's disciple were shattered. Then the iron staff smashed down on the All Pleasure sect's disciple's head with unstoppable force. Arg! The late immortal emperor let out a shrill wail. His head was smashed by the iron staff, turning into a mist of blood. The remaining headless corpse fell from the sky. The gap between them was just too great. Although the disciple of All Pleasure sect was a late immortal emperor, his foundation was too weak. He should have advanced after obtaining the treasures in the ancient city. His foundation wasn't stable at all. He could only be considered to be slightly stronger than a peak intermediate immortal emperor. There was no way he could be compared to Yi Peng. Moreover, because this disciple had underestimated Long Shisan, he didn't exert his full strength. By the time he realized that something was wrong, it was already too late. As a result, he was killed by Long Shisan with a single strike. What? The scene made Yen Yulong exclaim. His calm expression suddenly turned incomparably unsightly. Although his junior brother's cultivation base wasn't as good as his and his combat strength was much weaker than his, he was still a late immortal emperor supreme expert, while his opponent was only an intermediate immortal emperor. Under such circumstances, his junior brother was killed in a single strike. If he didn't see it with his own eyes, he wouldn't believe it even if he was beaten to death, but now the fact was laid in front of him. He had no choice but to believe it. How could this be? How can this bastard be so powerful? Senior brother Lu is a supreme late immortal emperor expert, But he couldn't even defeat an intermediate immortal emperor. Is this man a peerless monstrous genius? He's actually so powerful that even senior brother Lu was killed in a single strike. What should we do now? He might be a super abnormal being or a super genius of the immortal court. Otherwise he wouldn't be so terrifying. It seems like even senior brother Yin isn't a match for him. Damn it. Why is there such a malefic star? But we don't have to be afraid of him. Senior brother Yan's means are very powerful. Senior brother Lu can't be compared to him. With him here it won't be a problem to kill him. At worst we will join forces. I don't believe that we can't defeat him with so many of us. Each of the disciples of All Pleasure sect was appalled. Such a scene was beyond their wildest dreams. In their opinion, with two late immortal emperors, All Pleasure sect could do whatever they wanted in Golden Horizon. No one would be able to stop them even if they ran amok. But now their confidence and sense of superiority were gradually disappearing. It was all because of the yellow-robed youth who had suddenly appeared. Don't be surprised. This is just the beginning. Since this ancient city has been occupied by your All Pleasure sect, there's no need for it to continue to exist. All of you are going to die. None of you will be able to escape. Long Shisan spoke indifferently as though killing these people was as easy as killing a group of ants. It couldn't cause any ripple in his mind. Meanwhile in the dungeon, a dozen or so disciples of the He Huan sect stood guard at the entrance of the dungeon. The dungeon was very large and very cold. More than 20 people were imprisoned inside and all of them were beautiful women. However, their complexions were very ugly and some of them were paralyzed on the ground, powerless. There was a kind of poison in All Pleasure sect that would temporarily lose one's cultivation power after taking it. Apparently, these female disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley had been poisoned by such a poison. Among these women, there was a woman in white who seemed to be in her 20s. Even though her face was a little pale, it couldn't conceal her impressive figure and exquisite face. Although the other women around her were also good-looking, they paled in comparison to her. Although this woman was inferior to Lan Lingji, she was still a rare beauty in this world. She was the saintess of Celestial Flower Valley who was imprisoned here. At this moment, there were a dozen disciples of All Pleasure sect guarding outside the dungeon, but their faces were unsightly, because they could see the situation outside very clearly. The two leaders were intermediate immortal emperors. They were the strongest two in the dungeon. They could see the situation outside clearly through the dungeon. What's the background of that yellow-robed youth? How can he be so powerful? Even senior brother Lu has died in his hands, causing us to suffer a great loss. He's too powerful. He's here for the women of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. In my opinion, we should use these women as hostages to reduce our losses. Don't worry. Senior brother Yan hasn't attacked yet. Senior brother Yan's means aren't comparable to senior brother Lu. I believe that senior brother Yan will be able to deal with that yellow-robed youth. After all, he's only an intermediate immortal emperor. That's right. Just now, senior brother Lu was too impulsive and underestimated his opponent. That's why he died in the hands of the yellow-robed youth. Otherwise, it's impossible for him to kill senior brother Lu. The dozen of them spoke one after another. They could see the situation outside clearly. The might of the yellow-robed youth had given them a strong blow. Such a blow was unacceptable to them. The only thing they could do now was to keep an eye on these women and wait for senior brother Yan to kill them. If even senior brother Yan wasn't a match for the yellow-robed youth, these women would be their last trump card. The few of you go and keep an eye on those women. Once the situation outside is disadvantageous to us, drag all of them out immediately. An intermediate immortal emperor disciple of All Pleasure sect ordered the other disciples. Yes. The four of them answered, turned and walked into the dungeon. However, when they reached the dungeon, they were surprised to see a blue-clothed beauty suddenly appear without any warning. Who's that? Chapter 1629. So. Lan Lingji couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with these people. She waved her hand and struck out 4 rays of blue light. These rays were like sharp swords, piercing through the glabella of the 4 disciples. The 4 disciples of All Pleasure sect died on the spot. They didn't even have the chance to resist. Saintess has come to save us. Seeing the sudden appearance of Lan Lingji, each of the disciples of Exquisite Paradise revealed a look of surprise. Their despairing faces were once again filled with hope. In this dungeon they had fallen into the hands of the perverts of All Pleasure sect. Apart from despair there was nothing they could do. Lan Lingji, the saintess of Celestial Flower Valley, also revealed a look of surprise when she saw Lan Lingji. The people of Celestial Flower Valley also moved. After being imprisoned for so long they finally saw hope. The saintess of Celestial Flower Valley had a good relationship with Lan Lingji. So in their eyes Lan Lingji was one of their own. "Who's there?" A loud yell was heard. The people who were guarding the dungeon rushed in at their fastest speed and saw 4 corpses lying on the ground. Blood was still flowing out from their foreheads. Lan Lingji moved again. A blue light sword appeared in her hand and she lunged at the disciples of All Pleasure sect. She really didn't want to talk nonsense with these people. She felt that talking to them would only bring humiliation to herself. The current situation was undoubtedly the best. Xianxia had attracted the attention of the disciples here, temporarily emptying the dungeon, which allowed Lan Lingji to come in. Now that she was here, it would be hard for the disciples of All Pleasure sect to get close to the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. Miserable wails began to ring from the dungeon. In just a few blinks, all the disciples of All Pleasure sect had died under Lan Lingji's sword. The whole process was extremely fast. They didn't have the slightest strength to resist. The current Lan Lingji was already a late immortal emperor expert. These disciples of All Pleasure sect were like ants in front of her. They could only wait to be killed. "Saintess, you have advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. Amazing." The disciples of Exquisite Paradise felt incomparably excited when they saw Lan Lingji's divine might and the fact that she had advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. One should know that Lan Lingji was the representative figure of Exquisite Paradise in Golden Horizon. Her strength itself represented the strength of Exquisite Paradise. "I'll detoxify all of you first." Lan Lingji conjured a seal with both of her hands and struck out a large amount of pure energy. All the girls present were enshrouded by her energy. In just the blink of an eye, their chi began to change. In just 3 breaths of time, the poison in their bodies had been completely removed. The poison of All Pleasure sect was very easy to detoxify. In the future, powerful energy could directly eliminate it. The reason why the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley could be poisoned was that their cultivation base had been suppressed by Yen Yulong. Under such a situation, if they were to take the poison again, the potency of the poison would completely take effect. Moreover, they would lose their cultivation base and couldn't detoxify themselves. Now that Lan Lingji had appeared, given her means, it would be very easy for her to cure them of the poison. "Sister Lan, our Celestial Flower Valley will remember your life-saving grace. We owe you a favor." The saintess of Celestial Flower Valley came to Lan Lingji's front and bowed slightly. The other disciples did the same. They knew very well that Lan Lingji had saved their lives. "Don't mention it. The people of All Pleasure sect have the right to be punished. Everyone in this ancient city will die today. None of them will live. Let's leave first." Lan Lingji spoke coldly. The faces of the other girls couldn't help but reveal a look of extreme disgust when they heard the words All Pleasure sect. They would never show mercy to the people of All Pleasure sect. That Yen Yulong of All Pleasure sect is extremely powerful. Although Sister Lan has advanced to the late immortal emperor realm, I'm afraid that she still isn't a match for him. The saintess of Celestial Flower Valley spoke worriedly. She gritted her teeth when Yen Yulong was mentioned. "Don't worry. Yen Yulong can't even protect himself now. There's someone outside to deal with him." Lan Lingji smiled. She had no doubt about Xianxia's strength. No matter how powerful Yen Yulong was, he could only count himself unlucky to encounter Xianxia. Xianxia could kill him effortlessly. Outside, Xianxia's chi was unparalleled. Just as Yen Yulong was about to strike, he heard a wail coming from the dungeon. His facial expression changed immediately. With his intelligence, he knew what was going on. It seemed like Xianxia had a helper. "I'll deal with him. You guys go to the dungeon and check out the situation." Yen Yulong spoke loudly to the remaining disciples. He was incomparably angry. This ancient city was originally occupied by him. He was the absolute king of this ancient city. He had never thought that the situation would change in an instant. Yes, Senior Brother Yan. The disciples of all pleasure sect answered loudly, then flew towards the dungeon. No matter what happened in the dungeon, they were unwilling to face Xian. Hoo-hoo. Powerful chi waves rushed out of the dungeon. With a rumble, a palace above the dungeon collapsed. Tyrannical silhouettes rushed out from inside. They were the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. After they came out, they bumped into the disciples of all pleasure sect. Kill them all. Leave none alive. The saintess of Celestial Flower Valley attacked without saying a word. The other female disciples also struck out their most powerful attacks. This time Lan Lingji didn't attack. She gave the opportunity to those imprisoned in the dungeon. This was a great opportunity for them to vent their anger. During this period of imprisonment, they must have been incomparably angry and aggrieved. In order to vent their anger, the best way was to kill all the people of all pleasure sect. Arg! Shrill screams instantly rang out from the ancient city, shaking the heavens and earth. Under the leadership of the saintess of Celestial Flower Valley, the female disciples of the two major powers turned into ferocious tigers. They didn't show any mercy in their attacks. Yan Yulong turned his head and saw such a miserable scene. Since these people had escaped from the dungeon, it meant that all the disciples of all pleasure sect in the dungeon were dead. The remaining disciples had fallen into the encirclement of the female disciples of the two major powers. Seemed like none of them would survive. Including those who were crippled by Xian, He Yulong was the only one left in all pleasure sect. Bastard! All pleasure sect had obtained tremendous benefits in this ancient city. The cultivation base of many people had improved. In Golden Horizon it was almost the biggest power. It was very difficult for outsiders to deal with them. Yan Yulong was the king of this place and was feeling complacent. Who would have thought that things would change so quickly? In just a blink of an eye, all his senior and junior brothers had been killed, leaving him alone. How could he accept this? Yan Yulong roared, feeling like he was about to go crazy. All of his senior and junior brothers were killed in just a blink of an eye, leaving him alone. How could he accept this? Yan Yulong, it's your turn now. But Brother Xian will give you a chance. As long as you kneel down and kowtow to Brother Xian, then use your weapon to cut off your balls. I will consider sparing your life and not crippling your cultivation base. How about it? This is a great opportunity. I hope you will cherish it. Xian spoke. Courting death. Yan Yulong had reached the edge of rage. Immediately he unleashed all his qi and fury. The folding fan in his hand spread out and launched a ferocious attack at Xian. He's a little stronger than the previous one. Seeing Yan Yulong's powerful qi, Xian couldn't help but nod. He had to admit that Yan Yulong was much stronger than the previous guy. Even if he was compared to Yi Peng, Yan Yulong was still a little stronger. However, this kind of strength was relative to the opponent. In front of Xian, Yan Yulong's strength was worthless. Bang! Dragon Xian used the iron cudgel as a sword and charged at Yan Yulong. The tip of the iron cudgel emitted a dazzling golden brilliance that pierced through everything. The airwaves created by Yan Yulong's folding fan couldn't withstand a single blow from the iron cudgel. Everything in its path was shattered. The iron staff fiercely hit Yan Yulong's folding fan. At this moment, Yan Yulong's folding fan had turned into an iron fan. The light emitted by the fan was sharper than an immortal weapon. Even the space was cut into sections by it. However, no matter how gorgeous his means were, he was still no match for Xian. Since Xian was born, he had been an iron staff that crushed everything. Xian had yet to use a powerful combat skill in actual combat. This definitely didn't mean that Xian didn't know any combat skills. It only meant that he hadn't met an opponent worthy of displaying his combat skills. Once the innate magical ability of the battling Sacred Ape clan was displayed, it would definitely be extremely terrifying. At least ordinary people wouldn't be able to withstand this kind of terror. Yan Yulong was also shaken back very quickly. He was thrown dozens of feet away and the folding fan in his hand almost flew out. His expression changed dramatically and he looked at Xian in disbelief. Arg! On the other side, blood-curdling screams were still lingering. One after another, the disciples of all pleasure sect were dying in the hands of the female disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. The female disciples of the two major powers were crazily unleashing their anger on the disciples of all pleasure sect. Did you see that? Your all-pleasure sect is going to perish. Long Xian smirked. Chapter 1630. Long Xian, our all-pleasure sect will remember today's matter. This debt will be settled sooner or later. Yen Yulong gritted his teeth and left behind a sentence. Then he tore the void with his bare hands and flashed into it. To all pleasure sect, today's loss was too great. There weren't many people from all pleasure sect who entered the Golden Horizon this time. Most of them were in this ancient city. Now that all of them had died, it was equivalent to being annihilated. To put it bluntly, among the hundreds of major powers that entered the Golden Horizon, all pleasure sect had suffered the greatest loss. This was because most of the disciples of the other major powers were scattered, while all pleasure sect's disciples were clustered together. That was why they were wiped out by the monkey. Isn't it a little too late for you to escape now? If I let you escape, where would I put my brother 13's face in the future? Long Xian's chi was unparalleled. How could he give Yen Yulong the chance to escape? Given his ability, even if Yen Yulong had fled thousands of miles away, he wouldn't be able to escape from Long Xian's pursuit and pursuit. Bang! Long Xian hurled his iron staff. The huge iron staff directly shattered the void. The powerful force shattered the interior of the void. Yen Yulong, who had already escaped into the interior of the void, immediately lost his direction. He had no choice but to fly out from the interior of the void. Rather than saying that he came out by himself, it would be more accurate to say that he was forced out by Long Xian's iron staff. I'll fight you to the death. Yen Yulong's eyes turned red as he roared. The folding fan in his hand suddenly enlarged and turned into a palm leaf fan that was more than 100 feet wide. It was so huge that it covered the sky and the earth. No one knew how much destructive power it contained. It pressed down on Xian. If an ordinary person was hit by it, they would be crushed into powder. Humph! Long Xian harumphed coldly. His eyes shone brightly. He raised the iron staff in his hand high again and slashed it down from the sky. The void was immediately torn into two halves. The terrifying iron staff was like an indestructible sharp sword that could destroy everything. With a loud rumble, it smashed on Yen Yulong's iron fan. Voila! Countless energies were destroyed by this strike and countless airwaves rolled. Even the powerful immortal weapon iron fan could not withstand this strike. The iron fan was smashed into pieces by Long Xian, leaving only one end in Yen Yulong's hand. Wow! Yen Yulong coughed out blood. He lowered his head and looked at his hand. His hand was covered in blood from the intense battle. His hand was completely numb and he could no longer feel anything. Not only did Long Xian's cudgel shatter his immortal weapon, it almost shattered his palm. Impossible, how can he be so strong? Yen Yulong kept shaking his head. He couldn't imagine it at all. There were plenty of abnormal beings in this world, but this was his first time seeing someone as abnormal as Dragon Xian. He was very confident in his cultivation base and combat strength. Being defeated by an intermediate immortal emperor genius was already a great humiliation to him. It was an unerasable humiliation, but now he couldn't even escape. This was a huge blow to Yen Yulong. Not far away, the disciples of all pleasure sect had already been killed by the female disciples of the two major powers. They happened to see the battle between Long Xian and Yen Yulong. Each of them gaped in horror. Even the saintess of Celestial Flower Valley couldn't believe the scene in front of her. She was captured by Yen Yulong herself. She knew very well how terrifying Yen Yulong was. Now, a yellow-robed youth had appeared out of nowhere and turned the tables on them with a cultivation base of an intermediate immortal emperor. If she didn't see it with her own eyes, she wouldn't believe it even if she was beaten to death. Sister Lan, who is this man? The saintess of Celestial Flower Valley couldn't help but ask. She knew that this man must have come together with Lan Lingji. If it wasn't for this man restraining the experts of all pleasure sect outside, Lan Lingji wouldn't be able to enter the dungeon and rescue them so easily. He's called Long Xian. He has saved my life before. He's a peerless genius. Lan Lingji spoke. Her tone was full of pride when she mentioned Long Xian's name. Her eyes were filled with pride when she looked at Long Xian. On the other side, Long Xian looked at Yen Yulong contemptuously and said indifferently, "Can't even withstand a single blow." Long Xian walked towards Yen Yulong step by step, not concealing the killing intent radiating from his body. Yen Yulong's facial expression changed completely. He had always been living a carefree life. He had played around with countless women in his life and hadn't had enough yet. His life was still very exciting. He didn't want to die yet, but now he could smell the scent of death. He could deeply feel that death was approaching him little by little. Don't kill me. Killing me won't do you any good. All pleasure sect will never let you go. Yen Yulong spoke in a trembling voice. Don't worry. If I have the time to go to North Xuanyu, even if your all pleasure sect doesn't find trouble with me, I will still go to all pleasure sect and annihilate all of you unnecessary existences. Long Shisan Lung spoke. Then he swung his staff and hit Yen Yulong's head. Yen Yulong died tragically. At this point, all the people of all pleasure sect in the entire ancient city were dead. No, there were still a dozen of them who hadn't died yet, but their pain was 100 times worse than death. They had suffered the cruelest torture in the world. Not only had they lost their dignity and the most important thing of a man, but their cultivation base had also been crippled. They didn't even have the strength to heal themselves. Given their current state, even if they weren't killed, they wouldn't be able to live for more than 3 days at most. Plus, this was under the extremely tenacious condition. Even if they were lucky enough to survive, they wouldn't be able to move an inch in this cruel and dangerous golden horizon. There was only one outcome for them: death. Any evil spirit that came out of nowhere could devour them completely. Lan Lingji led the group to Long Shisan and said, Brother Shisan, what should we do with these people down there? Let them fend for themselves. Long Shisan said lightly. Long Shisan didn't have the slightest sympathy for these people of all pleasure sect. He didn't even have the intention to give them a quick death. They deserved to suffer such torture. All the people of all pleasure sect deserved to die. It's too lenient to let them die like this. A female disciple of exquisite paradise spoke in a stern voice. The anger in their eyes hadn't disappeared. Thinking of their experiences in this ancient city, they couldn't help but gnash their teeth in hatred towards the people of all pleasure sect. Alright, let me introduce. This is Long Shisan. When I was in danger, it was Brother Shisan who saved me. That's why I'm still standing here. I've received the news this time, so I came to rescue you all. Lan Lingji introduced again, then turned to Long Shisan and said, Brother Shisan, this is the Saintess of Celestial Flower Valley, Xiaoqian. The rest are disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley have always been on good terms. Master Venerable Ling Long is also a close friend of Celestial Flower Valley. Xiaoqian thanks young Master Long for saving us. Celestial Flower Valley will never forget such great kindness. From now on, young Master Long will be a distinguished guest of Celestial Flower Valley. Hua Gai bowed slightly to Dragon Shisan to express her gratitude. She knew very well that if it wasn't for Dragon Shisan, Lan Lingji alone wouldn't be able to save them. Of course, Lan Lingji had already advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. It wouldn't be easy for Yen Yulong to keep her here. That's right. That's right. Thank you for saving us, young Master Long. All the female disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley expressed their gratitude to Long Shisan at the same time. Long Shisan coughed twice. He actually felt somewhat embarrassed in front of so many beautiful female disciples. He scratched his head and let out a dry laugh, not knowing what to say. Damn it. I can't believe that my handsome brother Shisan would be embarrassed in front of a bunch of women. How shameful. Long Shisan scolded himself in his heart. Brother Shisan, where are we going now? Lan Lingji could see the uneasiness in Long Shisan, so she hastily changed the topic to avoid the awkwardness. Let's head to the central region of Golden Horizon to meet up with little Chinzi. Long Shisan said. No one had any objection to Long Shisan's words. In any case, their purpose was to head to the central region of Golden Horizon. They might as well go together. Not long after Long Shisan left with them, the entire Golden Horizon shook violently. Hong long long. The heavens and earth rumbled. The entire Golden Horizon was shaking. As long as one was in the Golden Horizon, no matter where they were, they would be able to clearly feel such a huge fluctuation. The facial expression of Dragon Shisan and the others changed slightly. They saw a dazzling brilliance flashing constantly in the distant void. The void was still ringing with the sound of explosions. Obviously, such a huge movement was coming from there. What a powerful movement. What's that? The light is getting stronger and stronger. Hua Xiaoqian spoke in astonishment. Everyone's eyes were fixed in that direction. Such a tremendous movement has alarmed the entire golden horizon. Could it be that the remains of a great sovereign has emerged? Long Shisan was also appalled. Immediately he circulated his fiery golden eyes, but still couldn't see through it. Let's go. I'm afraid that the movement this time will alarm everyone. Little Qinzi will surely go there as well. It's very likely that it's the remains of a great sovereign. It might even be related to the secret of the Golden Clan. Long Shisan spoke, then flew towards that direction with a group of fairies. At the same time, Jiangqin, Tyrant and Yang Bufan were also alarmed by the qi over there. Jiangqin had just recovered from his injuries and his cultivation base had stabilized at the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm, which made him very powerful. What a powerful qi. It's much greater than the time when the ancient Buddha immortal vault appeared. It's very likely that the remains of a great sovereign have emerged. Even Jiang Chen's expression was a little moved. Without any hesitation, the three of them immediately flew in that direction. Chapter 1631. For a moment, everyone in the Golden Horizon was alarmed. At this moment, no matter where the geniuses were, they were all attracted by the huge movement. The dazzling brilliance had spread across millions of miles. No matter where you were, you could clearly see the huge movement. In other words, the light emitted by the remains of the great sovereign was no different from millions of miles away. It was like an illusion, like the scorching sun in the sky. No matter where you were, you would see the same thing clearly. This was undoubtedly a very mystical scene. The remains of the great sovereign. This must be the remains of the great sovereign. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a huge energy wave that shook the entire golden horizon. I wonder what it is. Let's go and have a look. That place seems to be the heart of the golden horizon. Legend has it that a great sovereign had fallen here. I thought it was fake at first, but now it seems that it's true. The bloodline of the ancient golden clan was buried here. I heard that this clan used to be very powerful. They had more than one great sovereign. So it's not surprising that there's a great sovereign's remains here. I guess it must be related to the Golden Clan. Perhaps it's the remains left behind by the great sovereign of this clan. No one wasn't shocked. The Golden Horizon had existed for tens of thousands of years, but there had never been a great sovereign's remains. It once made people think that the fall of a great sovereign was just a legend. After all, in people's hearts, the great sovereign was too powerful. They were almost comparable to the gods, the highest realm of immortals. They were almost immortal. How could a great sovereign fall? However, there was another rumor about the Golden Horizon, the Golden Clan. This clan was the descendant of the divine bird, Golden Crow. They had the bloodline of divine sense and had produced more than one great sovereign. Therefore, people more or less believed in the legend of the fall of a great sovereign. Now that the remains of a great sovereign had really appeared, people couldn't help but associate it with the Golden Clan. Honglong. The tremors of the Golden Horizon grew more and more violent. The earth, space, void, mountains, everything was shaking. The whole world was in a state of great tremor. Heavy pressure lingered in the sky above the Golden Horizon, oppressing people to the point that they felt suffocated. In the center of a desolate mountain range, a short mountain suddenly collapsed. An incomparably vigorous figure suddenly flew out from inside. His body was emitting intense divine light. He was wearing a golden robe and his long golden hair fluttered in the wind. He raised his head and looked at the location where the remains of the great sovereign had appeared. His eyes shot out sharp divine light. The eye of heaven has finally recovered. Jiangqin, damned monkey, the time of your death has come. Wait until I have collected the remains of the great sovereign, then I will kill you all. The man was exuding an indomitable qi from head to toe. This golden-haired man was none other than the expert of the northern and southern dynasties who had been in seclusion until now. The current northern and southern dynasties' qi was many times stronger than when they were defeated by the monkey. Their entire being had undergone tremendous changes. Their cultivation base had already reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm, which was a level higher than the early immortal emperor realm at the beginning. Plus, the eye of heaven had been fully restored. One had to admit that the northern and southern dynasties were just too powerful. The Eye of Heaven had completely recovered in just a few days and advanced a level. In the entire immortal world apart from Zhou Xian, it was afraid that no one else could match such a heaven-defying expert. The experts of the northern and southern dynasties were already able to defeat the late immortal Emperor Mo Wuqing when they were only at the early immortal Emperor realm. Now that they had advanced to the intermediate immortal Emperor realm, it was hard to imagine how powerful their combat strength would be. The chi of the northern and southern dynasties was unparalleled. With a halt in his footsteps, he turned into a stream of light and vanished, flying towards the direction of the remains of the great sovereign. At the same time, the experts of various major powers had appeared in different places, flying towards the remains of the great sovereign. Just as Zhou Xian had expected, the current golden horizon was no longer the same as when they first entered. Many geniuses had obtained their own fortuitous encounters and advanced their cultivation base. Many intermediate immortal emperors had already advanced to the late immortal emperor realm. Each of them was stronger than the other. In some mysterious places, there were even half-step immortal venerable chi. Such geniuses were simply unimaginable. So, countless silhouettes were flying towards the remains of the great sovereign. The attraction of the remains of a great sovereign was too great. If it was placed in the outside world, it was afraid that the entire domain would be alarmed. Countless major powers would scramble to snatch it. Very quickly, Zhou Xian and the others arrived 100 miles away from the remains of the great sovereign. This place had already been subjected to an extremely powerful pressure. Before the remains of the great sovereign emerged completely, they didn't dare to go any closer. Otherwise, they were afraid that they wouldn't be able to withstand the pressure. In the blink of an eye, at least 5,000 to 6,000 people had arrived, and there were still more coming. To put it bluntly, the activity in the remains of a great sovereign would cause the geniuses of countless powers from the 3 immortal domains to gather in one place. This was a true grand event. Little Qinzi. Just as Zhang Qian, Tyrant and Yang Bufan appeared, 2 silhouettes appeared beside them. They were De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu. De Huang, Sister Ning. Zhang Qian and Tyrant exclaimed at the same time. Their faces were instantly filled with ecstasy. Ever since they were hunted by the northern and southern dynasties, they had been separated. Only now could they reunite. Seeing each other in good condition, they couldn't conceal their joy, especially De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu. Back then, when Zhang Qian was hunted by the northern and southern dynasties, they had been worried about him. Haha. I knew that the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't be able to kill you. De Huang Dog laughed heartily. During this period of time, he and Wu Ningzhu had been searching for treasures and searching for Zhang Qian at the same time. It was just that their direction was different, so they hadn't met each other. Wu Ningzhu couldn't restrain her surprise and threw herself into Zhang Qian's arms. It's good that you're fine, Wu Ningzhu said flatly. The rock that was hanging in her heart had finally been lifted. How can I be in trouble? Sister Ning, you have made great progress. You have already advanced to the half-step immortal emperor realm. Zhang Qian said with a smile. Seeing Wu Ningzhu's great progress, Zhang Qian naturally felt very gratified. It was undoubtedly the right choice to bring Wu Ningzhu here. If Wu Ningzhu continued to stay in Qingfan Prefecture, he was afraid that it would be extremely difficult for her to make any progress. What really surprised Zhang Qian was De Huang Dog. This bastard had already reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm. De Huang, have you fucking eaten good shit? How can you improve so fast? Zhang Qian stretched out his hand and touched De Huang Dog's head. De Huang Dog gritted his teeth. Get lost. You're the one who ate shit. Given how powerful Master Dog is, I'm the best at finding treasures. De Huang Dog's face was full of pride. Zhang Qian admired this very much. That was why he was most at ease when he handed Wu Ningzhu to De Huang, because there would never be a lack of treasures following De Huang Dog. This dog's nose was extraordinary. Therefore, Zhang Qian didn't find it strange about the progress of De Huang Dog and Wu Ningzhu. After all, any opportunity was possible in the golden horizon. Tyrant, I have never thought that you would also appear here. And little King Fan too. Master Dog is very gratified to see that both of you have made such great progress. De Huang Dog spoke in a serious manner, as though he had seen a promising junior. This made the others roll their eyes. but it was indeed a joyous occasion for brothers to reunite. Little Xianxia, I'm here. At this moment a loud shout was heard. Xian had also seen Jiang Qin and the others. He immediately rushed over to join them. Lan Lingji, Hua Shaoqian and a large number of female disciples of the two major powers also came together. The scene immediately became lively. Seems like you have rescued all the people. Seeing Xian, Jiang Qin smiled. He knew that there was nothing that Xian couldn't handle. Of course. We have also destroyed a trash major power. Xian said. Immediately he turned to De Huang Dog and was about to pull De Huang Dog's ear. Oof. Without saying a word, De Huang Dog bit Xian's hand. Despite Xian dodging fast, De Huang Dog still managed to leave a few teeth marks on his hand. What the fuck? How can you bite so ruthlessly? Xian was speechless. The reaction of this dog was too fast. For a moment he couldn't even react. Damn you. Who the fuck are you? If Master Dog didn't show mercy, your hand would have been crippled. How dare you pull Master Dog's ear? Courting death. De Huang Dog gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely to Xian. There were only a few people in this world who could touch his ear. How could De Huang Dog bear this? If it wasn't for the fact that Jiang Qin and Xian knew each other and had a good relationship, De Huang Dog wouldn't be so polite anymore. Jiang Qin rolled his eyes. He knew that this would be the scene of these two guys fighting each other as soon as they met. De Huang, do you still remember that wondrous rock? His name is Xian. He jumped out from that wondrous rock. He's an immemorial battle spirit, a battle ape. If it wasn't for him, I would have been killed by the northern and southern dynasties. Jiang Qin quickly introduced De Huang Dog. As for De Huang Dog and the others, there was no need to introduce them to Xian. That was because everyone in Zulong Tower knew Xian. What the fuck? So it's a monkey that jumped out from the rock. And it's even a battle ape. Damn it. His bloodline is even higher than Master Dog's. De Huang Dog's eyes widened. This was something he hadn't expected. However, when he thought of the wondrous rock, De Huang Dog concluded that the creature inside was definitely not ordinary. However, De Huang Dog hadn't expected that Xian would be born so quickly. At the very least, it was much faster than he had imagined. Chapter 1632. De Huang Dog wasn't unfamiliar with that wondrous stone at all. Back in the ancient tomb, De Huang Dog had already discovered the extraordinariness of that wondrous stone. He concluded that there must be a powerful creature inside, a powerful divine beast. That was why he asked Jiang Qin to keep it away. However, De Huang Dog had never thought that there would be a battle saint ape inside. De Huang Dog was omniscient. Naturally, he knew how heaven-defying a battle saint ape was. In terms of bloodline, it was even higher than De Huang Dog's dragon horse bloodline. Of course, De Huang Dog was also very abnormal. As a variant of dragon horse, no one could measure his highest realm. Besides, De Huang Dog had a great secret that no one knew, not even Jiang Qin. That's right, De Huang. You can call me Brother Xian from now on. Xian grinned at De Huang Dog. Get lost, damn monkey. Unexpectedly, De Huang Dog didn't give him any face at all. This immediately made Xian speechless. Damn dog, in front of so many beauties, can't you just give me a little face? Get lost, damn monkey. What face do you have in front of Master Dog? De Huang Dog shook his head. He still didn't give De Huang Dog any face, which infuriated Xian. He wanted to grab De Huang Dog and beat him up again, but was stopped by Jiang Qin in time. Enough. Don't you know what kind of occasion this is? Jiang Qin felt a headache. It seemed that there would be more opportunities for these two guys to quarrel in the future, but this occasion was really not suitable. The remains of the great sovereign would be opened soon. It was better not to attract too much attention. This was the first time Yang Bufan knew about the existence of the wondrous stone. But after Jiang Chen's introduction, they soon got to know each other. After all, they were all on the same side. Yang Bufan wasn't a fool. He knew how terrifying the battle saint ape was. So he didn't dare to show any neglect towards Xian. Subsequently, under the introduction of Xian, Lan Lingji and Hua Shaoqian got to know each other very quickly. They got along well with each other. Lan Lingji and Hua Shaoqian were peerless saintesses. They wouldn't even cast a glance at ordinary geniuses, let alone have any contact with ordinary geniuses. However, they liked the atmosphere of Zhou Xian and the other geniuses very much. Of course, the biggest reason for this was because Long Xian had saved their lives. They had regarded Long Xian as their savior. Naturally, they would treat Long Xian's friends as their own people. Because of Yang Bufan, the relationship between Great Qian Empire, Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley would develop in a good direction in the future. The 11 major powers of Eastern Xuanyu were constantly fighting with each other. At most, they didn't have any contact with each other. It was very rare for them to have a good relationship with each other. If Great Qian Empire could ally with Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley, it would undoubtedly be a good thing for any major power. Whoosh, whoosh. Powerful silhouettes emerged one after another. It didn't take long for the number of geniuses to reach 10,000. The cultivation base of these geniuses was obviously much stronger than before. The number of late immortal emperors was constantly increasing. Seems like this golden horizon is a really good place. It hasn't been a long time, but everyone's cultivation base has improved so fast. It's totally incomparable to when we first came here. Hua Xiaoqian sighed. That's for sure. There are opportunities everywhere in Golden Horizon. As long as you don't die, you will be able to obtain benefits. Most of the geniuses who came here are overflowing with geniuses. Many of them have great luck. There are even half-step immortal venerables among them. Yang Bufan said. His eyes sparkled. He was full of anticipation for this golden horizon. Look, that's Zhang Yulong of the Immortal Court of Ethereal Immortal Domain. I heard that he's very terrifying. His body contains the bloodline of ancient living beings. I'm not sure if it's true or not, but his cultivation base has already reached the peak of late immortal emperor realm. He's only a step away from the true half-step immortal venerable realm. Look at that young man, Xia Xiaotian of the Immortal Court of Radiance Immortal Domain. I heard that he has the bloodline of a great sovereign. His current cultivation base is also at the peak of late immortal emperor realm. I'm afraid it won't take him more than a few days to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm. There are too many geniuses who came here this time. Apart from the peerless geniuses of the Immortal Court, many other major powers also have peerless monstrous geniuses. It's said that one of the northern and southern dynasties of Nanbei family is the reincarnation of a great sovereign. As more and more powerful experts emerged, everyone's facial expression changed. There were just too many geniuses. Each of them had immense luck. Many of them had powerful bloodlines. If this continued, there would be many true half-step immortal venerable geniuses emerging after the Golden Horizon ended. It was incomparably terrifying just thinking about it. Jiang Qin and the others had their eyes fixed on these experts. Despite his arrogance, he had to admit that these geniuses were terrifying, especially the powerful figures of the Immortal Court. They all had different bloodlines and extremely powerful means. For example, Xia Xiaotian and Zhang Yulong. Although they were late immortal emperors, Yi Peng wasn't on the same level as them. Long Xian could kill Yi Peng, but if he fought against an expert like Xia Xiaotian, the outcome of the battle was still unknown. Many of them were from ancient families. No one knew how strong they were. It seems like this world really won't be too lonely. Jiang Chen's fighting spirit was completely aroused. This was an era full of geniuses. Only by surviving in this era would one not be lonely. Jiang Qin didn't like mediocrity, nor did he like plain life. He needed passion. The dragon transformation skill needed him to improve step by step. Right at this moment, a gaze filled with intense killing intent stared at them. That killing intent was incomparably huge, incomparably arrogant and high above them. It directly enveloped all of them. Jiang Qin and the others sensed it. Immediately, they raised their heads and saw the experts of the northern and southern dynasties glaring at them with towering killing intent. It's the northern and southern dynasties again. Wu Ningzhu's facial expression changed slightly. This son of Abtch is improving really fast. He has already reached the intermediate immortal emperor realm. De Huang Dog couldn't help but curse. What a troublesome bastard, Tyrant spoke. All of them had dealt with the northern and southern dynasties before. They knew how powerful this person was. Back in Saint Origin World, the clone of the northern and southern dynasties was already powerful enough to rule the entire world. Now that the true body had appeared, no one knew how terrifying it would be. It seems like the northern and southern dynasties of Nanbei family are really the reincarnations of the great sovereigns. Hua Shaoqian sighed. As a genius of East Xuanyu, it was really stressful to live in the same era as the northern and southern dynasties. They're just losers. Even if they have advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, Brother Xian has nothing to fear. Long Xian met the gaze of the experts of the northern and southern dynasties. The chi of the battle Saint Ape was unleashed, showing no fear towards the experts of the northern and southern dynasties. It seems like the number of people has increased. Are all of you going to die together with Zhongchen? The experts of the northern and southern dynasties spoke. They were as overbearing and arrogant as ever, not putting anyone in their eyes. Even if the Emperor of Heaven was here, they would still dare to kill him. Chapter 1633. The words of the northern and southern dynasties almost made everyone's noses crooked from anger. De Huang Dog was the first one who couldn't take it anymore. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He immediately retorted, "Northern and southern dynasties, can you fucking put away your high and mighty attitude? You're making Master Dog so annoyed that I want to kill someone the moment I see you. Why don't you take a look at yourself first? A dog dares to speak arrogantly in front of me? You're courting death." The northern and southern dynasties snorted coldly. Without saying another word, they immediately stretched out their huge hands and slapped De Huang Dog. This was the usual style of the northern and southern dynasties. They were extremely domineering. In their eyes they were the emperor of heaven and earth, a supreme and honorable existence. Other than themselves, everyone else was just an ant. Anyone who dared to disrespect them would be killed by them. Damn it! Do you think Master Dog is afraid of you? De Huang Dog was also a hot-tempered person. How could De Huang Dog endure being treated like an ant by the northern and southern dynasties? With a sway of his body, his already majestic body grew even bigger. The top of his head shone with dazzling golden light, and dragon scales floated on the surface of his body. Then, De Huang Dog turned into a ray of golden light and charged towards the palm that the northern and southern dynasties had unleashed. Bang! A huge hole was created in the void. The attack from the northern and southern dynasties was instantly shattered by De Huang Dog. However, De Huang Dog wasn't any better off. His huge body was bounced back and for a moment he felt dizzy. Damn it! This bastard is really powerful. De Huang Dog mumbled. He didn't know that his performance just now had already brought about a great shock. Many people were so shocked that their mouths were wide open. Even the people from the northern and southern dynasties couldn't help but be surprised. Looks like you have some ability. Your dog head is quite hard. Then I'll break your dog head. As the northern and southern dynasties spoke, they launched another palm attack at De Huang Dog. The destructive power was 2 times stronger than before. It was truly terrifying. This bastard. It's a pity that Master Dog can't unleash my full power. Otherwise, defeating you won't be a problem. Big Yellow gritted his teeth in anger. When he thought about his current situation, he felt extremely wronged. Bang! At this moment, an iron staff rushed out from the side and heavily collided with Nanbei Chao's palm. The huge palm shattered with a huala sound. The one who attacked was Dragon Xian. Given Jiang Chen's current camp, he was afraid that only Dragon Xian could fight Nanbei Chao. Look, they are fighting over there. Looks very powerful. That's the northern and southern dynasties. They are very terrifying. Back in the Broken Edge Cliff they had killed plenty of geniuses. Even Mo Wuqing was almost killed by them. Never thought that they would advance to the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Their combat strength has become even more terrifying. Who's fighting them? They are both intermediate immortal emperors, but they can fight the northern and southern dynasties without falling into a disadvantageous position. There must be some grudges between them. Otherwise, the northern and southern dynasties wouldn't attack each other at such a critical moment. The powerful waves of battle immediately attracted the attention of many people. Every pair of eyes turned towards them. Anyway, it seemed like there was still some time before the opening of the great sovereign's remains. It wasn't a bad time to watch the show and witness the supreme means of the true geniuses. Killing intent filled the air. The northern and southern dynasties didn't hold back in their attacks. Jiang Chen, damned monkey, the two of you kneel down and kowtow in front of me immediately. Then I will consider giving you a quick death. The northern and southern dynasties spoke. Their arrogance was unprecedented. Yang Bufan and Lan Lingji were so angry that they almost spurted out blood. This was their first time seeing such an arrogant person. Northern and southern dynasties, you don't have to be so arrogant. I will kill you sooner or later. If I can eliminate your clone, I can also eliminate your true self. Jiang Qin looked over at the northern and southern dynasties and spoke calmly. The powerful momentum of the northern and southern dynasties didn't affect Jiang Qin in the slightest. In front of the northern and southern dynasties, Jiang Qin's qi had never weakened. Loser, what's there to be arrogant about? Do you think you can take our lives just because you have advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm? What a joke. Long Xian sneered. His body was filled with combat intent. Yes, monkey. It's time for us to settle our scores. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered. Without saying a word, they launched a punch at Long Xian. Whether it was Jiang Qin or Long Xian, both of them were people that the northern and southern dynasties wanted to kill. Needless to say, Jiang Qin was his old enemy. Long Xian had once destroyed his Eye of Heaven and caused great damage to him, causing him to lose a good opportunity to kill Jiang Qin. This made the northern and southern dynasties gnash their teeth in hatred towards Long Xian. They couldn't wait to tear this monkey into pieces. Hong Long. The void was blasted apart instantly. The Wisdom King fist of the northern and southern dynasties was terrifying to the extreme. It sealed everything and reached Long Xian in the blink of an eye. Just in time. Long Xian's eyes flickered with thousands of rays of light. The iron staff in his hand grew to a few dozen meters long and swung at the Wisdom King fist of the northern and southern dynasties. Terrifying waves of qi rolled. If it wasn't for the two of them opening up a new battlefield, it was unknown how many people would have been killed by this strike. The Wisdom King fist was destroyed by the iron staff, but Long Xian was also forced to take 2 steps back. The iron staff in his hand buzzed and trembled violently. It was apparent that the impact of the clash with the northern and southern dynasties was not small to Long Xian. Monkey, you are no longer a match for me. I haven't even used all my powerful means. You are just using an iron staff. It's very easy for me to kill you. The northern and southern dynasties were unusually strong. After gaining the upper hand in a single strike, they were even more confident. Is that so? Long Xian's expression suddenly turned incomparably solemn. With a swing of his arm, he actually kept the iron staff. He formed seals with both hands and a tyrannical ancient aura instantly emerged. The expressions of the northern and southern dynasties also turned solemn. They knew that this monkey wasn't as simple as an iron staff. This monkey is really powerful. Seems like he is going to use a powerful ancient combat technique. It will definitely be extremely terrifying. Who knows, he might really be able to contend against the northern and southern dynasties. De Huang Dog said. Before he made his move, he truly didn't expect Long Xian to be so tyrannical. To be honest, this is my first time seeing him use a combat technique. Jiang Qin was also filled with curiosity. In the past, when Long Xian fought, he only used an iron staff. Now it seemed like Long Xian had never used his truly terrifying means. Even for Jiang Qin, it was his first time seeing Long Xian use a powerful secret combat technique. This made Jiang Qin very curious. Rumble. All of a sudden, the sky trembled again. A spatial crack appeared. The remains of the great sovereign was undergoing a huge change. The northern and southern dynasties and Long Xian, who were preparing for a fierce battle, couldn't help but look over. The remains of the great sovereign are about to open. Stupid monkey, I will spare your life for now. When I obtain the remains of the great sovereign, I will kill you. You and Jiang Qin, none of you will be able to escape. All of you will die. None of you will be spared. Chapter 1634. Anytime. Long Xian retracted his qi. As a mighty battle saint ape, he would never be threatened by anyone, but he had to admit that the northern and southern dynasties were indeed an extremely powerful opponent. The sudden change in the remains of the great sovereign had strangled this life-and-death battle in the cradle, but the enmity had already been sown. It was only a matter of time before one of them died. Countless gazes were fixated on the sky. Everyone could see that there was a huge crack in the center of the ruins. It was a huge crack that looked like a Milky Way emitting dazzling light. The remains of the great sovereign is about to open. Go! Someone yelled. Unable to suppress the excitement in his heart, he immediately turned into a ray of light and rushed out. But what happened next shocked countless of them. As soon as the genius's body touched the opening, he was immediately shredded into meat paste by the light that shot out from the inside and evaporated. He was an intermediate immortal emperor. How terrifying was such an expert! But all he could do was let out a wail. In the face of the mystical opening, he had no strength to resist at all. However, this was normal. After all, this was the remains of the great sovereign. Compared to a mighty immortal sovereign, a puny intermediate immortal emperor was just like an ant. Let alone an intermediate immortal emperor, even a mighty immortal venerable was just like an ant in front of a great sovereign. Not good. Everyone, don't panic. This isn't the entrance of the remains of the great sovereign. We can't get close to it. Someone yelled. Many of the geniuses who were already halfway to the entrance hastily stopped, turned and ran back. Each of them was sweating profusely as though they had just experienced a life-and-death battle. They were glad that they ran slowly just now. If they were a little faster, the consequences would be unimaginable. They were afraid that they would end up like the person in front, dying without leaving any remains. What's going on? Isn't that the entrance? The remains of the great sovereign is about to open, but no one is allowed to enter. What's the point of opening it? That's right. The remains of the great sovereign that hasn't been opened for tens of thousands of years has suddenly opened, but no one is allowed to enter. What's the point of that? That's the destructive power. It's just too terrifying. No one can resist it. Even the strongest among us will die if we go there. It's fine even if we don't want the remains of the great sovereign. Countless sighs and sighs could be heard. Originally, they came here with great expectations, thinking that they could get a share of the spoils of the great sovereign's remains. But now it seemed that it wasn't going to be that easy. They couldn't even enter the entrance of the remains, let alone obtain any benefits or treasures. It was simply a fantasy, a delusion. De Huang, can you see what's going on? Xianxia looked at De Huang Dog. That's not the entrance to the remains of a great sovereign. It's the intense killing intent of a peerless sovereign weapon. It's the fusion of tens of thousands of years of killing intent. I'm afraid that even a mighty immortal venerable will die if he approaches it, let alone an immortal emperor. Those idiots are simply courting death. De Huang Dog said. What? You mean a peerless sovereign weapon is going to be born? Yang Bufan spoke in astonishment. Lan Lingji, Hua Shaoqian and the others looked over at De Huang Dog. Although this was their first time seeing De Huang Dog, they didn't dare to look down on De Huang Dog. The confrontation with the northern and southern dynasties just now was enough to show their formidable strength. The two girls knew that none of these people here was weak. The weakest among them was Jiang Qin, a late immortal king, but the one they dared not look down on the most was Jiang Qin. After all, they had heard of the name of Jiang Qin in East Xuanyu. Now that they saw how highly the northern and southern dynasties valued Jiang Qin, they knew that this young man with low cultivation base absolutely wasn't as simple as he looked. That's right. If there's no accident, a peerless sovereign weapon is going to be born. De Huang Dog nodded. Awesome. Everyone get ready to fight for it. If you can get your hands on a sovereign weapon, you will be able to dominate the world. Long Shisan's eyes glowed with excitement. Don't get excited yet. It's not that easy to get a peerless sovereign weapon. Every sovereign weapon has its own spirituality. They will find their own master. Even if an ordinary person obtains one, he or she won't be able to control it. Additionally, a sovereign weapon that has been hidden for tens of thousands of years carries strong killing intent. It's very difficult for ordinary people to get close to it. Everyone, don't move. Let's see what kind of sovereign weapon is going to be born. De Huang Dog reminded everyone. He was omniscient. Even when he heard the word, sovereign weapon, his tone didn't change in the slightest. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the sovereign weapon that was about to appear. They didn't notice the change in Wu Ningzhu. At this moment, Wu Ningzhu's eyes were fixed on the spatial crack. Her expression was blank and her body was trembling. She seemed to have received a great summon and her mind was completely attracted. Countless eyes were fixed on her. No one dared to make another move. With the previous example, Even a powerful genius like Xia Xiaotian wouldn't dare to joke around with his life. Although he was arrogant, he wasn't so arrogant that he could compete with a great sovereign. All of a sudden, hundreds of millions of rays of light rushed out from the spatial crack, covering the entire sky. Then an ancient zither rushed out from the crack. The moment the zither came out, it released a boundless pressure, as if a great sovereign had descended, looking down on all living beings. It was so high and mighty that no one dared to look at it directly. The surface of the zither emitted a dazzling golden brilliance and wisps of golden flames. The flames flickered constantly on the strings, like the fire of life. Xiao Yao zither, the natal sovereign weapon of Empress Xiao Yao. Big Yellow exclaimed when he saw the zither. He could tell the origin of the zither at first glance, and he was able to tell the name of the zither. The legendary Xiao Yao zither has disappeared for too long. I didn't expect it to appear again. Yang Bufan stared at the zither and said. He had heard of the legend of the Xiao Yao zither. Many people were familiar with it. Empress Xiao Yao was in existence as famous as Immortal Execution King. She was truly a peerless sovereign. What a mystical zither. It's exuding the chi of a peerless sovereign weapon. It would be great if I could get my hands on this zither. Stop dreaming. You won't be able to control it even if I give it to you. Everyone was shocked. The appearance of a peerless sovereign weapon had attracted their attention. They began to talk about the legend and history of Empress Xiao Yao. De Huang, look at the flame on the zither. It seems to be comparable to any of my 3 supreme flames. Jiang Chen's torch-like eyes fell on the flame on the zither. That's the flame of the divine bird Golden Crow, the fire of sun. Chapter 1635. As soon as the words fire of the sun came out, it immediately caused a huge commotion in the crowd. Countless gazes fell on the zither and could no longer move away. Everyone's eyes were filled with greed and desire. In the face of such a peerless emperor weapon, no one could maintain basic calmness. The divine Golden Crow was the incarnation of the sun. As De Huang Dog said, the flame on the ancient zither was the fire of the Golden Crow, the legendary fire of Sunday. No wonder Jiang Chen felt that the flame on the ancient zither was not weaker than the 3 flames in his hand. The true dragon fire, the Qilin saint fire, the true thunder fire, and the fire of Sunday. Each flame was the existence of the utmost yang and was the supreme flame of the heaven and earth. Anyone who could obtain one of them could be proud of the heaven and earth. Jiang Chen had already obtained 3 kinds of flames. If he had the chance to obtain the fire of sun, it would be the fusion of 4 kinds of supreme flames. Even Jiang Chen couldn't imagine how powerful it would be. It's really the fire of Sunday. Rumor has it that the sun is the incarnation of the divine Golden Crow. It's the fire of the heaven and earth that ordinary people can't possess and control. I didn't expect it to appear here. Rumor has it that Empress Xiao Yao was the most powerful empress in antiquity times. Rumor has it that Empress Xiao Yao was inextricably linked to the Golden Clan. Now it seems that the rumor is true. The Xiao Yao Qin of Empress Xiao Yao has appeared with the fire of Sunday. Whoever can obtain this Xiao Yao Qin will gain unimaginable benefits. Not to mention whether or not he can exert the power of the Xiao Yao Qin. Just absorbing the fire of sun and the essence of the peerless emperor weapon on the Xiao Yao Qin will benefit immensely. He might even obtain the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao and soar into the sky, becoming the most powerful genius in the heaven and earth, crushing everything in his way. Who didn't have a dream? Who didn't want to laugh at the 9 heavens? Who didn't want to be the sole ruler of the heaven and earth? Now the opportunity was right in front of them. The peerless emperor weapon was right there. It was enough to make many people lose their rationality. Many people's desires were constantly being eroded. The greed in many people's eyes was already extremely strong. A peerless emperor weapon was too attractive. It was enough to make people go crazy. The legends about Empress Xiao Yao had existed for a very long time, and many of them were just rumors. There were too many brilliant figures in that era, and many of the ancient great emperors had disappeared. Empress Xiao Yao, King Immortal Slayer, Great Emperor Zhou Xian, all of them only existed in legends. Wu Ningzhu's body shook more and more violently, and her eyes began to emit a strange light. Jiang Chen was the first to notice the change in Wu Ningzhu and quickly looked over. "Sister Ning, what's wrong?" Jiang Chen shouted, but Wu Ningzhu turned a deaf ear as if she couldn't hear him at all. All her thoughts were on the Xiaoyao zither. What's going on? Could it be that Miss Wu was also attracted by the Xiaoyao zither and lost her mind? Yang Bufan said worriedly. No, Sister Ning is absolutely not the kind of person who would be blinded by benefits. Plus, her mind isn't that weak. Perhaps this zither has a different meaning to her. Jiang Qin shook his head. He could clearly see the two images of the Xiaoyao zither in Wu Ningzhu's eyes. This kind of image would also appear in the eyes of others, but not as clear as Wu Ningzhu. She could see the image of the Xiaoyao zither in Wu Ningzhu's eyes, as if she was there herself. Everyone, don't disturb her. She might have been summoned by the Xiaoyao zither. This is a great opportunity. Little Chinzi, you should remember that when Sister Ning was in Saint Origin World, her combat weapon was a zither. I guess she has been fond of music since she was a child and she is very proficient in this aspect. Perhaps things aren't that simple, said De Huang Dog. Everyone was shocked by what he said. They all knew that a peerless sovereign weapon like the Xiaoyao zither couldn't be controlled by any ordinary person. Such a sovereign weapon would search for its own master. Now that Wu Ningzhu had been summoned, it was highly possible that she was the one that the Xiaoyao zither was looking for. If that was the case, it would be an unimaginable opportunity for Wu Ningzhu. Such an opportunity was greater than the heavens. Jiang Qin also reacted. When he first met Wu Ningzhu, she had a zither in her hand. Her musical attainments were beyond ordinary. After hearing what De Huang Dog said, Jiang Qin suddenly felt that Wu Ningzhu's love for zither and music seemed to be preordained by the heavens. Weng, after the Xiaoyao zither appeared, it kept shaking violently. It was a sign of excitement. That's right, excitement. It was as if the wish of tens of thousands of years had finally come true. I can't take it anymore. I'm going to make my move. If I can get my hands on the Xiaoyao zither, I'll become a supreme of heaven and earth. Someone whose mind had been completely eroded by desire flew towards the Xiaoyao zither like a madman. Arg. Unfortunately, before he could get close to the Xiaoyao zither, his body was suddenly engulfed in raging flames and burned into nothingness in the blink of an eye, leaving nothing behind. Humph. A bunch of ignorant fools. Do you think the Xiaoyao zither is a primary stone on the street that anyone can pick up? Courting death. De Huang Dog harumphed coldly. His emotions were fluctuating violently. The appearance of the Xiaoyao zither seemed to have caused him to lose his composure. However, Jiang Qin could see that De Huang Dog's restlessness was completely different from the others. Others were restless because of greed, but De Huang Dog seemed to have been touched by something hidden in his heart. He seemed to be reminiscing about the past. De Huang can control the immortal execution sword and control the immortal burying coffin, but he still lost his composure after seeing the Xiaoyao zither. Could it be that he is also a figure from that era? Jiang Qin made a bold guess in his mind, but he was also startled by his own thoughts. Don't be impulsive, everyone. A peerless sovereign weapon has its own intelligence. It may be looking for its master. Without great fortune and great luck, only death awaits you. Someone reminded him out of goodwill. Upon hearing this, the greed in many people's hearts began to restrain a little. Although the Xiaoyao zither was precious, it was nothing compared to their lives. If they died, it would be useless even if the Xiaoyao zither was a peerless emperor weapon. However, it didn't take long for another person to rush towards the Xiaoyao zither. That person's hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot. He had completely lost his mind. Under the attraction of the powerful sovereign weapon, his mind seemed to have become fragile. That's right. A peerless sovereign weapon was looking for its master. What if that master was him? What if he was the person with great fortune and great fortune? Therefore he had to give it a try. Even if there was only a 1 in 10,000 chance, he had to try. If he succeeded, he would surely soar to the sky. Unfortunately, it was too foolish to risk his life for that 1 in 10,000 chance. Furthermore, if such a peerless sovereign weapon was looking for its master, there would surely be some instructions. If he didn't get any instructions, he was afraid that he wouldn't even have a 1 in 10,000 chance to obtain the weapon. Pong. Arg. As expected, as soon as the person reached his previous position, his body was immediately engulfed by raging flames and burned into nothingness. At this moment, many people came back to their senses. They knew that obtaining a peerless monarch weapon was nothing but a pipe dream. This is too miserable. Seems like a peerless sovereign weapon isn't that easy to obtain. Lan Lingji sighed. In order to obtain a peerless sovereign weapon, one must first have the potential to become a great sovereign. Throughout the ages, how many people have become a great sovereign? De Huang Dog spoke. The word, great sovereign, sounded meaningful and heartfelt. Everything has its own fate and everything has its own destiny. Tyrant became serious. He was the calmest one among them. Even when he saw the Xiao Yaoqin, there wasn't the slightest ripple in his eyes. This was Tyrant's temperament. He had a deep affinity with Buddha and had long reached the state of emptiness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to cultivate the Tao-light Buddha body. Look, there's a change. Suddenly, someone shouted. Everyone looked over and saw that all the cracks under the Xiao Yaoqin had appeared. At the same time, countless flames rushed out from inside. The flames condensed into a stairway of fire, hanging in the void and constantly falling down. The raging flames burned and even the void was burnt. Those fiery stairs continued to descend. There were a total of 100 of them. The 100-step fiery stairs were like a stairway to heaven. After the appearance of these stairs, an ancient palace emerged at the top. The exterior of the palace was enshrouded by raging flames, making it hard for people to see its true color and appearance. However, an ancient palace had emerged and the Xiao Yaoqin was hovering above it. Look, that palace is the remains of the great sovereign. It has completely emerged. The remains of a great sovereign has existed for tens of thousands of years. Simply unimaginable. What a powerful pressure. I can feel my soul trembling. Who can imagine the demeanor of a great sovereign from tens of thousands of years ago? I wonder if we have the chance to enter the palace. If we do, we will surely obtain great benefits. Even if we just absorb the qi of the great sovereign, it will be enough for us to benefit immensely. Everyone was shocked. The appearance of the remains of a great sovereign had set off a storm. Many people who had already calmed down were stirred up again. No one could remain calm in the face of the remains of a great sovereign. Empress Xiao Yao from tens of thousands of years ago was an ancient female sovereign. She must have had an extraordinary demeanor. Now that she had appeared, it seemed like she was looking for a successor. Look at those fiery stairs. They seem to be summoning something. It's a pity that I'm not the one being summoned. Maybe it's not what you think. In my opinion, the fiery stairs are just a guide. The remains of a great sovereign have truly appeared. If we can step on those fiery stairs, we can go to the palace through them. Are you crazy? That's the fire of sun and it's under the control of the Xiao Yaoqin. Have you forgotten how those two people died? Stepping on those fiery stairs might be the same as stepping on death's door. Although the remains of a great sovereign are good, we need to be alive to obtain them. Chapter 1636. The fiery stairs appeared. It seemed to lead directly to the palace ruins. On the surface, it seemed to be a passage for people, but in fact no one dared to step on the fiery stairs. They had learned from the mistakes of others. No one was not afraid of death. The remains of the great sovereign were naturally excellent, but they also needed to have that kind of opportunity. Otherwise they would only die in the end. Hoo-hoo. The fiery stairs were burning fiercely. The entire space of Golden Horizon seemed to be on the verge of being incinerated. The temperature of the heavens and earth had risen to a blazing height, but those who were here were the geniuses of geniuses, immortal emperor experts. They had no problem resisting the temperature of the flames. This is the 100 steps fiery staircase. It's used to receive the inheritor. I understand now. The Xiao Yaoqin hasn't appeared for tens of thousands of years because it hasn't found a true inheritor. Now that it has appeared, it's because the person it's waiting for has appeared among the people who came in, so it came out. De Huang Dog said. As soon as he said that, everyone's eyes fell on Wu Ningzhu again. At this moment Wu Ningzhu was still in the same state as before without any change. She seemed to be immersed in a unique artistic conception, making it hard for people to see through her. Is Miss Wu the inheritor chosen by the Xiao Yaoqin? Could it be that the Xiao Yaoqin has opened it especially for Miss Wu? Yang Bufan asked. It's hard to say, but the possibility is very high. If it's true, it will be Sister Ning's greatest fortune. De Huang Dog said. Jiang Qin began to feel nervous, even more nervous than his own matters. Wu Ningzhu was the most important person in his life. Now that such a situation had happened, he couldn't help but worry. This was no different from gambling. If Wu Ningzhu stepped on the fiery stairs, there were two possibilities. One was that she would obtain a peerless opportunity and a heaven-defying fortune. But if the Xiao Yaoqin wasn't waiting for Wu Ningzhu, she would die. The fiery stairs have already appeared. The great sovereign's remains are just ahead. I really can't miss it. I'm going to give it a try. That's right. Those two were unlucky because the fiery stairs hadn't appeared yet, which meant that the great sovereign's remains hadn't appeared yet. Now that the fiery stairs have appeared, the great sovereign's remains have truly appeared. I don't think it will stop us anymore. I think so too. I've entered the immortal vault before. Before the immortal vault was fully revealed, it was impossible to enter because the immortal vault itself had a great pressure. However, when the passageway to the immortal vault is fully opened, anyone can enter. I think this 100 steps fiery stairs is the passageway to the great sovereign's remains. Everyone, let's not waste time. Many people couldn't suppress the excitement in their hearts and were ready to make a move. A total of 20 to 30 people walked towards the fiery stairs at the same time. In this world, there were always a lot of courageous people. There was a saying that the courageous would be stuffed to death while the timid would starve to death. Everyone had the same thought in their hearts, that being the first to enter the immortal vault would definitely be beneficial. It was very likely that there would be a great fortune at the entrance of the immortal vault, and the first to enter would directly obtain it. Now, facing such a powerful monarch's relic, everyone was moved. The 20 to 30 people didn't hesitate at all. They came to the front of the fiery stairs and directly stepped on it. Behind them, tens of thousands of pairs of eyes were watching. They didn't want to stand out, so they were waiting to see the outcome. They wanted to see if these people who stepped on the fiery stairs would be burned to ashes like the previous two. Wails were heard the next moment. As soon as the 30 of them stepped on the first flight of the fiery stairs, they were immediately incinerated into nothingness. There were intermediate immortal emperors among them, but none of them could escape the burning of the fire of Sunday. The fire of sun alone wouldn't be so powerful. At least, it wouldn't be so domineering to the extent that it could burn immortal emperors to death. However, the fire of sun here was obviously different. It was the raging fire of tens of thousands of years ago, left behind by Empress Xiaoyao. It had the mark of the great sovereign on it. Hua! The scene immediately caused an uproar. Many of them who were ready to make a move hastily halted their footsteps and looked at the fiery stairs as though they were looking at the scariest thing in the heavens and earth. Any living being in the heavens and earth would have to retreat before it. How could this be? Xian was astonished. Initially, he thought that this stairway was the passage to the interior of the remains of the great sovereign, but now it seemed that it wasn't the case at all. The eyes of countless people were filled with pity. They were sighing. The remains of the great sovereign was right in front of them, but they could only stare at it with their eyes. They couldn't even climb the fiery stairs, let alone enter the interior of the palace. I have already said that this is the inheritor that Empress Xiaoyao is looking for. Otherwise, the Xiao Yaoqin wouldn't have taken the initiative to show up. There must be someone here who is valued by Empress Xiaoyao. Otherwise, the Xiao Yaoqin wouldn't have appeared at this time after hiding for tens of thousands of years. Therefore, apart from the one who is valued by Empress Xiaoyao, the others will die if they go up. There is no exception. Monkey, if you don't believe me, you can try. De Huang Dog spoke, then grinned at Xian. Fuck you. Why don't you try? Xian rolled his eyes. Although he was confident, he wasn't confident enough to fight against a great sovereign. He had just been born and didn't want to die. As soon as De Huang Dog's voice faded, Wu Ningzhu stepped forward and walked towards the fiery stairs. Seeing this, Jiang Qin grabbed Wu Ningzhu's arm and called out, "Sister Ning." Jiang Qin couldn't help but worry. So many people had died. The things left behind by Empress Xiaoyao were too terrifying. If Wu Ningzhu was also burned by the raging fire, even if he had the Zulong Tower, he wouldn't be able to save Wu Ningzhu's life. Wu Ningzhu turned her head and smiled at Jiang Qin. "Little Qinzi, don't worry. I feel a very powerful summoning force. It's the summon of the Xiao Yaoqin. I must go." Wu Ningzhu regained her composure, but her attitude was incomparably firm. Just as Jiang Qin was about to say something, a golden light suddenly shot down from the Xiao Yaoqin. The light was like a meteor moving at an extremely fast speed. Its target was none other than Wu Ningzhu, shrouding Wu Ningzhu and forming a huge golden net. Swoosh. At this moment, countless eyes were fixed on her, making Wu Ningzhu the center of attention. The Xiao Yaoqin has locked onto her. It seems like she's the one that the Xiao Yaoqin is looking for. She's the inheritor that Empress Xiao Yao has chosen. What a beautiful girl. I've never noticed that there's actually such a peerless beauty in the heavens and earth. It's just that her cultivation base seems to be too weak. She's merely a half-step immortal emperor, not even an immortal emperor. I can't tell how good her aptitude is. Why would Empress Xiao Yao choose such an inheritor? So that's how it is. It turns out that the appearance of the Xiao Yaoqin has a certain goal. Seems like we were wrong before. The inheritance of the great sovereign has been hidden for tens of thousands of years. How could it suddenly appear? It turns out that the person we've been waiting for has arrived. This girl is truly a heaven-defying fortune. Che, let's see if she can climb the fiery stairs. By this time, everyone knew what was going on. Those who had died previously were all wronged. This was the inheritor chosen by the great sovereign. It was useless to fight for it. Haha. Little Chenzi, this is Sister Ning's peerless fortune. Empress Xiao Yao has really chosen her. De Huang Dog laughed aloud. Sister Ning, be careful. Jiang Chen stroked Wu Ningzhu's face. Since Empress Xiao Yao had chosen Wu Ningzhu, Jiang Chen naturally wouldn't stop her. He was incomparably excited and happy. Before entering the Golden Horizon, Jiang Chen had already operated the great divination art to divine that Wu Ningzhu would surely encounter some fortune. Now his prediction had come true, but even Jiang Chen himself had never thought that Wu Ningzhu's fortune would be so great. I know. Don't worry. Wu Ningzhu gave Jiang Chen a reassuring smile, then strode towards the fiery stairs. Her body was glowing with golden brilliance, like a fairy of heaven and earth. From her body, people seemed to see the peerless beauty of Empress Xiao Yao. Stop her. We can't let her get the inheritance of the great sovereign. Otherwise we won't have a chance anymore. Just at this time a loud yell was heard. The one who spoke was none other than the northern and southern dynasties. Hua. As soon as these words came out, the crowd became restless. Stop, Wu Ningzhu. That's right. Why should they watch others get the inheritance of the great sovereign? Even if they couldn't get it themselves, they couldn't let others get it, especially those who had enmity with Jiang Chen. Their eyes began to turn sharp. Many of them knew that Wu Ningzhu was Jiang Chen's woman. If she obtained the inheritance of the great sovereign, she would become incomparably terrifying. At that time Jiang Chen would be unstoppable. Not to mention killing Jiang Chen, they were afraid that they would die here. Naturally, the northern and southern dynasties had the same thought. How can a puny little half-step immortal emperor girl obtain the inheritance of the great sovereign in front of us? She's nothing compared to us. We are the ones with great luck. Kill this woman and Empress Xiao Yao will choose another inheritor. At that time all of us will have a chance. The northern and southern dynasties continued to speak loudly, fanning the flames of the crowd, as though wanting to see the world plunged into chaos. This is bad. Jiang Chen cursed inwardly. The inheritance of the great sovereign was too sensitive. The northern and southern dynasties were sinister and ruthless. They had actually launched an attack at this critical moment. They had made use of the jealousy and greed of the people to kill all of them. This move was just too vicious. That's right. Kill this woman and Empress Xiao Yao will choose another inheritor. At that time we will still have a chance. What qualification does a half-step immortal emperor have to obtain the inheritance of the great sovereign? Our qualifications are all above her. Kill. Kill this woman. She can forget about getting the things that we can't get. The scene instantly went out of control. A few words from the northern and southern dynasties had completely changed the atmosphere. Chapter 1637. Such a scene simply couldn't withstand the stimulation. Many of them had a fragile mind. The attraction of the inheritance of the great sovereign was just too great. Initially, the appearance of Wu Ningzhu had made them give up completely, but after the incitement of the northern and southern dynasties, many of them had a new idea. No one wanted the inheritance of the great sovereign to fall into the hands of others, especially those who were weaker than them. If the inheritance of the great sovereign fell into the hands of people like Xia Xiaotian and Zhang Yulong, perhaps there wouldn't be such a commotion. It was because Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base was too weak. She was merely a half-step immortal emperor. Compared to the countless geniuses on the scene, Wu Ningzhu's talent wasn't considered to be above average. That was why everyone was unwilling to accept it. The northern and southern dynasties had seized this point to incite such a commotion. At that time, not only would they be able to kill Wu Ningzhu, they would also be able to take the opportunity to kill Jiang Qin and Long Shisan. The people he wanted to kill the most now were Jiang Qin and Long Shisan. These two were too great of a threat to him, especially Jiang Qin. Although Jiang Qin's current cultivation base wasn't as good as him, Jiang Qin's potential terrified him. If he allowed Jiang Qin to continue to grow, he would surpass him sooner or later. At that time, it would be the time of his death. Jiang Qin's face turned incomparably gloomy and unsightly. He glared at the northern and southern dynasties. This bastard had really infuriated him. Motherfucker. Motherfucker, this son of Abtch is too shameless. At such a crucial moment, he has completely destroyed everything. Long Shisan had a bad temper. The moment he opened his mouth, he cursed. The iron staff had already appeared in his hand, and the chi of the immemorial battle spirit was unleashed. Everyone, let's attack together and kill this woman. The northern and southern dynasties' chi surged. As soon as he finished speaking, he made a move. He broke the void with a claw, and a terrifying energy was launched at Wu Ningzhu. Currently, Wu Ningzhu had been completely attracted by the call of the Xiao Yao Qin. She had to put all her attention on the fiery stairs. At this time, she couldn't retreat anymore. As the successor of Empress Xiao Yao, she was afraid that Empress Xiao Yao would immediately give up on her and choose someone else. Furthermore, she wasn't afraid because Jiang Qin was standing behind her. He was the man she trusted the most. As long as Jiang Qin was here, she wouldn't care even if the sky fell down. She knew her man's capability. He would do everything he could to protect her and not let any harm come to her. Northern and southern dynasties, how dare you attack a woman? How shameless. Today Brother Shisan will teach you a lesson. Long Shisan was infuriated. He waved his iron staff and destroyed the attack of the northern and southern dynasties immediately. He stood in front of the northern and southern dynasties, not allowing the northern and southern dynasties to get close to Wu Ningzhu. Damned monkey, I'll kill you today. Even if you can stop me, the people here will still drown you. You know the temptation of the remains of a great sovereign better than me. The northern and southern dynasties revealed a cold smile. The effect he wanted had already appeared. He was very satisfied now. Moreover, he had taken the initiative to attack just now, which had already opened the curtains of the fierce battle that was about to happen. Despicable and shameless dog, eat my staff. Long Shisan gritted his teeth and swung his iron staff at the northern and southern dynasties. The two heaven-defying bastards clashed with each other in an instant. The impact caused by the attack of the northern and southern dynasties was too great. Many of them were ready to attack. Kill this woman. Don't let her get close to the remains. Someone roared and lunged at Wu Ningzhu. Courting death. Jiang Qin's eyes were cold. He transformed into his dragon form and blocked in front of Wu Ningzhu with extreme speed. His terrifying blood-red dragon claw grabbed the neck of the attacker. Even though the attacker had an early immortal emperor cultivation base, he was as vulnerable as a chicken in front of Jiang Qin. He couldn't even move after being grabbed by Jiang Qin. Stop. How dare you hurt the people of Limitless Immortal Sect? Someone yelled from behind. The person who was captured by Jiang Qin was a disciple of Limitless Immortal Sect, one of the 11 major powers in East Xuanyu. He couldn't resist the powerful temptation and attacked. Limitless Immortal Sect is nothing. How dare you touch Sister Ning? The people of Immortal Court will have to die too. Go to hell. Jiang Qin's eyes were ferocious. His attack was even more ferocious. He crushed the neck of the disciple of Limitless Immortal Sect. The disciple died on the spot before he could even scream. His brocade pouch flew towards Jiang Qin's face and was crushed by Jiang Qin. Trash. I don't want it. Jiang Qin's killing intent soared. He was truly infuriated. This group of people had taken advantage of Wu Ningzhu. Jiang Qin wouldn't show any mercy to anyone who tried to harm Wu Ningzhu. Even if he had to offend the entire world, Jiang Qin wouldn't hesitate, let alone limitless immortal sect. Son of Abd. How dare you kill the people of limitless immortal sect? You're dead meat. A late immortal emperor of limitless immortal sect bellowed with killing intent. Haha. Fuck your limitless immortal sect. Whoever dares to touch a hair of Sister Ning today, don't blame me for being merciless. If you're not convinced, make your move. I, Xianxia, will start a massacre today. Xianxia laughed wildly. He had never been afraid of anything. Even the countless geniuses on the scene couldn't stop his sharpness. Besides, there was no need for Xianxia to be polite. He knew very well that the attraction of the inheritance of Empress Xiaoya was just too great. Now that it had been provoked by the northern and southern dynasties, it was almost impossible for them to settle this peacefully. Now there were only two ways. One was to make Wu Ningzhu give up the inheritance, and the other was to slaughter them until they were afraid of her. Comparing the two methods, Xianxia chose the latter. De Huang, Tyrant King Fan, block the 4 directions for me and protect Sister Ning. Anyone who comes near her will die. With the heavenly saint sword in his hand, Xianxia's arrogance soared to the sky. In an instant he had turned into a peerless killing god. Lan Lingji and Hua Shaoqian stared at Xianxia in astonishment. This was their first time seeing Xianxia in action. Putting aside how terrifying Xianxia's means were, the domineering qi that emanated from his body made them not dare to look straight at him. Brr! De Huang dog roared wildly. His body grew to a few dozen meters in size. His body was covered with golden light and dragon scales. Electric arcs could be seen flickering on the dragon horns on the top of his head. Then he flew into the battlefield. Amit Ba. Tyrant put his palms together with a solemn face. With a stride he came to the side of Wu Ningzhu. Terrifying Buddha light kept rushing out of his body. Without any delay he struck out the Tao light Buddha body. Plang. Yang Bufan drew out his long sword. The superior qi of the evil lord was also unleashed. It seemed like he was ready for a great battle. It was an indomitable, unstoppable and domineering aura. Even Lan Lingji and Hua Shaoqian, who were females, were affected by it. Let's attack together and protect Miss Wu. Lan Lingji's saintess qi pervaded the air as she struck out. The people of Exquisite Paradise followed suit, drawing out their combat weapons. Our lives are saved by them. Even if we have to sacrifice our lives, we have to help them. Hua Shaoqian looked disdainfully at the crowd and rushed out. None of the people of Celestial Flower Valley was afraid of death. They had already died once in the hands of All Pleasure Sect. De Huang, open your mouth. Xianxia yelled at De Huang dog. De Huang dog didn't hesitate at all. He had absolute trust in Xianxia. Immediately he opened his mouth at Xianxia. Xianxia waved his hand and 3 drops of great earth immortal milk fell into De Huang dog's mouth. De Huang dog's expression immediately became excited. He knew everything. Immediately he guessed what Xianxia had fed him. For God's sake. Let's start a massacre. Master Dog will kill as much as he wants. Let's see who dares to come up here. De Huang dog was extremely excited. Violent energy was constantly rushing through his body. Only De Huang dog could withstand the violent energy after swallowing 3 drops of great earth immortal milk at the same time. Given the scariness of De Huang dog, he would soon advance to the late immortal emperor realm. The Blood Demon King had also run out. Everyone was escorting Wu Ningzhu to the fiery stairs. The scene suddenly became incomparably heated. Attack! We must not let that woman walk up the fiery stairs. Someone attacked again. A dozen intermediate immortal emperors rushed forward, each of them brimming with killing intent. Howl! Xianxia's heavenly saint sword whistled out at extreme speed. An intermediate immortal emperor couldn't resist it at all. He was slashed in half by Xianxia's sword. Blood splashed on the spot. Brothers, let's start a massacre today. Xianxia's eyes were blood red. For the sake of Wu Ningzhu he was willing to shed a river of blood today. Brr! De Huang dog turned into a ray of light and rushed out. His cultivation base was rising constantly, reaching the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm in a blink of an eye. The 3 drops of great earth immortal milk were being rapidly digested by him. This dog was incomparably miraculous. His speed of improvement couldn't be measured by common sense. Bang! Arg! A wail was heard. An intermediate immortal emperor's body was broken in half by De Huang dog's head. Even though they were all rare geniuses, they were no match for De Huang Dog. There was no comparison between the two of them. Whoosh, whoosh. All of a sudden, the scene became incomparably chaotic. Destructive energy was everywhere. Jiang Qin and the rest were guarding a passage for Wu Ningzhu, allowing Wu Ningzhu to walk up the fiery stairs step by step. Arg! Wails were heard constantly. This was the cruelest massacre. It was almost a war. Jiang Qin and the rest were using their lives to defend their rights. As more and more people joined the battle, the scene became more and more intense. Very soon, powerful late immortal emperors joined the battle. On the side of Jiang Qin, there was only Lan Lingji, a late immortal emperor expert. The pressure was not small, but De Huang Dog could also be considered as a late immortal emperor. Tyrant wasn't inferior to those late immortal emperor geniuses, so Jiang Qin could still fight against a late immortal emperor. Eternal immortal wind, 5 elemental sphere. Jiang Qin bellowed, casting out the combination of the eternal immortal wind and the 5 elemental sphere. An enormous sphere enveloped everyone, including their own people, but Jiang Qin had perfect control over the sphere. The eternal immortal wind would hardly cause any harm to his people. Chapter 1638. Voila! The eternal immortal wind and the 5 elemental sphere had completely fused together. Jiang Qin had cast out the Qilin arm. He was ready to become the enemy of the world. In order to protect Wu Ningzhu, he would kill anyone who tried to stop him. No matter who the opponent was, as long as they approached him, Jiang Qin would use the most direct and powerful means to fight back. All the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley, except for the 2 saintesses, retreat now. Otherwise, their lives will be in danger. Jiang Qin yelled. The attraction of the inheritance of the great sovereign was too great. Although some of them had already been killed, the enmity between the 2 major powers had been sown. More and more people would definitely join the fray. This move of the northern and southern dynasties was extremely vicious. The more people who died in this battle, the more hatred they would attract. The greater the hatred, the greater the massacre. It was bound to be a bloody battle. Jiang Qin didn't want to implicate the disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley. After all, their cultivation base was too high. Their lives would be threatened at any time. At that time, not only would they not be able to provide any help, they would also become a burden. Once the battle started, he was afraid that no one would be able to protect them. If the female disciples of the 2 major powers were killed, Jiang Qin would feel uneasy. It had already touched Jiang Qin's heart that they were willing to help under such circumstances. Young Master Jiang is right. All of you should retreat now. Lan Lingji spoke. After exchanging glances with each other, the female disciples hastily retreated from the battle. They weren't fools. They knew what Jiang Qin meant. In such a battle, they indeed wouldn't be able to provide any help. Perhaps they might even lose their lives. If that was the case, the loss would outweigh the gain. The female disciples of the 2 major powers had already retreated. No one stopped them. Most of the people who had joined the battle were trying to stop Wu Ningzhu from obtaining the inheritance of the great sovereign. It had nothing to do with the female disciples of the 2 major powers. At the back, numerous late immortal emperors were ready to strike. The atmosphere became even more solemn. It seemed like a great battle was inevitable. Wu Ningzhu was still walking towards the fiery stairs step by step. She looked very anxious. She knew everything that was happening around her. As long as Sister Ning steps onto the fiery stairs, she will receive the protection of the fiery stairs. However, I don't know why, but that ray of light from the Xiaoyao zither made it extremely difficult for Sister Ning to move forward. She can't fly now, so she can only walk forward step by step. According to her current speed, we have to endure for 10 minutes. De Huang Dog spoke, sounding incomparably worried. Given Wu Ningzhu's current situation, she could reach the fiery stairs in a single thought under normal circumstances, but because of the ray of light that was shot out from the Xiaoyao zither, Wu Ningzhu found it extremely difficult to move forward. Based on her current speed, it would take her at least 10 minutes to reach the top of the fiery stairs. Normally, 10 minutes wouldn't be a big deal and would pass in the blink of an eye. But now, 10 minutes had become the longest period of time. These 10 minutes would be an incomparably fierce battle. No one knew how much blood would be shed. The Golden Horizon was a land of slaughter. Now that countless geniuses of the three immortal domains had gathered together, many of them wanted to stop Wu Ningzhu from moving forward. Even though Jiang Qin and De Huang Dog had the ability to penetrate through the heavens and earth, they couldn't help but worry. Now all they could do was to defend Wu Ningzhu's inheritance with all their might. There were more than 10,000 geniuses present on the scene. At least 1,000 of them were ready to attack. This was an unimaginable and terrifying force. It was destructive to anyone. Jiang Qin and the others were acting in defiance of the heavens. As a matter of fact, there were definitely more than 10,000 people who had entered the Golden Horizon this time. Even though a lot of them had died, there were still more than 10,000 of them. After all, the Golden Horizon was just too vast. There were plenty of immortal vaults and ruins. Many geniuses were fighting for treasures in other places. Some geniuses were trapped in some places and some were in seclusion trying to break through to the next realm. Haha. How can I, Great Master Hao Ran, miss out on such an exciting battle? At this moment a loud laugh was heard. Buddha light shone. A monk appeared and joined Jiang Chen's group. When he came to the front of the monk, he was none other than Great Master Hao Ran, the senior brother of Tyrant who had fought with Jiang Chen previously. Currently, Great Master Hao Ran's cultivation base had advanced once again. He had advanced from the early Immortal Emperor realm to the intermediate Immortal Emperor realm. He didn't seem any weaker than Tyrant. Jiang Chen knew very well how terrifying this monk was, especially that Arhat golden body. What surprised Jiang Chen was that Great Master Hao Ran would help them in such a dangerous situation. Seemed like Great Master Hao Ran was a man of character. However, the addition of such an expert was undoubtedly very beneficial to Jiang Chen and the others. This was a force that couldn't be underestimated. Senior brother, you have advanced. Upon seeing Great Master Hao Ran, Tyrant hastily greeted. Junior brother, you shameless bastard. You have actually reached the same cultivation base as senior brother. It seems like it will be difficult for senior brother to bully you for fun in the future. Great Master Hao Ran sighed. His tone was full of regret, but it was obvious that he was happy and excited to see his junior brother's cultivation base improving. Me too, Yang Lang. Another person leaped out and came to Jiang Chen's group. This person's qi was incomparably powerful. Who else could it be if he wasn't Yang Lang? The strongest genius of Great Qian Empire. He was an intermediate immortal emperor when he entered the Golden Horizon, and had already advanced to the late immortal emperor realm now. Jiang Qin and Yang Bufan weren't surprised by Yang Lang's progress. After all, this was his second time entering the Golden Horizon. Given his talent, if he still couldn't advance to the late immortal emperor realm, he would seem somewhat inferior. Thank you, senior brother Yang Lang. Jiang Qin spoke. Yang Bufan looked over with a smile. Humph. The people of Great Qian Empire can't be bullied by just anyone. How can I, Yang Lang, miss out on such a battle? Yang Lang harumphed coldly. His qi soared into the sky. His participation had strengthened Jiang Chen's group once again. Currently, Yang Lang and Lan Lingji were already late immortal emperors. Jiang Qin, De Huang Dog, Tyrant and Great Master Hao Ran were all able to fight against late immortal emperors, especially De Huang Dog, who was constantly refining the Great Earth immortal milk. Of course, it wasn't an easy task to advance to the late immortal emperor realm within 10 minutes. After all, this was breaking through to a higher realm. It wasn't as easy as it seemed. Their group had indeed become stronger, but it didn't seem to be enough for the current situation. De Huang, you will deploy the 5 elemental grand formation. The rest of you will guard the grand formation. We will fight with them while taking the defensive measures. With Sister Ning as the leader, it will be fine as long as we can hold them off for 10 minutes. Jiang Qin spoke aloud. He was a very wise and calm person. The more critical the situation was, the more calm Jiang Qin could maintain. He wasn't arrogant. He had been measuring the gap between the two sides. Unlike the usual unscrupulous attacks, the most important thing now was to protect Wu Ningzhu. He must not let anything happen to Wu Ningzhu. As long as Wu Ningzhu stepped onto the fiery stairs, everything would be fine. The fiery stairs would protect Wu Ningzhu. At that time, all of them would die even if they attacked together. Therefore, they only needed to hold on for 10 minutes. Jiang Qin chose to focus on defense. All right. Without the slightest hesitation, De Huang Dog began to deploy the formation. To him, deploying the 5 elemental grand formation was effortless. The shapeless spirit in Jiang Chen's body had integrated with the 5 elemental domain. The 5 elemental grand formation could be completed in an instant. Back when he was fighting against the clones of the northern and southern dynasties in Saint Origin World, he had used this 5 elemental Tejura formation. Wang Wing, a huge grand formation was formed in an instant. A layer of faint 5-colored energy wave enshrouded everyone. Wu Ningzhu was right in the center. The range of the 5 elemental domain happened to be close to the fiery stairs. As long as the grand formation wasn't broken, Wu Ningzhu would be able to reach the fiery stairs unscathed. Someone finally yelled. More than 100 experts attacked at the same time. Most of them were major powers that had enmity with Jiang Chen. Among them there were 2 late immortal emperors. The gathering of such terrifying energy was just too terrifying. Honglong. The terrifying energy was like a vast ocean, like a real tsunami, instantly submerging the 5 elements great array. The 5 elemental grand formation shook violently, seemingly in danger of breaking at any time. Cracks began to appear on its surface. The energy was just too terrifying. Everyone attack together and break their grand formation. It will be too shameful if we can't even break a grand formation with so many of us. As long as we kill that woman, the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao will choose a new inheritor. At that time we will all have a chance. Someone yelled with bloodshot eyes. Voila! In just a few blinks, more than 100 experts joined the battlefield and began to attack Jiang Chen's group from all directions. Compared to such a huge army, Jiang Chen's group seemed too small. Tyrant, God Trembling Monument. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen hastily yelled at Tyrant. At this time, only Tyrant's God Trembling Monument could stabilize the grand formation. All right. Tyrant didn't dare to be negligent. Immediately he casted out the God Trembling Monument. The enormous blood-red monument emitted an ancient qi. The invisible pressure it released was terrifying. After the God Trembling Monument appeared, it immediately merged with the 5 elemental grand formation under Tyrant's control. With the help of the monument, the entire battle was immediately stabilized. This was destined to be a protracted battle that would last for 10 minutes. Jiang Chen and the others only needed to guard the formation. On the other side, the battle between Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties had finally begun. Both of them were enemies. The northern and southern dynasties were determined to kill Xianxia. So naturally they wouldn't show any mercy. Knowing that he had encountered a strong opponent, Xianxia kept his iron staff and casted out the powerful battle saint technique. Chapter 1639. Honglong. Xianxia executed his secret art and clashed with the northern and southern dynasties. Although the sky and earth were about to collapse, there was still no clear winner. However, when Xianxia saw that Tyrant had taken out the God Trembling Monument, the situation had basically stabilized. At least the 5 elements grand formation could still be sustained for a short period of time. As long as it could last until Wu Ningzhu stepped onto the fiery stairs, it would be enough. Therefore, Xianxia didn't care about what was happening below and focused on dealing with the northern and southern dynasties. After all, he was very confident in the strength of Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog. Now with the addition of new helpers, their overall combat strength had increased by a notch. Today, the northern and southern dynasties will determine the winner and loser. Xianxia's black hair fluttered in the wind. The imposing manner of the immemorial battle spirit pervaded the air, causing the void to tremble violently. He was like a source of energy that could release an inexhaustible amount of tyrannical energy. Humph! Monkey, even if you are a powerful immemorial battle spirit, you are still no match for me. My northern and southern dynasties follow the heavenly Tao and must walk the path of an emperor. Whoever stands in front of me will die. Do you think you can defeat me again just because you have defeated me before? This is ridiculous. My northern and southern dynasties are invincible. Today I will let you see how terrifying my sovereign technique is. What immemorial battle spirit is nothing in front of me. I am the reincarnation of a great sovereign. I will eventually become a great sovereign. Today I will kill you, extract your immemorial bloodline and make it my own. The northern and southern dynasties were incomparably arrogant. His every move was shocking and tyrannical. He was like a peerless emperor, and no color could cover his radiance. He was the true pride of the heavens. It was not an exaggeration to say that he was the inheritor of the heavenly Tao. The northern and southern dynasties had long regarded him as the son of heaven, and wanted to be the master of the world. Everyone had underestimated his ambition. Without a doubt, the northern and southern dynasties were very terrifying characters. Most peerless geniuses would find it hard to even encounter a single defeat in their entire lives. Thus, a single defeat would cast a great shadow over their hearts, making it difficult for them to advance. In fact, they might even come to a halt, ruining their entire lives. However, even though the northern and southern dynasties were defeated by Xian and had their celestial eyes destroyed, they did not give up in the slightest. Instead, they quickly recovered their celestial eyes and successfully leveled up, becoming even more terrifying than before. In the hearts of the northern and southern dynasties, there was no such thing as failure. If one lost, they would kill their opponent to fill the gap in their path to becoming an emperor. Emperor? Great sovereign? Haha, northern and southern dynasties, you are truly a laughable fellow. You think that you are high and mighty, but it turns out that you are only this capable. What is there to be arrogant about as a reincarnation of a great sovereign? I, Ancestor Zhou Xian, am a supreme god. My immemorial divine bloodline is not something a mere reincarnation of a great sovereign like you can compare to. What arrogance do you have in front of me? Xian ridiculed. If the northern and southern dynasties wanted to use the arrogance of a great sovereign on him, they had found the wrong target. The bloodline of an immemorial battle spirit was much nobler than the bloodline of a great sovereign. An ordinary immemorial battle spirit such as the heaven-devouring devil ape that was imprisoned in Genius Prefecture. Although he was also an immemorial battle spirit, the bloodline in his body wasn't pure due to the passage of time. Therefore he couldn't be considered as noble. However, Xian was different. He possessed the complete bloodline of the battle clan, inheriting the divine abilities and means of his ancestor. This was the true noble bloodline, a truly peerless being. From this point of view, a reincarnation of a great sovereign from the northern and southern dynasties indeed didn't have the right to be arrogant in front of Xian. You're right. It's a pity that there are no longer any divine spirits in this heaven and earth. For countless years, the great sovereigns have been the reigning supreme in the immortal world. Divine spirits are illusory and illusory. Perhaps they don't even exist. Great sovereigns are the end of cultivation. They are the people who stand at the peak of the northern and southern dynasties, the supreme figures of the heaven and earth. Even if you have the bloodline of an immemorial battle spirit, you're nothing but an object in the bag of the northern and southern dynasties. You're all stepping stones on my path to becoming an emperor. The northern and southern dynasties were still as arrogant as ever. They didn't even put the bloodline of an immemorial battle spirit in their eyes. In their world, they were the noblest existences, and would eventually become the most powerful figure in the heaven and earth. They were the gods who would be worshipped by millions of people. Then cut the crap. Let's fight. Xian was enraged. He wanted to use practical methods to tell the northern and southern dynasties who was the noblest. He wanted to use the battle saint art to defend the prestige of the battle clan. Xian waved his hands in the air, directly tearing it apart. His black hair fluttered in the wind, each strand piercing into the void. The might radiating from him was simply too powerful. At this moment, even his hair had become a weapon. Any strand of it could destroy immortal weapons. Battle Saint Art, Do Character Art. Fighting against the heavens, bringing boundless joy. Xian's fiery golden eyes gleamed with fiery light as he instantly unleashed the powerful Do Character Art. This was the most powerful attack of the Battle Saint Art, containing the true intent of battle. Not only was the attack incomparably powerful, it also contained a powerful will, the will to fight against the heavens. It was rumored that the ancestor of the battle clan once used an iron cudgel to stir up the four seas, causing the heavens and earth to be unable to contain it. Even a hole was pierced through the sky. From this, one could see how terrifying the Do character art was. Xian formed seals with his hands and blasted out an ancient imprint of divine valor. This imprint shone resplendently, resembling a totem god imprint. After it appeared, the heavens and earth trembled as a huge hole appeared in the sky. Go! Xian bellowed. An enormous divine imprint was launched at the northern and southern dynasties. The battle between him and the northern and southern dynasties had attracted a lot of attention from the beginning. After all, the northern and southern dynasties were all heaven-defying figures, the reincarnations of great sovereigns. Just this gimmick alone was enough to attract people's attention. Now that the northern and southern dynasties had advanced to the intermediate immortal emperor realm, they must have become even more terrifying. However, a young man had emerged who dared to fight the northern and southern dynasties head-on. Everyone wanted to see what this young man was capable of. As a genius of the same generation, the emergence of every dazzling star would attract countless attention. What a powerful combat technique! That ancient and mysterious imprint has even caused the heavens to tremble. What exactly is the background of this young man? This kind of combat technique is rarely seen in this world. It's too powerful. Contains the chi of a divine soul. The pressure is extremely strong. Could it be that an immemorial battle soul has been born? There are just too many monstrous geniuses in this heavens and earth. I really don't know if it's my misfortune or fortune to be living in the same generation as them. See, this young man is merely an intermediate immortal emperor. He believes that he won't be a match for the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties are almost invincible in the same realm. Back then he had almost killed Mo Wuqing when he was only an early immortal emperor at the Broken Edge Cliff. No one wasn't shocked. Such an earth-shattering battle was bound to attract the attention of all. If Xian could defeat the northern and southern dynasties, his name would immediately rise to fame. Everyone in the immortal world would know about him. Even if he was defeated, it would be enough for him to stay alive in the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. For God's sake, the battle saint technique of the battle clan is truly powerful. Monkey has only mastered 1% of its essence, but he has already displayed such powerful chi. Such an immemorial battle soul really can't be underestimated. The Huang dog didn't forget to sigh while controlling the 5-elemental grand formation. On the opposite side, upon seeing the attack of Xian, the facial expression of the northern and southern dynasties changed slightly. Their impression of Xian rose by 30%, but they didn't have the slightest fear. Instead they were filled with fighting spirit. The power of Xian had completely aroused their combat intent. Imperial heaven and earth, I am the monarch, the hand of heaven. The golden hair of the northern and southern dynasties fluttered wildly. Their mouths were chanting incantations. Every word was like the rumbling of thunder. Their entire being had turned into the monarch like the supreme being of the heavens and earth. The eye of heaven was also glowing. At this moment the northern and southern dynasties had become one with the heavens. They were the heavens striking out the hand of heaven. The terrifying hand of the heavens was golden and dazzling. It was at least 300 meters long. After this hand appeared, it became the only existence in the world, an existence that would never change since time immemorial. Tens of thousands of people submitted to it, and a casual move from it could destroy everything in its path. Honglong. The Do symbol art and the hand of heaven collided violently. This was an incomparably noble attack that carried a supreme will. One merged with the heavens while the other could fight against the heavens. It was hard to predict who would emerge victorious. The sky was completely destroyed. The battlefield instantly turned into a state of chaos and nothingness. The figures of the northern and southern dynasties and Xian were drowned in the chaos, making it impossible for anyone to see what was happening inside. No one wasn't shocked. Even the monstrous geniuses of the immortal court, Xia Xiaotian and Zhang Yulong, were shocked. Both of them were powerful inheritors with powerful bloodlines. Their cultivation base was about to advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm, but they didn't have the slightest confidence in fighting Xian or any one of the northern and southern dynasties. I didn't expect young Master Long to be so terrifying. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't believe it. The people of all pleasure sect are really unlucky to have encountered him. If young Master Long can marry our saintess, it will be a great thing for exquisite paradise. It's definitely not a bad thing for us to befriend such a genius. That's right. I can see that young Master Long is interested in our saintess. Otherwise he wouldn't have followed her to all pleasure sect to save us. Besides, our proud saintess seems to have fallen in love with young Master Long. Let's not talk too much. Even if the saintess wants to marry young Master Long, she has to ask the immortal venerable. Without the consent of the immortal venerable, the saintess can't make the decision herself. The female disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley sighed. The strength of Long Xian had indeed exceeded their imagination. Hong Long. Chapter 1640. If more people attack, his grand formation won't be able to hold on any longer. Also, that stone tablet is an incomparably mystical divine item. It will bring us endless benefits if we obtain it. Someone yelled. He was a member of Nanbei family. They hated Jiangqin to the bone because of the fire Qilin. Plus, they had received the order from the northern and southern dynasties. Thus, they did everything they could to kill Jiangqin and stop Wu Ningzhu. In Nanbei family, the status of the northern and southern dynasties was above everything else. Even the patriarch of Nanbei family had to act according to the mood of the northern and southern dynasties. To put it bluntly, the northern and southern dynasties were the hope of Nanbei family. The ambition of an individual was basically equivalent to the ambition of an entire family. Nanbei family was naturally unwilling to be mediocre. It wasn't easy for them to produce such a figure in the northern and southern dynasties. The ambition of the entire family had changed. They were no longer willing to stay in East Xuanyu. Even in East Xuanyu, they wanted to be the only boss in East Xuanyu. They believed that the northern and southern dynasties would certainly lead the entire Nanbei family to dominate the world, and even become a major power that could contend against the immortal court. More and more people joined in and began to bombard the 5 elemental grand formation. Tyrant, support the grand formation. I'm going to kill him. Jiangqin left behind these words and flew out of the grand formation with a sway of his body. His footsteps were mysterious as he executed the 9 phantom wolves. In an instant, his shadows were everywhere in the void, dazzling the eyes of the onlookers. Such a technique that could confuse vision was the most terrifying, especially in such a chaotic battle. In the blink of an eye, Jiangqin had already appeared in front of the disciple of Nanbei family. The heavenly saint sword was already at the center of his eyebrows. The disciple was still shouting for the others to attack. He had never thought that Jiangqin would abandon the grand formation and appear in front of him so quickly. I'll let you shout. Jiangqin thrust his long sword forward, piercing the center of the Nanbei family's disciple's brows. His eyes widened as he died in despair. Never in his wildest dreams did he imagine that he would die so quickly. He was still waiting to perform well in front of young Master Chao so that he could receive some sort of reward when he returned. Now Jiangqin had given him a reward in advance, the reward of death. Bang! With a jolt of sword chi, the head of the Nanbei family disciple was directly shattered. After killing one person, Jiangqin didn't stop his actions and charged towards the other 2 disciples of Nanbei family. Many members of Nanbei family had gathered together. Although Jiangqin didn't recognize them, he could recognize the clothes. Many of them were wearing the same clothes, which immediately made them the targets of Jiangqin's slaughter. As for the 5 elemental grand formation, Tyrant was enough to support it. Jiangqin had to teach these guys a bloody lesson, letting them know that they had to pay a heavy price for doing such a thing. Arg! 2 blood-curdling screams resounded. The 2 disciples of Nanbei family had also died under Jiangqin's sword. Both sides were simply not on the same level. If Jiangqin wanted to kill them, it would be as easy as flipping his hand. Jiangqin didn't show any mercy when he attacked, especially towards the members of Nanbei family. He didn't even blink when he killed them. Today, no matter how many members of Nanbei family came, he would kill them all. He wanted to make Nanbei family pay a heavy price. Furthermore, Jiangqin had chosen to take the initiative, which was very advantageous to the defense of the 5 elemental grand formation. It was much more advantageous than him guarding it together. With his strength alone, it was enough to turn the enemy's camp into a complete mess, making them unable to attack the 5 elemental grand formation with their full strength. Sword chi soared into the sky. Jiangqin's sudden attack caught many people by surprise. In addition to his decisive and ruthless attack, in the blink of an eye, a few more people died under Jiangqin's heavenly saint sword. Blood splattered everywhere, instantly turning the scene into chaos. "Kill Zhou Xian!" someone yelled. A late immortal emperor lunged at Zhou Xian, but Zhou Xian didn't want to entangle with him at all. The dragon wings on his back flapped, dodging the attack in the blink of an eye. His long sword carried endless killing intent, slashing at those with weaker cultivation base. The current Zhou Xian was already at the peak of late immortal king realm. He was only a step away from advancing to the half-step immortal emperor realm. So his combat strength was terrifying. Plus, he was going to attack without reservation. Any ordinary intermediate immortal emperor would die if they encountered him. As for those late immortal emperors, Zhou Xian had already made up his mind not to confront them head-on. His goal was very simple: to kill. The more people he killed, the greater the deterrence he could create. Zhou Xian wouldn't be lenient in killing these people. In his point of view, anyone who tried to stop Wu Ningzhu was an enemy and deserved to die, especially the people of Nanbei family, Divine Line sect, Huangquan Gate, Great Cloud Empire, Corpse Yin sect and Limitless Sword sect. They were the main targets of Zhou Xian. The enmity between him and these major powers couldn't be resolved. So naturally he wouldn't hold back when he killed them. Brr. The frenzied dragon roared furiously. The combat sword in Zhou Qian's hand was swung like raindrops, killing a few times. When he saw a few disciples wearing the uniform of Nanbei family, he immediately rushed towards them with his sword. Be starred. At this time, a late immortal emperor struck out a powerful attack at Zhou Qian. His name was Nanbei Jing, a famous genius of Nanbei family. If it wasn't for the existence of the northern and southern dynasties, he would be the monstrous genius that Nanbei family valued the most. However, not only did Nanbei Jing not complain about the northern and southern dynasties, but he also obeyed them without the slightest neglect to the orders of the northern and southern dynasties. This showed how lofty the status of the northern and southern dynasties had been in Nanbei family. As long as he was present, the disciples of Nanbei family would be united against external threats. Such an atmosphere was incomparable to the other major powers, especially for a major power like Great Qian Empire. The competition between the disciples of Nanbei family was just too intense. Humph. I'll kill you sooner or later. Zhou Qian harumphed coldly. The 9 phantom wolves was cast out once more. The dragon wings on his back merged with the flaming wings of scarlet flame. It was basically impossible for Nanbei Jing to trap him. Zhou Qian didn't choose to confront Nanbei Jing at all. His speed was just too fast. He evaded the attack and killed a genius of Nanbei family at the same time. Damn it. Upon seeing this, Nanbei Jing was infuriated. He continued to lock his chi on Zhou Qian and lunged at him. He felt that his face had lost its luster. No matter what, Zhou Qian was just a puny little immortal king. How could he accept this? Late immortal emperors, spare your hands and kill Zhou Qian. As long as he's dead, the formation below will be broken automatically. Nanbei Jing yelled to the surrounding people. Upon hearing this, numerous late immortal emperors began to lock onto Zhou Qian. The reason why they wanted to kill Zhou Qian wasn't just because they wanted to destroy the Grand Formation to stop Wu Ningzhu. More importantly, they had witnessed the terror of Zhou Qian. Such a monstrous genius was just too heaven-defying. He already had such a powerful combat strength at the late immortal king realm. If he was allowed to continue to grow, no one could predict to what extent would Zhou Qian grow. Plus, this man was cruel and merciless. Now that they had already established a hostile relationship with him, they absolutely couldn't let such a figure continue to live, because he was a potential threat to them. Huh? Zhou Qian laughed wildly. Given his current ability, no matter how many late immortal emperors there were, they wouldn't be able to kill him. Even if he couldn't defeat Zhou Qian, he could still escape. This was an extremely easy thing to do. Zhou Qian transformed into a dragon, rushing and killing in the crowd. Those intermediate immortal emperors were still fine. They could still resist some of his attacks with their own strength, but those early immortal emperors and half-step immortal emperor geniuses were much weaker. They simply couldn't resist a single attack from Zhou Qian. If Zhou Qian wanted to kill them, it would be a complete massacre. They wouldn't even have the strength to fight back. Everyone present was a genius among geniuses. Some of them were still very young. The death of any one of them would be a great loss to their sect, but Zhou Qian didn't care about this. Zhou Qian, how dare you kill the people of my heavenly Jade dynasty? You are courting death. Someone bellowed. Bullshit, Heavenly Jade Dynasty. If you offend me, I will bomb your imperial capital one day. Xianxia had gone mad. Heavenly Jade Dynasty was one of the 3 major dynasties in East Xuanyu. From now on, apart from befriending Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley, Xianxia had offended all 11 major powers in East Xuanyu. There was also Zhuge family that hadn't clashed with Xianxia yet. As long as Zhuge family and Nanbei family didn't attack him, Xianxia might not have a huge conflict with them. At this point, Corpse Yin Sect, Huangquan Gate, Divine Line Sect, Limitless Immortal Sect, Great Cloud Empire, Heavenly Jade Dynasty and Nanbei family had been completely offended by Xianxia. In the entire East Xuanyu, it was afraid that only Xianxia had offended these 7 major powers. To anyone, offending so many major powers was almost equivalent to courting death. There was no place in the entire East Xuanyu to hide. Arg. Arg. Xianxia would change his location every time he attacked. At least a dozen geniuses had died in his hands. It was incomparably difficult for those late immortal emperors to besiege him. Xianxia was very smart and cunning. He would rush towards the place where there were more people, giving them no chance to lock onto him. However, those late immortal emperors weren't weak after all. Very quickly, 4 to 5 experts formed a circle from different directions, besieging Xianxia. Upon seeing this, Xianxia revealed a faint smile. This time he didn't choose to evade. It seemed like he was ready to clash with these late immortal emperors. If he could restrain these late immortal emperors by himself, the 5 elemental grand formation would be able to hold on for a longer time. The most urgent matter now was Wu Ningzhu. The reason why Xianxia restrained these experts was to buy time for Wu Ningzhu. Chapter 1641. Xianxia was killing his way through the battlefield. He was besieged by 4 to 5 late immortal emperor geniuses. Not only was he able to hold back so many powerful experts, he didn't forget to kill the others. The whole scene had become extremely chaotic. The entire void was torn apart, shaking the heavens and earth. Most of the people were still spectating. After all, there were still a lot of clear-headed people who felt that even if Wu Ningzhu was stopped, they still wouldn't have the chance to obtain the inheritance of the Great Sovereign. The inheritance of the Great Sovereign had its own inheritor. If an inheritor died, the inheritance would probably fall silent again. More importantly, there were already too many people who had attacked. If all of them attacked, they would lose their face. As the geniuses of the young generation, they still needed some face. Below, the 5 elemental grand formation was unbreakable. The pressure of the god-trembling monument was immeasurable. Tyrant was sitting cross-legged on the monument. His chi had fused with the monument. With the suppression of the monument, it was a very difficult thing to break the grand formation. Even though the grand formation was on the verge of collapse with every attack, it was still very far away from breaking. De Huang Dog's chi was rising constantly. The 3 drops of great earth immortal milk were pushing his cultivation base to the terrifying late immortal emperor realm, but it wasn't an easy thing to do. However, it was true that De Huang Dog's combat strength was constantly improving. Yang Lang, Grandmaster Hao Ran, Lan Lingji and Hua Shaoqian were doing their best to control the grand formation, channeling all their energy into it to stabilize it. If it was any other ordinary expert, even if they could still maintain the grand formation, they were afraid that each attack would severely injure them. The sky was destroyed and the earth was sinking. This was a great battle. Hundreds of experts attacked at the same time. Only Xianxia and the others could stop them. Xianxia had transformed into a true dragon and merged with the heavenly saint's sword. He was fighting 5 enemies at the same time, but he kept falling into a disadvantageous position. His body was trembling from the attacks, but he was still able to keep the 5 great warriors at bay, preventing them from dealing with the formation below. There were a lot of late immortal emperors, about 10 of them, but not all of them could deal with Xianxia alone. They had to join forces with the others to attack the 5 elemental grand formation. If they didn't attack, it would be almost impossible for the grand formation to be broken. That's right. Now not only did they have to stop Wu Ningzhu, many of them had also noticed the god-trembling monument of Tyrant. The blood-red monument was emitting a strong ancient chi. It was extremely powerful and could suppress the heavens and earth. Even a fool would know that this was a rare treasure. If one could get it, the benefits would be endless. It was no less than getting a treasure. On the other side, the battle was also the most intense. Xian had casted the battle saint technique to the extreme, colliding with the monarch technique of the northern and southern dynasties. Every attack of the two peerless monstrous geniuses changed the color of the heavens and earth. The two of them had been fighting fiercely since the beginning. Several of the battlefields had been broken, but there was still no winner. Damn it. My northern and southern dynasties have always been invincible in the same realm. I have never met a worthy opponent, but today I can't even take down a monkey. The golden eye of the northern and southern dynasties was spewing out flames of anger. The more he fought, the angrier he became. He was arrogant and overbearing, never putting any opponent in his eyes, but the current Xian was giving him a hard time. Even the mighty hand of heaven and monarch technique couldn't do anything to him. As an immemorial battle spirit, Xian's battle saint technique was invincible. The northern and southern dynasties were indeed enraged, but so was Xian. If the northern and southern dynasties were arrogant, Xian was even more arrogant than the northern and southern dynasties. As a battle saint ape, a powerful immemorial battle spirit, his bloodline was one of the best even among the high and mighty deities, comparable to the 5 divine beasts. Now that he had encountered the northern and southern dynasties, he could be considered to have met an extremely powerful opponent. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was already incomparably terrifying for Xian to be able to fight the northern and southern dynasties to such an extent. Xian had already made a name for himself. After this battle, his name was destined to spread across the entire immortal world. Not only the ethereal immortal domain, but the other 3 immortal domains would also know of his name. He was the peerless monstrous genius born in Golden Horizon, a powerful immemorial battle spirit. Heaven-swaying monarch's demise. Nanbei Chao struck out another ancient secret art. He was indeed worthy of being the reincarnation of a monarch. Each of his attacks carried the will of a monarch. He was high and mighty above the masses. Just his aura alone was enough to give people endless pressure. A terrifying will descended, turning into a peerless monarch. It was an illusory figure, radiating golden brilliance from head to toe. It was the embodiment of will and energy. Extremely terrifying, it pressed down on Xian. Monkey, let me see how you are going to resist this. The voices of the northern and southern dynasties shook the 9 heavens like the rumbling of thunder. Humph. You're just a fake monarch. In front of me, a monarch is just an ant. Your dignity is useless in front of me. Your nobility isn't even 1/10,000th of mine. I'll shatter your nobility and make you fall apart. Xian harumphed coldly again. With a sway of his body, he transformed into the original appearance of a battle saint ape. Then his body continued to grow taller, turning into a golden giant ape that was 30 meters tall. Roar! Xian threw his head back and roared. He transformed into his true form as an ancient might gushed forth, causing even the sky to tremble. At this moment, Xian transformed into the king of all demons, causing all living beings in the world to tremble. Battle Saint Art, Extermination Symbol Art. Xian's voice was like a great bell, reverberating unceasingly on the battlefield. After the word, extermination, appeared, it directly transformed into a rune and fused into his body. After that, Xian's aura changed once more. His entire body was filled with the will of destruction that couldn't be erased. This was the destruction of others. Xian acted. He transformed into the god of destruction and his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before the illusory monarch and punched out with his golden fist. Rumble, a part of the battlefield was directly destroyed. Xian originally carried the will of death. Even the illusory monarch couldn't resist it. The illusory monarch directly followed after him. The figures of the northern and southern dynasties trembled as their countenances turned pale. The power of the battle saint art had far exceeded their imagination. At this moment they had no choice but to take Xian seriously. However, even after the illusory monarch was destroyed, the expressions of the northern and southern dynasties didn't change at all. Instead, their auras rose once again. Heaven shaking, I am the monarch, suppressing all living beings. The figures of the northern and southern dynasties spat out ancient runes. They had activated the ancient monarch's secret art. Their bodies began to change. In just a blink of an eye, they had become as tall as Xian. They had truly become a peerless monarch. Their eyes were as bright as the sun. The eye of heaven could see through all illusions. They had turned into a true monarch, annihilating all living beings and making them submit to him. The two enormous figures collided with each other in the most terrifying way. The battle saint art and the monarch heaven art had begun a pinnacle battle. Everyone was shocked. By God! What kind of monstrous geniuses are these two? Aren't they a little too powerful? Such terrifying combat strength is beyond everyone's imagination. The immemorial battle spirit versus the reincarnation of a great sovereign. This is the true pinnacle battle. Although they are only intermediate immortal emperors, even a late immortal emperor would die if they fought them. They are the two most dazzling stars in the immortal world. They are even more dazzling than the peerless figures like Little Xia and Zhang Yulong. But look over there. Compared to the two of them, I think Jiang Chen is the scariest one. That's right. Although Jiang Chen's current combat strength isn't comparable to Xian and the northern and southern dynasties, his potential and aptitude are simply earth-shattering and rare. He is merely a late immortal king and hasn't even reached the half-step immortal emperor realm, but he can already fight 5 late immortal emperors. This is a battle that transcends a major realm. Who else in the heavens and earth can do that? Jiang Chen is only a late immortal king, but he can easily kill intermediate immortal emperors. I have never seen such a heaven-defying figure in my life. His future achievement is destined to be limitless. I'm afraid that he will surpass Xian and the northern and southern dynasties. It's a pity that he has offended too many people and powers. I'm afraid that the monstrous genius of this generation is going to die in the cradle. There were just too many monstrous geniuses in this era. There was no need to talk about figures like Xia Xiaotian and Zhang Yulong, but there were also plenty of geniuses like them in the immortal court. Today the ones who shocked everyone were Xian and the northern and southern dynasties as well as Jiang Chen. They could represent the pinnacle of this era. Honglong. The intense collision between Dragon Xian and Nanbei Chao was still going on. Both of them fought until the sky turned dark and the earth turned dark. No one knew how many battlefields they had destroyed. The entire sky had fallen into chaos and the sky was filled with big holes. The battle between the Battle Saint technique and the Monarch technique still couldn't decide the winner. However, Xian's help to Jiang Chen was undoubtedly tremendous. If he couldn't stop the northern and southern dynasties, who else could? Jiang Chen and the northern and southern dynasties were old enemies, but Jiang Chen's current strength was limited. He couldn't defeat the northern and southern dynasties. If Xian couldn't stop the northern and southern dynasties, the 5 elemental grand formation would have long been broken, and Wu Ningzhu's inheritance of the great sovereign would be severely disturbed. In the center of the 5 elemental grand formation, Wu Ningzhu walked forward step by step. She was already not far from the fiery stairs. She seemed to be walking with difficulty, but she never stopped. Her eyes were full of desire and fascination. Chapter 1642. Zhang Yulong was the monstrous genius of the immortal court of ethereal immortal domain. His body contained the bloodline of an ancient creature. Of course, his bloodline was incomparable to that of Xian. Putting aside the fact that his bloodline wasn't as noble as Xian's, Zhang Yulong had only inherited a little bit of the bloodline. Even so, it was already very terrifying. What was truly terrifying was Zhang Yulong's cultivation base. His current cultivation base had already reached the peak of late immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the half-step immortal venerable realm. Such a figure was incomparably terrifying. A late immortal emperor like Nanbei Jing couldn't be compared to him. Dong. Zhang Yulong was ready to strike. He took a step forward, creating a huge hole in the void. Immediately, he unleashed his powerful qi and appeared on the battlefield with a sway. Look, that's Zhang Yulong. I didn't expect him to join the battle. I heard that Zhang Yulong has a good relationship with the northern and southern dynasties. He's also very close to Nanbei family. It seems like he's going to help the northern and southern dynasties. This is only one of the reasons. To put it bluntly, Zhang Yulong still hasn't given up on the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao. He isn't willing to let a woman who came out of nowhere get it. However, if he strikes now, Jiang Qin and the others will be in real danger. The grand formation is already on the verge of collapse. If Zhang Yulong attacks now, I'm afraid that it won't last until the woman reaches the 100-step fiery stairs. Many of them were shocked to see Zhang Yulong's attack. In any case, Zhang Yulong was a famous figure among the young generation. He was the pinnacle representative of this era. There were already two figures like him in front of them. One was him and the other was Xia Xiaodan of Radiant's immortal domain. Xia Xiaodan seemed to be watching the show and didn't seem to have any intention of joining the battle. More importantly, Zhang Yulong represented the immortal court. The immortal court was the supreme ruler of the entire ethereal immortal domain. No one had ever dared to disrespect the immortal court. Anyone who offended the immortal court would have nowhere to hide in the immortal world. Not good. A powerful bastard is going to strike. Great Master Howren said worriedly. For God's sake, this son of Abth is as shameless as the northern and southern dynasties. Sister Ning will reach the fiery stairs in 3 minutes. If this guy makes a move along with the attacks of the others, I wonder if the array will last for 3 minutes. De Huang Dog cursed rudely, but his words were filled with worry. He was trying his best to refine the great earth immortal milk, so he couldn't fully exert his combat strength. As a matter of fact, given his current strength he could restrain Zhang Yulong, but he and Tyrant were the center of the 5 elemental grand formation, the main force. Neither of them could leave, or else the grand formation would crumble under the opponent's powerful attack. Jiang Qin and Long Shisan were already engaged in a fierce battle and had no time to spare. Zhang Yulong's sudden attack was undoubtedly a disaster for the 5 elements grand formation. It was a very serious blow. Clad in martial attire, Zhang Yulong came to the sky above the battlefield with a single step. He glanced down at the grand formation with a contemptuous look, then formed a seal with both of his hands and slammed the grand formation with a loud bang. An incomparably huge energy that was enough to destroy the heaven and earth collided with the grand formation with a loud bang. Kasi kasi. With the addition of this energy, the 5 elements grand formation shook even more violently. Not only did it shake, but countless cracks also appeared on the surface of the formation. The god-trembling monument buzzed. De Huang Dog was flustered. He wanted to repair the grand formation as soon as possible, but there were just too many cracks. It was impossible for him to repair it all at once. Yang Bufan, Hua Shaoqian and Great Master Howren were slightly weaker. Their faces turned pale after receiving the extremely strong shock. The grand formation seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. It seemed that as long as Zhang Yulong joined forces with the others to attack it again, the battle would be broken. Damn it! De Huang Dog's eyes were bloodshot. He couldn't wait to rush forward and fight Zhang Yulong, but he couldn't leave now. He needed to repair the grand formation. If they lost this battle, they would be overwhelmed by countless enemies in an instant. At that time it would be difficult for them to protect Wu Ningzhu. No, this can't go on. Zhang Yulong is too strong. We can't resist his attacks at all. I'm afraid that the grand formation won't be able to hold on any longer. Yang Lang shouted. Today's situation was extremely dangerous. There were too many enemies and they were too powerful. Wu Ningzhu was only a small distance away from the fiery stairs, but this distance had almost become a heavenly moat. It would be extremely difficult to cross it. You have to hold on even if you can't. You have to hold on for me. De Huang Dog was flustered and exasperated. He knew too well how important this opportunity was to Wu Ningzhu, the inheritor of Empress Xiao Yao. What kind of peerless luck did she have? Once it was destroyed, it would be almost impossible to get it again in the future. Everyone gritted their teeth. Just like what De Huang Dog said, they had to hold on no matter what. They had to help Wu Ningzhu successfully step onto the fiery stairs. This was an unimaginably great opportunity that they couldn't afford to lose. De Huang Dog was indeed a powerful figure who was proficient in the heavenly book of source formations. The cracks that appeared on the 5 elements grand formation were being repaired by De Huang Dog at the fastest speed possible. Although it was impossible to repair it completely in an instant, it was much better than before. You're repairing it very fast, but no matter how fast you are, you can't stop my attack. Zhang Yulong's face was filled with coldness and his tone was full of ridicule. In his point of view, what the opponent was doing was like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Wing. Powerful energy began to surge from Zhang Yulong's body again. He was ready to attack again. It was conceivable that the power of his second attack would be much stronger than the first. It was hard to say whether the five elements grand formation could be preserved or not. Zhang Yulong, if you dare to attack again, I Jiang Chen swear to kill you. Jiang Chen, who was fighting against the five great experts, shouted at Zhang Yulong. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yulong turned to look at the infuriated Jiang Chen and said, "How dare an ant talk to me like that? That sentence alone is enough for you to die 100 times. As a monstrous genius of the immortal court, Zhang Yulong was naturally arrogant and conceited, looking down on everyone, but he did have the right to be so arrogant. Honglong. Just as Zhang Yulong was about to launch his second attack, an earth-shattering rumble suddenly rang out in the distance. Soon after, a black demonic wolf soared into the sky. Even though it was very far away, everyone could clearly feel the huge commotion over there. By God! What a powerful demonic wave. Is the immortal vault of a peerless ancient devil coming out? It's indeed the immortal vault of an ancient devil, but it seems to have been taken away by someone. He's coming this way. Unparalleled demonic might. This is the arrival of a powerful demon emperor. It was hard not to attract the attention of the crowd. The terrifying aura of a devil emperor pervaded the world. Under countless horrified gazes, a silhouette arrived above the battlefield like a black stream of light in the blink of an eye. The black devil chi vanished very quickly, turning into a handsome young man. He had a head of white hair and a chiseled face. He stood there like a true devil emperor. His cultivation base was incomparably terrifying. It had already reached the late immortal emperor realm. There was a heavenly devil sword above his head, like a peerless devil dragon. No one dared to look at him directly. Ah Yen. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog and Tyrant exclaimed almost at the same time. Their eyes glowed with blazing light, surprise, excitement and uncontrollable excitement. The brothers had reunited. They hadn't seen each other since they parted ways in One-Line Sky. They hadn't seen each other since they ascended to the immortal world. Today the brothers could finally fight side by side with each other. That kind of excitement was like returning to the time when they were in Saint Origin World. But now they were already standing on the stage of the immortal world. Here they could already look down on all the experts. What surprised Jiang Chen and the others was that Han Yan's cultivation base was too terrifying. Judging from the commotion just now, Han Yan must have entered the immortal vault of a peerless devil venerable and obtained endless benefits from it. That was the reason why his cultivation base could improve so much. The devil sword above his head was obviously a peerless devil sword, a venerable great immortal weapon. It's him. He's the holy son of profound Yin religion in North Xuanyu. I have never thought that he would improve so fast. He has already reached the late immortal emperor realm. That's right. He's the holy son of profound Yin religion in North Xuanyu. It hasn't been long since he went to North Xuanyu, but he has already made a name for himself. It seems like the master of profound Yin religion has a good eye in choosing the holy son. It's getting more and more lively. The holy son of profound Yin religion seems to know Jiang Chen and the others. I heard that this man is the reincarnation of Gu Tianma. That's why he was chosen by profound Yin religion. Sounds of discussion rose and fell. Many people in North Xuanyu had recognized Han Yan. Profound Yin religion was a famous devil sect in North Xuanyu. Naturally, there wouldn't be anyone who didn't know their holy son. Leave this man to me, Han Yan said. With a stretch of his palm, the devil sword above his head immediately fell into his hand. With a sway of his body he carried endless devil might. His speed was even faster and he appeared in front of Zhang Yulong in the blink of an eye. Without any superfluous words he struck out his sword. Feeling the terror of Han Yan, Zhang Yulong's facial expression changed slightly. He knew that his opponent was very strong and that the people of devil religion weren't easy to deal with. Immediately he struck out his divine seal to resist. Honglong. Chapter 1643. As soon as Han Yan spoke, a majestic black-robed man walked out from the crowd. His devil chi soared to the sky. Who else could it be if he wasn't Mo Wuqing? Mo Wuqing took a step forward and joined a Huang Dog's group, helping them maintain the grand formation. The addition of two great experts had turned the situation around in the blink of an eye, allowing Jiang Qin and a Huang Dog to heave a sigh of relief. As the supreme genius of profound Yin cult, Mo Wuqing didn't accept Han Yan. He had been brooding over the fact that Han Yan had become the Holy Sun, but Han Yan's bloodline was nobler than his, so he couldn't say anything about it. However, Han Yan's cultivation base wasn't as good as his, so Mo Wuqing had always ignored this new Holy Sun. But now, after seeing Han Yan's rapid progress, obtaining the ancient Devil Immortal Vault, advancing to the late Immortal Emperor realm, and having combat strength that surpassed him, reaching the level where he could fight Zhang Yulong, Mo Wuqing was instantly convinced. Mo Wuqing was a straightforward person. In his mind, the belief of the strong was incomparably firm. He only worshipped the strong. As for those who were weaker than him, he wouldn't give a damn even if that person was the reincarnation of a great sovereign. Just like now, Han Yan had ordered him with the tone of the Holy Sun, but Mo Wuqing didn't have the slightest complaint. Moreover, Mo Wuqing had once been defeated by the northern and southern dynasties, almost losing his life. There was a hidden resentment in his heart that he had nowhere to vent. In this battle, Jiang Qin and the others were full of courage, which made Mo Wuqing admire them very much, especially Jiang Qin and Xianxia, who were also hot-blooded people. Mo Wuqing had wanted to fight them just now. The appearance of Han Yan had given him a good excuse. 9 layers Devil Wave. Han Yan and Zhang Yulong directly opened up a huge battlefield. Han Yan put away his demon sword, and with the might of a supreme demon emperor, he unleashed the 9 layers Devil Wave that he was so proud of. A terrifying devil dragon wreaked havoc on the battlefield, rushing towards Zhang Yulong. When did such a powerful Holy Sun appear in profound Yin cult? Zhang Yulong frowned. Even with his cultivation he still felt pressured. However, Zhang Yulong wasn't afraid in the slightest. His methods were also incomparably terrifying. He grabbed at the ground with his bare hands and a mountain was directly picked up by him. After imbuing it with terrifying energy, he smashed it towards Han Yan. The two of them fought fiercely as soon as the battle began, and the outcome was actually the same as the battle between Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties, where it was difficult to determine the victor. Countless sighs resounded once again. There were simply too many monstrous geniuses. First there was Xianxia. Now there was Devil Emperor Han Yan. The monstrous geniuses of this era were truly overwhelming. Gu Tianma's bloodline is just too powerful. He has just advanced to the late Immortal Emperor realm, but he can already fight Zhang Yulong without falling into a disadvantageous position. If I didn't see it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Sure enough, the Holy Sun chosen by profound Yin cult isn't an easy opponent. It seems like it's impossible for Zhang Yulong to intervene. That girl is about to step on the fiery stairs. Once she steps on it, no one will be able to stop her. After this battle, I wonder what kind of enmity will arise. I'm afraid that the immortal world won't be peaceful anymore. No one wasn't startled. Han Yan was just too powerful. He had already cast out his combat devil physique. Terrifying devil waves were constantly pressuring Zhang Yulong. Both of them fought fiercely. Judging from their momentum alone, they weren't any weaker than Xianxia and the northern and southern dynasties. The sky was turning dark and the earth was turning dark. The battle was getting more and more intense. Everywhere was white hot. Many people were moved. They had never seen such a battle before. It was worth it to experience such a battle in one's lifetime. The disciples of Exquisite Paradise and Celestial Flower Valley had long been shocked speechless. They had always swaggered around in their own sects and thought highly of themselves. But now they knew what it meant to be a frog at the bottom of a well. Many of them suddenly felt that they couldn't be considered as geniuses compared to them. They couldn't even touch the edge of geniuses. Dragon Xian and Nanbei Chao's battle was the most intense. Both of them wanted to defeat each other to establish their prestige. However, both of them were so powerful that it made people speechless. The Battle Saint technique and the Monarch technique had been fighting for a long time, but there was still no winner. It seemed like it was almost impossible to determine the winner of this battle. Honglong. The spatial zone within 1,000 miles was destroyed. The cruel battle was still going on. Xia Xiaotian looked like a teenager and didn't attack from the beginning to the end. All of a sudden the Xiaoyao zither emitted a strong buzzing sound. The fiery stairway trembled violently, and the boundless fire of the sun spread out, causing the void to become incomparably hot. Finally, the remains of the great sovereign changed again. Wu Ningzhu walked with great difficulty and finally succeeded in setting foot on the first step. Success! Upon seeing this, De Huang Dog and the others heaved a sigh of relief. Their faces were filled with excitement. Seeing that Wu Ningzhu had finally stepped onto the fiery stairs, more than a dozen people actually disregarded everything and rushed towards her. It seemed like they had already lost their minds due to the killing in the battlefield. Just as Yang Lang was about to stop them, he was stopped by De Huang Dog. Don't do anything. They are courting death. Once they set foot on the fiery stairs, they will be in the range of Empress Xiaoyao. Whoever dares to attack will be blasphemy to Empress Xiaoyao. De Huang Dog said. Only then did they feel relieved. They looked at the dozen of people with pity. The consequences of blaspheming the dignity of the great sovereign were almost imaginable. Sure enough, before the dozen of people could get close to the fiery stairs, they were suddenly attacked by the fiery stairs. More than a dozen fire arrows rushed out and penetrated their bodies, turning them into ashes. Everyone stop attacking. She has already set foot on the fiery stairs. Attacking is equivalent to attacking the dignity of Empress Xiaoyao. That's courting death. Someone shouted, waking the others up from their stupor. It was simply courting death to fight against the great sovereign. The power of the great sovereign was unfathomable. Even if it was a relic from tens of thousands of years ago, they couldn't be neglected. Any sudden change could take their lives. In front of the great sovereign, they were just ants that couldn't withstand a single blow. Seeing that Wu Ningzhu had successfully set foot on the fiery stairs, many people stopped their attacks and fixed their eyes on the fiery stairs. Many of them only attacked for the sake of the great sovereign's remains. Now that there was no hope for the remains, they also lost the desire to attack. Besides, it seemed to be an extremely difficult thing to destroy the opponent's battle. Chapter 1644. The scene quieted down all of a sudden. The battle between Long Shan and the northern and southern dynasties had ended. Although the two of them were fighting fiercely, there was still no clear winner. It seemed that if it wasn't for the fear of affecting Wu Ningzhu, Long Shan wouldn't stop. When the northern and southern dynasties saw the power of the fiery stairs, they seemed to be a little fearful of the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, so they stopped their actions temporarily. Furthermore, they knew very well that it was meaningless to continue their attacks. It was impossible for them to defeat Long Shan, let alone kill him. No matter how arrogant and domineering the northern and southern dynasties were, killing required great strength. The northern and southern dynasties didn't make a move for the time being, but they were secretly swearing in their hearts that the first thing they would do after advancing to the late immortal emperor realm was to kill this monkey and that heaven-defying Jiang Chen. The battle had stopped, but as a matter of fact, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were the most aggrieved ones, especially De Huang Dog. He couldn't stand the sight of anyone and couldn't wait to bite them. It wasn't just him. The same went for the others. They had no idea how long it had been since they had experienced such a useless battle. They could only defend passively during the whole process. Compared to them, Jiang Chen, Long Shan and Han Yan were much happier. At least they had gone out to fight. To De Huang Dog, he never cared how powerful or how many enemies there were. He only cared if he could kill to his heart's content, but today he was really unhappy. Right now, the faces of Jiang Chen, Big Yellow, Han Yan and Tyrant were filled with anger. If it wasn't for the fact that they were afraid of disturbing Wu Ningzhu, these four guys would have already started killing those people. They didn't care what kind of impact this would cause, and no matter what the consequences would be, they just wanted to kill to their heart's content. Wu Ningzhu stepped onto the first step of the fiery stairs. She stood there and didn't continue forward because the countless rays of light emitted from the Xiaoyao zither had completely enveloped her. Ancient musical notes hovered around her as if they were alive. They were the musical notes emitted from the Xiaoyao zither. Wing. The fiery stairs rippled violently. The number of musical notes increased. The intense sunfire spread around Wu Ningzhu, but it didn't cause her any harm. Why doesn't Miss Wu continue forward? Lan Lingji asked puzzledly. She's accepting the final test of Empress Xiaoyao. No, it's at most a test to see if she has the qualification to become the true master of the Xiaoyao Qin. If she passes the test, I'm afraid that there will be a real test. De Huang Dog spoke. It seems like it won't be easy to obtain the inheritance of the great sovereign. Yang Lang sighed, but after thinking about it he felt relieved. If the inheritance of the great sovereign could be obtained so easily, wouldn't it mean that anyone could get it? The Xiaoyao Qin had been hiding here for tens of thousands of years. It wouldn't have come out to find its master until now. The fiery stares buzzed. It seemed like the test would still take some time. Innumerable eyes fell upon Wu Ningzhu. Those who made a move earlier were hoping that Wu Ningzhu would fail. Of course it was just a wish. No one dared to make another move. The power of the inheritance of the great sovereign was just too powerful. Countless people had died under the sun fire. No one wanted to be the next one. Ah Yan, I didn't think that you would go to northern Xuanyu and become the holy son of profound Yin cult. We were worried about you before, but it seems like we were worried for nothing. You've been living a good life. A rare smile emerged on Jiang Chen's face as he looked at Han Yan. There was nothing happier than a reunion between brothers, and it happened at such a critical moment. Jiang Chen was overjoyed to be able to see the brother he had been worrying about every day grow and improve so much. Jiang Chen was overjoyed. That's right. Ayan, why are you doing so much better than us? You even obtained the ancient devil's immortal treasure after coming to the golden horizon. For God's sake, comparisons are odious. Master Dog is jealous. De Huang Dog bared his teeth and said, Go to hell. You damn dog, you are so fat and strong, yet you still say that you're living a bad life. Han Yan kicked De Huang Dog's butt. The atmosphere between the brothers was still the same as before, joking, cheerful and warm. After that, Han Yan and Tyrant gave each other a big bear hug. Ever since they ascended from Saint Origin World, they had never met each other. They were always worried about each other. Now that they had finally met, the brotherly love between them was fully revealed. Brother. These two guys, one is a Buddha and the other is a devil. I can't believe they have such a close relationship. Long Shisan clicked his tongue. Buddha sect and devil sect had always been at odds with each other. This was the first time he saw someone like Tyrant and Han Yan. Where did you come from, monkey? How can you understand the affection between us brothers? Han Yan said to Long Shisan. These two guys really didn't know each other. Han Yan didn't know Long Shisan and Long Shisan didn't know Han Yan. Back then, when Jiang Chen obtained the wondrous stone in the ancient tomb, they had parted ways with Han Yan. Therefore, Long Shisan naturally hadn't seen Han Yan along the way. However, both of them had witnessed the battle just now and showed a certain amount of respect for each other, especially for Long Shisan, who was able to fight the northern and southern dynasties to a draw. Han Yan couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You two haven't met each other yet. Han Yan and Long Shisan are my life and death brothers, Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen said. The words life and death brothers had pulled two unrelated people together. It was inevitable that they would be inextricably linked in the future. Whether it was Han Yan or Long Shisan, both of them knew Jiang Chen very well. There weren't many people who could be treated as life and death brothers by Jiang Chen. Since Jiang Chen had said it, it proved that he had a life and death friendship with Jiang Chen. In the face of danger, he was worthy to be saved by Jiang Chen with his life. Little Chenzi, back then we were unstoppable in the Saint Origin world. Who would have thought that one day we would stand on the stage of the immortal world with the same attitude? We would still be unstoppable and fight against thousands of enemies. The corner of Tyrant's mouth rose. His expression became incomparably arrogant. His words had pulled the thoughts of all of them. That's right. The scene in the Saint Origin world had now moved to the immortal world, and it was even more lively than the one in the Saint Origin world. They might have imagined such a day, but they had never thought that it would come true. However, to them, fighting against the world was a small matter. The most important thing was that their brothers were growing. They could still stand together like before, never forsaking each other in life and death. This was the brotherhood that surpassed all sentiments in the heavens and earth. They cherished this brotherhood immensely. For ordinary people, they might not be able to enjoy such sentiments in their entire lives. In the cruel laws of the immortal world, they weren't fighting alone after all. This brotherhood was what they relied on the deepest part of their hearts. Voila! At this moment, a commotion was heard from the top of the 100 steps fiery stairs. The musical notes that were lingering around Wu Ningzhu shattered and returned to the Xiaoqin. Then Wu Ningzhu began to walk towards the second step. Look, the musical notes have shattered. Sister Ning is still moving forward. She has passed the test and obtained the true approval of the Xiaoqin. Han Yan said happily. Everyone's eyes were filled with joy upon seeing this. Don't be happy too early. The 100 steps fiery stairs is Sister Ning's next test. She needs to climb the fiery stairs step by step and reach the highest point to obtain the Xiaoqin. Only then would it be considered a success. If I'm not wrong, it won't be easy to reach the highest point of the fiery stairs. De Huang Dog said. His eyes were sharp and omniscient. He seemed to have a certain understanding of Empress Xiaoyao. Sure enough, when Wu Ningzhu reached the 5th step, her body began to sway, and it seemed like she was having a hard time. Upon seeing this, everyone's heart began to tighten. There were still 95 steps left. No one knew what kind of cruel test Wu Ningzhu would have to face. Look, that woman has just reached the 5th step and it's already incomparably difficult. Seems like this is the test of Empress Xiaoyao. There are still 95 steps left. I guess she won't be able to reach them. That's right. Her cultivation base is just too weak. She's merely a half-step immortal emperor. It will be incomparably difficult for her to reach the highest point of the fiery stairs. As long as she can't reach the highest point, all her previous efforts will be in vain. Seems like we still have hope. How can such a weak woman reach the highest point of the fiery stairs? It will only get harder and harder for her to reach the highest point. Everyone on the scene was a genius with sharp eyes. They could see that Wu Ningzhu was finding it harder and harder to walk. This was only the 5th step. How was she going to hold on to the remaining steps? The scene fell into silence once more. Only the buzzing sound of the fiery stairs could be heard. All eyes fell upon Wu Ningzhu, wanting to know what would happen next. One should know that the inheritance of a great sovereign wasn't that easy to obtain, especially the inheritance left behind by an ancient sovereign like Empress Xiaoyao. Smiles began to appear on many people's faces. If Wu Ningzhu failed, it would be the happiest thing that could happen to them. Under countless gazes, Wu Ningzhu climbed to the 20th step with difficulty, but when she reached this point, her body began to sway violently. The energy in her body was almost drained. Her face was pale as though she would fall at any time, but Wu Ningzhu's eyes were still as firm as before. Her eyes were beautiful like the most beautiful stars in the heavens and earth. She looked at the Xiaoqin above her with unswerving determination. What should we do? Miss Wu looks like she can't hold on any longer. There are still 80 steps left. Hua Xiaoqian spoke worriedly. Naturally, they hoped that Wu Ningzhu would succeed. Otherwise, all their previous efforts would be in vain. Chapter 1645. Hua Xiaoqian's worries were also what everyone was most worried about now. It wasn't easy for them to send Wu Ningzhu to the fiery stairs, but now she was facing the most severe test. However, they were also very clear that Wu Ningzhu could only rely on herself to pass such a test. The others couldn't help her at all. We can't intervene in the test of Empress Xiaoyao at all. We can only watch helplessly. De Huang Dog shook his head and said, I believe that Sister Ning will succeed. Jiang Chen said in an incomparably firm tone. His confidence in Wu Ningzhu was well-founded. Wu Ningzhu herself was a person with great perseverance. As the saintess of Profound River Palace, she wore a veil for the sake of her mother. Her lifelong goal was to reunite with her mother one day. How could such a person who had such a great ambition from a young age be weak? Furthermore, those who could ascend from the mortal world must have strong perseverance and mind. Otherwise, how could they become immortals? Moreover, Jiang Chen believed in Empress Xiaoyao's vision. An ancient emperor wouldn't be casual in choosing an inheritor. Since Wu Ningzhu was chosen by Empress Xiaoyao and passed the test, it meant that the Xiaoyaoqin had already acknowledged Wu Ningzhu as its master. It also meant that in its subconscious, Wu Ningzhu would definitely pass the test, ascend the fiery stairs and pick herself up. Of course, how can anyone who Empress Xiaoyao fancies not succeed? But even if she succeeds in the end, it will be a very difficult process. As the saying goes, a phoenix will rise from the ashes. This is a great opportunity for Sister Ning, but also a great tribulation. De Huang Dog said. His thoughts were the same as Jiang Chen's. He had no doubt that Wu Ningzhu would eventually succeed in obtaining the inheritance of the great emperor, but the process would certainly not be easy. However, any successful person would have to go through hardships. If Wu Ningzhu couldn't even ascend the fiery stairs, she would be destined to be ordinary for the rest of her life if she was abandoned by Empress Xiaoyao. On the fiery stairs, Wu Ningzhu gritted her teeth and lifted her foot towards the 21st step. Boom! However, just as Wu Ningzhu stepped onto the 21st step, the fiery stairs immediately underwent an extremely intense change. The fire of the sun suddenly launched an attack on Wu Ningzhu. Wu Ningzhu's entire body was covered in flames. Even from afar, people could see that the fire of the sun was burning Wu Ningzhu's body. Not good. Han Yan exclaimed. Everyone became nervous. At first they thought that Wu Ningzhu would be under some kind of invisible pressure on the fiery stairs, which was why she moved slowly. They did not expect that after reaching the 21st floor, the flames would start to attack her. Don't panic. This is the real test. As the saying goes, a phoenix rises from the ashes. Elder Sister Ning is going to be reborn in the fire of the sun. The fire of the sun will let her be reborn, allowing her to possess the complete bloodline of the Golden Crow. Empress Xiaoyao is the supreme empress of the Golden Clan. In order to obtain the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao and control the Xiaoyao Qin, one must possess the complete bloodline of the Golden Crow. This is Elder Sister Ning's true fortune. None of us can help her. However, the tempering of the fire of the sun is extremely cruel. If she really can't bear it, she is likely to die on the fiery stairs. De Huang Dog said solemnly. He was very clear about the situation in front of him. He knew that this was a great opportunity for Wu Ningzhu. Not only was she going to obtain the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, she was also going to possess the bloodline of the Golden Crow. However, this process was undoubtedly extremely painful and dangerous. It was not that easy to successfully inherit the inheritance and obtain the body of the Golden Crow. De Huang Dog's words made everyone nervous again. Under the burning of the fire of the sun and the pressure of the raging flames, she had to walk step by step to the top of the fiery stairs. There were still 80 steps left, which was by no means an easy task. However, in this situation no one could help her. Even if Jiang Qin had extraordinary means, he could only watch helplessly and pray in his heart that Wu Ningzhu could successfully merge with the Golden Crow bloodline. As the saying goes, a phoenix rises from the ashes, a butterfly breaks out of the cocoon. It was not as simple as it sounded. Perhaps only the person involved knew the process and pressure involved. Wu Ningzhu gritted her teeth and continued to crawl forward. That's right, she was crawling at this moment. Every time she climbed a step, the fire of the sun would become fiercer. The essence of the flame constantly seeped into Wu Ningzhu's skin and rushed into her body, trying to refine Wu Ningzhu from the inside out and make her undergo a real earth-shaking change. By the time Wu Ningzhu reached the 25th step, the fire of the sun had turned into a sea of flames, completely submerging Wu Ningzhu. Looking from the outside, it was impossible to see Wu Ningzhu's figure clearly. She had completely turned into a flaming person. The expressions of countless people became solemn. Whether they hoped for Wu Ningzhu to fail or hoped for her to succeed at this moment, they all had a trace of respect for Wu Ningzhu. They could all imagine the pain and suffering that Wu Ningzhu was enduring at this moment. However, Wu Ningzhu didn't say a word. She didn't even let out a scream. She just kept crawling forward. What a strong willpower. If it was me, I wouldn't have been able to hold on. Even if it was the remains of the great sovereign, I would have given up. The burning of the fire of the sun is from the inside out. That kind of pain is unimaginable. I didn't expect this girl to have such great willpower. I have underestimated her. However, there are still 75 steps up. If this continues, I'm afraid that she won't be able to hold on until the end. She will die tragically on the fiery stairs. That's right. It seems like the remains of the great sovereign isn't that easy to obtain. Such a test isn't something that a half-step immortal emperor can resist. Many of them were shocked. No one dared to underestimate Wu Ningzhu anymore, but they all felt that Wu Ningzhu was going to die this time, because the situation wasn't optimistic. The fire of the sun was just too strong and there was still a long fiery stairs to climb. Finally, Wu Ningzhu climbed to the 30th step with great difficulty. She finally let out a scream. Her voice was hoarse and creepy, making people feel incomparably worried. The current Wu Ningzhu's legs had been completely incinerated. That kind of pain was simply incomprehensible and unimaginable to ordinary people. Sister Ning, Jiang Qin yelled. Despite his iron blood, he couldn't bear it any longer. His eyes were red. The scream of Wu Ningzhu almost tore Jiang Chen's heart apart. He really couldn't bear to watch such a scene anymore. Jiang Chen wanted to turn his head away, but he didn't dare to. He wanted to watch Wu Ningzhu climb up. How Jiang Chen wished that he was the one standing in the sea of fire at this moment, so that he could bear the pain of Wu Ningzhu. At this moment, the memories of him and Wu Ningzhu began to surface in Jiang Chen's mind. Each and every one of them was happy or unhappy. This was his woman. Now he could only watch his beloved woman suffer endless torture, and he could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything to help. This kind of feeling was incomprehensible to ordinary people. This was the first time in Jiang Chen's life that he felt so useless. De Huang Dog, Han Yen, Long Shisan and the others didn't say a word. Their eyes were red and their fists were clenched tightly. One could imagine the worry in their hearts. Lan Lingji, Hua Shaoqian and the female disciples of the two major powers turned their heads away. They couldn't bear to watch such a scene any longer. On the fiery stairs, Wu Ningzhu was still climbing up. After letting out a scream at the beginning, she became completely silent. On the 35th step, the lower half of Wu Ningzhu's body had been completely incinerated, as though she had disappeared from this heaven and earth. The fire of sun was getting stronger and stronger, as though it was going to incinerate everything in the heavens and earth. Wu Ningzhu's will was almost blurred, but the obsession in her heart didn't vanish, supporting her to continue climbing. I can do it, I can definitely do it. This pain is nothing. The obsession in Wu Ningzhu's heart kept surging. He wanted to become stronger. She didn't want to be a burden to Jiang Chen. Perhaps Wu Ningzhu wasn't a strong woman. Her greatest desire was to accompany Jiang Chen all the way. Therefore she had to become stronger. She wanted to become someone useful to Jiang Chen and not be a burden like a flower vase. The corner of Jiang Chen's eyes finally turned moist. It wasn't tears but heartache. Jiang Chen felt that his heart was about to stop beating. Such a scene had almost suffocated him. Sister Ning. Jiang Chen called out Wu Ningzhu's name. His voice was hoarse as though something was stuck in his throat. He could feel the obsession in Wu Ningzhu. It was an obsession that couldn't even be incinerated by the raging fire. Even if her body was destroyed, the obsession wouldn't vanish. The sorrow of the heavens and earth, the unrequited love. The reincarnation of raging fire, the unquenchable love. All of a sudden, Jiang Chen understood the persistence of Venerable Wang Qing. Even if one wanted to forget their feelings, they would still have to return to their past. Jiang Chen wouldn't forget his feelings and it was impossible for him to do so. There were some feelings that couldn't be forgotten. Even Xiao Wangqing couldn't do it, so he had to find his feelings again. Waves of fire surged. A figure completely submerged in flames was still crawling forward. Everyone was moved and the entire scene was strangely quiet. People did not even dare to breathe too heavily, afraid that they would disturb this heavy determination. Wu Ningzhu's obsession seemed to have materialized, drifting and moving among the crowd. Lan Lingji grabbed Long Shisan's hand and held it tightly. This was the first time in her life that she held a man's hand, and it was an initiative. She was moved by the affection between Jiang Chen and Wu Ningzhu. She looked at Long Shisan, wondering if Long Shisan would shed tears of heartache like Jiang Chen if she was in the sea of fire. If a woman could fall in love once in her life, it would be worth it even if she had to die. Chapter 1646. The raging fire soon reached the 40th floor. Just as everyone had expected, Wu Ningzhu was completely incinerated, as if she had disappeared from this world. However, the sea of fire didn't vanish. Wu Ningzhu's figure couldn't be seen on the fiery stairs. It was as if she had never appeared. He just disappeared. Sister Ning. Jiang Chen shouted. Although he had expected this situation, Jiang Chen still couldn't accept it when it really happened. His mind buzzed as if Wu Ningzhu had suddenly disappeared from his world. He was caught off guard. Is she dead? Unfortunately, she still failed in the end. Plus, I knew it wasn't that easy to obtain the inheritance of the great sovereign. Although this woman is admirable, she's still not strong enough. She was directly burned to nothingness on the 40th floor, not to mention the next 60 floors. It's a pity. Although she's dead, she's still worthy of respect. However, the inheritor of the great sovereign is dead. I'm afraid Empress Xiaoyao will choose a new inheritor. I don't know if we have the chance. But even if we do, I'm afraid I won't have the courage to step on the fiery stairs. It's too terrifying. It's like playing with one's life. Countless people were feeling sorry for Jiang Chen, but there were also many who were gloating, such as those major forces who were enemies with Jiang Chen. Each and every one of their faces was blooming with joy. This was exactly the result they wanted to see. Jiang Chen, seeing your beloved being burned into nothingness by the raging fire, leaving nothing behind. You must be feeling terrible, right? The northern and southern dynasties said in a sarcastic tone. Pong. As soon as his voice fell, Jiang Chen and Long Shisan burst out with extremely strong murderous intent. The two were about to rush to the northern and southern dynasties. Don't make a move. Sister Ning isn't dead. If she dies, the fire of sun will disappear, Empress Xiaoyao will disappear, and the remains of the great sovereign will fall silent again. Do you really think that Empress Xiaoyao will immediately find another inheritor after Sister Ning dies? As long as the fire doesn't dissipate, Sister Ning's won't be depressed. Her body will soon be condensed again. At that time she will have the complete Golden Crow's bloodline. De Huang Dog stopped Jiang Chen and Long Shisan, motioning them not to be impulsive. Others might not know about Wu Ningzhu's situation, but De Huang Dog was very clear about it. Hearing this, Jiang Chen and Long Shisan were shocked. They hurriedly looked at the fiery stairs and saw that the sea of fire was still burning, showing no signs of disappearing. If what De Huang Dog said was true, as long as the raging fire didn't disappear, Wu Ningzhu's would still be there. This was the most crucial step for her to be reborn from the fire. De Huang Dog's words gave everyone a glimmer of hope again. They stared at the sea of fire without blinking. Reborn from the fire? What a joke. Not every woman can become a phoenix. A free-range chicken will always be a free-range chicken. Even if she flies up to the branches, she can't become a phoenix. Jiang Chen, I guess your woman can't come back to life. If you're in pain, you might as well cry out loud. This young master will be very happy to see it. The northern and southern dynasties continued to speak coldly. Two flames shot out from Jiang Chen's eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that he was worried about Wu Ningzhu's safety, he would have rushed up even if he wasn't their opponent. Northern and southern dynasties, didn't anyone tell you that you're really annoying? Jiang Chen said Lung Lung. He silently swore that he would kill the northern and southern dynasties one day and eradicate this old enemy of his. The northern and southern dynasties harumphed coldly and looked at the fiery stairs. They also wanted to see if Wu Ningzhu could really be reborn. Seeing Jiang Chen in pain, they felt the most comfortable. 5 minutes had passed, but there was still no movement on the fiery stairs. Everyone was burning with anxiety. If it wasn't for the fact that the sea of fire hadn't disappeared, they would have lost all hope. De Huang, do you think Sister Ning can be reborn? Asked Han Yen worriedly. Either she becomes a phoenix or she's doomed eternally. The sea of fire hasn't disappeared and the Xiaoyao Qin is still hovering there. There's still a big chance. Now it all depends on Sister Ning's will. We can't help her at all. Whether she lives or dies, it all depends on her fate. Every word that Big Yellow said made everyone feel uncomfortable, but they knew that what Big Yellow said was right. There were only two possibilities in the current situation. One was to ascend into a phoenix from the ashes, the other was to be consigned to eternal damnation. All of this was related to luck and fortune. Life and death were only a fine line apart. Outsiders couldn't do anything to help or intervene in this matter. Amit Ba. I believe that Sister Ning will be able to get through this calamity. Tyrant put his palms together, seemingly praying for Wu Ningzhu. Look, there's a shadow emerging in the sea of fire. Yang Bufan suddenly exclaimed. Countless eyes were alarmed. The sea of fire was surging and there was indeed a shadow flickering inside. It was the shadow of a woman that was gradually solidifying. It's Sister Ning. It's Sister Ning's shadow. Sister Ning isn't dead. Huh. That's great. Han Yen burst into laughter excitedly. Finally, a smile emerged on everyone's face. This was the result they had been looking forward to the most. She finally succeeded in becoming a phoenix. By God. She's not dead. Look, her shadow is beginning to solidify. I can feel a very powerful ancient bloodline emerging. This woman is about to succeed in becoming a phoenix from the fire. She really succeeded. This is too magical. She was clearly burned to ashes by the raging fire, but she was reborn at this moment. Could this be the legendary rebirth from the fire? What a powerful woman. She really succeeded. Not only did she obtain the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, but she also obtained the bloodline of the Golden Crow. I know. Rumor has it that Empress Xiaoyao is the peerless ancient sovereign of the Golden Clan. The Golden Clan has disappeared for a long time, and so has the bloodline of the Golden Crow. It seems that Empress Xiaoyao has used the fiery stairs to condense the complete bloodline of the Golden Crow. Now this woman has succeeded. If she succeeds, she will be the last person of the Golden Clan with a complete bloodline. No one wasn't shocked. The perfect inheritance of a great sovereign, the standard example of a phoenix rising from the fire. Such a process required great perseverance, great fortune, and great luck. Without a doubt, Wu Ningzhu had all of these. In the sea of fire, Wu Ningzhu's figure gradually formed. In just a few minutes she had completely materialized. The reborn Wu Ningzhu looked a lot different from before. Wu Ningzhu's black clothes had now been changed into a set of golden and fiery red tight-fitting armor. A pair of wings could be vaguely seen flashing on her back. Her eyes were sparkling and her beauty had reached the extreme. The fiery red hair of the armored goddess fluttered along with the flames. Her charm exuded a sense of divine valor. Just this chi alone was enough to enchant people. So beautiful. Lan Lingji and Hua Shaoqian spoke at the same time. Both of them were peerless geniuses, but they couldn't deny the beauty of Wu Ningzhu. That was a different kind of beauty that carried a trace of wildness. Haha. Sure enough, Sister Ning has completely inherited the bloodline of the Golden Crow. The Golden Crow is the divine bird of the sun. Its bloodline is extremely noble. Given Sister Ning's appearance, if the Golden Clan is still around, she will surely be the model saintess. De Huang Dog laughed heartily. No one was unhappy to see the changes in Wu Ningzhu. Look, Sister Ning's chi has begun to change. Her cultivation base seems to be rising constantly. Tyrant spoke hastily. At this moment Wu Ningzhu's chi had completely fused and was rising constantly, about to break through to the immortal emperor realm. After inheriting the bloodline of the Golden Crow, her cultivation base will naturally improve. The rebirth from the fire has brought great benefits to her. Her cultivation base will at least reach the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Chapter 1647. The bloodline of the ancient Golden Crow, the divine bird of the sun, was incomparably powerful. Putting aside how helpful it would be to her cultivation in the future, the benefits brought by the bloodline itself were enough for Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base to advance by leaps and bounds. The inheritance of a great sovereign is really enviable. Yang Lang's face was filled with envy. This is just the blessing brought by the fusion of the bloodline. Sister Ning hasn't obtained the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao yet. The divine melody of Empress Xiaoyao has dominated the world. If Sister Ning learns it, she will be unparalleled in the world. De Huang Dog spoke with a smile. He knew Empress Xiaoyao very well. Presently he was incomparably happy because Empress Xiaoyao had successfully found an inheritor, and the inheritor was one of his own. There was nothing better than this. Amazing. Mo Wuqing's face was filled with envy as well. Who wouldn't be moved when encountering such a heaven-defying opportunity and fortune? There was no one who wouldn't be envious. If such a thing happened to them, they wouldn't be able to resist it. Pong. All of a sudden, a powerful force burst out from Wu Ningzhu's body. Her cultivation base had advanced to the early immortal emperor realm. After her rebirth, the surrounding fire of sun was still incomparably intense, but this time it seemed to have no effect on Wu Ningzhu. On the contrary, after Wu Ningzhu inherited the bloodline of the Golden Crow, the fire of sun behaved incomparably intimately towards Wu Ningzhu. It could be seen that the current relationship between Wu Ningzhu and the fire of sun was similar to the relationship between Zhou Xian and the true dragon fire. She had complete control over them and merged them into one. Damn it. She actually succeeded, and her cultivation base has improved tremendously. The faces of the northern and southern dynasties suddenly turned incomparably ugly. Such an ending was what they didn't want to see the most. Northern and southern dynasties, I really want to know how you are feeling right now. I know that you are feeling very unhappy. Why don't you tell us about it and make everyone happy? Huh. Long Shirshan spoke to the northern and southern dynasties. How could he let go of such an opportunity to ridicule them? He would never be polite to the northern and southern dynasties. Humph. The outcome is still uncertain. So what if he inherits the great emperor's inheritance? This young master still doesn't care about it. The northern and southern dynasties snorted coldly, still arrogant and domineering. Northern and southern dynasties, if I were you, I would take this opportunity to slip away. Otherwise, once Sister Ning's cultivation improves, she will kill you on the spot. You won't be so lucky then. He had already learned from Zhou Xian that the northern and southern dynasties had their true bodies in the immortal world. Therefore he was not too surprised to see them here. Boom. While they were talking, Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base rose once more, breaking through the intermediate immortal emperor realm. Her powerful qi rushed all the way to the peak of intermediate immortal emperor realm before stopping. The current Wu Ningzhu had undergone earth-shattering changes from the inside out. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she had been reborn. What a golden crow goddess. She's so beautiful. Just by standing there she gives off an unreachable feeling. She's a true goddess. She already has the demeanor of a mighty empress. Countless exclamations were heard. Everyone was moved. They had never seen such a beautiful woman before. The current Wu Ningzhu was not only beautiful, but also had the demeanor of a high and mighty goddess. That was the demeanor of a great emperor, inviolable and inviolable. On the 40th step, Wu Ningzhu turned around. She didn't speak. She glanced at the Xiao Qin above and continued to stride forward. Her speed was extremely fast. Very soon she had reached the 90th step, but the last 10 steps seemed to be a little difficult for her. That's the will of the great sovereign. In the last 10 steps, Empress Xiaoyao wants to instill the will of the great sovereign into Sister Ning. The difficulty is no less than the previous rebirth, but Sister Ning has already succeeded. Her life will no longer be in danger. As long as she carries the will of Empress Xiaoyao, she will be able to control the Xiao Qin and enter the ancient palace to obtain the true inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao. De Huang Dog spoke. He knew everything incomparably well. He knew that Wu Ningzhu had already succeeded. After integrating the complete bloodline of Golden Crow, all that was left was the will of Empress Xiaoyao. As long as the will of Empress Xiaoyao was successful, it would be considered complete. Weng, the pressure of the last 10 steps was incomparably great. It was no longer the pressure of the flame, but the invisible pressure of the great sovereign. These pressures were transmitted from the Xiao Qin to instill the will of the great sovereign, the supreme will of the great sovereign to its future master. It's really the best decision to bring Sister Ning here this time. Otherwise, I'm afraid that Sister Ning will miss this great adventure for the rest of her life and miss the chance to meet Empress Xiaoyao. Jiang Chen sighed. At the thought of this, he began to feel grateful to his master Tianjizi. If it wasn't for Tianjizi who taught him the great divination art, he wouldn't have been able to calculate it. If it wasn't for the simple calculation, he wouldn't have brought Wu Ningzhu here for the sake of safety. If he hadn't brought Wu Ningzhu here, the inheritance of the Xiao Qin might not have appeared and would have remained silent forever. Buddhism sect was particular about karma. If there was a cause, there would be an effect. These karma were all planted by Jiang Chen. The following scene was just as De Huang Dog had expected. Although the pressure of the last 10 steps was great, it didn't stop the footsteps of Wu Ningzhu. In just 10 minutes, Wu Ningzhu had successfully reached the highest point. She stood in front of the Xiao Qin, her eyes shooting out the fire of the sun. The current Wu Ningzhu had completely inherited the will of the great sovereign. She stood at the highest point, high and mighty, unreachable. That was the majesty of an unparalleled goddess that couldn't be violated. She has succeeded. She has succeeded in inheriting the will of Empress Xiaoyao and gained the recognition of the Xiaoyao Qin. He's truly amazing. This is a great fortune. How enviable. We'd better leave now. We have stopped her just now. Now that she has obtained the Xiaoyao Qin, who knows how terrifying she will become. If she comes to kill us, won't we die for sure? Don't be afraid. So what if she has the Xiaoyao Qin? She's merely an intermediate immortal emperor. She can't exert the power of a great sovereign weapon. Countless people were envious. Some began to feel afraid. Those who had stopped Wu Ningzhu began to worry. Wu Ningzhu would certainly become stronger. No one could predict how powerful an inheritor of a great sovereign would be. So many of them began to slip away quietly. Of course, most of them stayed behind. They wanted to see what the birth of an inheritor of a great sovereign looked like with their own eyes. Moreover, those late immortal emperors didn't seem to be afraid of Wu Ningzhu. After all, Wu Ningzhu's cultivation base was still there. On the fiery stairs, Wu Ningzhu reached out and stroked the ancient Qin. The Xiaoyao Qin immediately buzzed, showing its intimacy to Wu Ningzhu. The current Xiaoyao Qin had already recognized Wu Ningzhu as its master, allowing Wu Ningzhu's palm to touch its body. Wu Ningzhu's eyes revealed a look of surprise. She had been proficient in music since she was a child. Her weapon of choice was a zither. Now that she had obtained the Xiaoyao Qin, nothing could make her happier than this. Subsequently, Wu Ningzhu conjured a seal with both of her hands, drawing out a ball of flame from the Xiaoyao Qin. The ball of flame was only the size of a fist, but it was incomparably pure. Little Qinzi, this is the tinder of the fire of Sunday. Chapter 1648. As soon as the seed of sun fell into Jiang Chen's hand, Jiang Chen could immediately feel the blazing heat and vigorous energy coming from the seed of Sunday. Little Qinzi, this is the seed of sun extracted from the Xiaoyao Qin. It's incomparably precious. Hurry up and refine it. It won't be a problem for your cultivation to advance to the next level. In the future, when you fuse 4 types of flames together, your combat strength will be even more terrifying. De Huang Dog hurriedly said. One should know that not everyone could obtain the seed of Sunday. If it wasn't for Wu Ningzhu today, even if the Xiaoyao Qin appeared, Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to obtain the seed of Sunday. Only Wu Ningzhu, who had fused with the Golden Crow's bloodline and inherited the will of Empress Xiaoyao Qin, could extract the seed of sun from the Xiaoyao Qin. Wu Ningzhu knew the importance of this seed of sun to Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen already had 3 types of flames in his body. The true dragon fire, the true thunder fire, and the Qilin sacred fire. If he could obtain the Golden Crow's fire of sun and fuse the 4 types of flames together, it would bring unimaginable benefits to Jiang Chen. Any one of the 4 types of flames that Jiang Chen possessed would be a peerless treasure that people would scramble for, especially to those alchemists, who would never be able to obtain one in their lifetime. However, Jiang Chen had obtained 4 types of flames. This kind of fortune was simply heaven-defying. Moreover, if it was someone else, even if they obtained 4 types of flames, there was no way they could refine them. The supreme flames of the heaven and earth were already difficult to refine, let alone the complete fusion of 4 types of flames. In the entire world, perhaps only the dragon transformation skill could achieve such a great feat. All right. Jiang Chen nodded. Without hesitation, he opened his mouth and swallowed the fire seed of Sunday. For him, nothing was more important than improving his cultivation base. Today's battle had made him realize the gap between him and the northern and southern dynasties. There were too many monstrous geniuses in the immortal world, especially the northern and southern dynasties. They were his mortal enemies. Sooner or later they would have a life-and-death battle. However, the current Jiang Chen was no match for the northern and southern dynasties. Therefore, he had to do everything he could to improve his cultivation base and combat strength. Only in this way could he close the gap between him and the northern and southern dynasties. The way Jiang Chen refined the fire of sun shocked the surrounding people with their mouths wide open. Han Yan, De Huang Dog, Tyrant Yang Bufan and Long Shisan, who knew Jiang Chen a little better. After all, in their eyes, Jiang Chen was the symbol of an abnormal person. No matter how incredible the things that happened to him were, it was still normal in their eyes. However, Yang Lang, Mo Wuqing and Lan Lingji couldn't accept it. They were all geniuses. Naturally, they knew what kind of existence the fire of sun was. It was the mighty fire of heaven and earth. If this flame was given to them, they could only refine it bit by bit, absorb its energy bit by bit, and gradually integrate it with the flame. This process would take at least a month. Moreover, they had to cultivate the fire attribute cultivation method. They didn't even dare to think about how Zhou Xian devoured the fire of sun, let alone doing it. Pong. The instant the fire of sun was swallowed by Zhou Xian, a powerful flame energy surged out of his body. Zhou Xian had an abnormal physique. No matter how powerful the impact of the energy was, he could still withstand it. The dragon transformation skill was circulating rapidly. The essence of the fire of sun began to be absorbed by him continuously. The number of dragon marks in his qi began to rise. In the beginning, the fire of sun collided violently with the other three types of flames, but this situation was soon restored under the adjustment of the dragon transformation skill. Not only did the four types of flames stop colliding, but they began to rapidly integrate with each other. In his qi, the number of dragon marks continued to condense. The number of dragon marks in Zhou Qian's qi had already reached 1,240,000. He was only 10,000 dragon marks away from advancing to the half-step immortal emperor realm. With the blessing of the fire of sun, Zhou Qian's qi was able to condense 50,000 dragon marks in a short period of time, allowing Zhou Qian's cultivation base to advance to the peak of the half-step immortal emperor realm. Bang! Very soon, a powerful force rushed out of Zhou Qian's body. Zhou Qian's qi began to rise continuously, advancing to the half-step immortal emperor realm. A large number of immortal metastones had been refined by him. Even this is possible? Yang Lang and Emma Wuqing rolled their eyes speechlessly. Today they finally saw what a true freak was. Swallowing the fire of sun was already shocking enough, but this bastard had advanced to the half-step immortal emperor realm not long after swallowing it. Wasn't this a little too fast? If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it even if they were beaten to death. How can there be such a freak? Hua Shaoqian was also speechless. They didn't pay much attention to Zhou Qian in the beginning, but from the battle just now, they had already experienced the terror and monstrousness of Zhou Qian. Now that they saw the scene of Zhou Qian advancing, they felt that they had lived their lives in vain. After advancing to the half-step immortal emperor realm, Zhou Qian's qi didn't stop, but continued to rush towards the peak of the half-step immortal emperor realm. Humph! Even if you advance, you are still no match for me. I will kill you sooner or later. The northern and southern dynasties harumphed coldly. Seeing that Wu Ningzhu had successfully obtained the inheritance of a great sovereign and Zhou Qian had successfully obtained the fire of sun, the northern and southern dynasties were extremely unhappy. Both of your clones have died in my hands. What's there to be proud of? If I can kill your clones, I can also eliminate your true self. Zhou Qian didn't give in. In front of the northern and southern dynasties, his arrogance must never be lower. In the sky above, Wu Ningzhu was holding the Xiao Yaoqin in her arms. Then the door of the ancient palace opened automatically for her. Wu Ningzhu then walked into the palace with the Xiao Yaoqin in her arms. Hong Long. The sky trembled violently once more. The fiery stairs vanished. The ancient palace was about to enter the crack of the void and disappear along with it. Seeing this situation, Zhou Qian and De Huang Dog immediately became anxious. The ancient palace was about to disappear, but Wu Ningzhu was still inside. What's going on? Could it be that the ancient palace is going to fall silent again? Zhou Qian said while refining the fire of Sunday, "Little Qian, don't worry about me. I'm going to inherit the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao here. I won't be able to leave this place in a short period of time. You have to be careful. The fire seed I gave you will be very helpful in the future. When the gateway of the Golden Clan opens, the effect of the fire seed will be revealed." Chapter 1649. They've disappeared. Gu Palace and the Xiao Yaoqin have disappeared. Even Wu Ningzhu has disappeared. What's going on? Don't you understand? Empress Xiao Yao has already found an inheritor. Wu Ningzhu is going to enter Gu Palace to inherit the legacy of Empress Xiao Yao. I'm afraid that she won't be able to come out in a short period of time, but it's conceivable that when she comes out again, the immortal world will have one more wonderful and peerless monstrous genius. That's right. Wu Ningxu will soar into the sky from then on. Not only did she obtain the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao, but she also obtained the Golden Crow bloodline. Such a figure is destined to be extraordinary. The disappearance of Gu Palace, the Xiao Yaoqin and Wu Ningxu at the same time had undoubtedly set off another wave of waves. After all, no one had expected such a situation. They thought that after Wu Ningxu obtained the Xiao Yaoqin, she would immediately display her invincible might and run amok in the Golden Horizon. Unexpectedly, she disappeared along with Gu Palace. Jiang Chen stared unblinkingly at the place where Wu Ningxu disappeared. Although he knew that Wu Ningxu wouldn't be in any danger and was going to obtain a great fortune, Jiang Chen still felt somewhat disappointed when he saw Wu Ningxu leave him, because he had no idea how long Wu Ningxu would disappear. It might be a year or a half, or maybe she would appear again just like Yan Qinyu. Little Chenzi, don't worry. Sister Ning will be fine. Han Yen patted Jiang Chen's shoulder and comforted him. He could understand Jiang Chen's current mood. It must be very complicated. It's not that easy to digest the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao. Putting everything else aside, the divine tune of Xiaoyao alone is more than enough for Sister Ning to digest. We should be happy for Sister Ning. After all, she has obtained her own fortune and her future achievements are limitless. It's not impossible for her to become a great emperor and reach the height of Empress Xiaoyao. De Huang Dog said. Although he was comforting Jiang Chen, De Huang Dog was also telling a fact. Wu Ningxu had been reborn today. Her future path would be the path of a higher level. The heights she could reach in the future were unimaginable by ordinary people. There was no doubt about this. I know. You don't have to comfort me. I, Jiang Chen, am not that weak. Jiang Chen smiled. When he saw Wu Ningxu disappear just now, he felt a little sad and lost, but it wasn't to the point where he needed someone to comfort him. After all, he knew Wu Ningxu's situation very well. At this moment, the number of dragon marks in Jiang Chen's body had reached 50,000, reaching 1,290,000. His cultivation base had reached the peak of half-step immortal emperor realm, only a step away from the true immortal emperor realm. After advancing to the peak of half-step immortal emperor realm, Jiang Chen's combat strength was many times stronger than before. If he was to fight the 5 late immortal emperors in his dragon form, he wouldn't need to rely on speed to evade, because his current cultivation base was already at the peak of half-step immortal emperor realm. To put it bluntly, he already had the strength to kill late immortal emperor geniuses. Little Chenzi, your current combat strength is even more terrifying than before. Tyrant said with a smile. That's right. I have refined the fire of Sunday. Not only has my cultivation base improved, but the 4 types of flames in my body have also fused together, bringing a great boost to my combat strength. I plan to create a technique that uses the 4 types of supreme flames. Jiang Chen said. He was a grandmaster in his previous life. It was very difficult to create a technique, but Jiang Chen had enough confidence. He had the dragon transformation skill as his foundation and the 4 types of powerful flames in his hands. If he could create an earth-shattering combat technique, its power would certainly be incomparably terrifying, capable of burning everything in the heavens and earth. Speaking of flames, if Jiang Chen claimed to be the second strongest in the entire heavens and earth, absolutely no one would dare to claim to be the first. Even the unparalleled Reverend Flame couldn't possess the true dragon fire, true thunder fire, Qilin Saint fire and fire of sun at the same time. Each of these 4 types of flames was a heaven-defying existence. When the 4 types of flames were fused together, the deterrent force that could erupt was simply unimaginable. However, creating an immortal technique wasn't something that could be done overnight. It required a certain amount of luck and coincidence. Jiang Chen wasn't in a hurry. In any case, he now possessed a powerful flame. He would certainly be able to create an earth-shattering immortal technique under the guidance of the dragon transformation skill. The inheritance of the great sovereign has disappeared. Everyone, please disperse. That's right. There are still more than 10 days before the end of the Golden Horizon. I'd better go to other places to search for some opportunities. Otherwise this trip will be in vain. Even the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao has appeared. I wonder if the secret of the Golden Clan will be revealed in the end. I heard that this clan is incomparably terrifying. If it appears, there must be a lot of benefits. After the ancient palace disappeared, the experts began to disperse. There was no point in staying any longer. Many of them hadn't obtained any decent benefits after coming here for such a long time. So they were rather anxious and didn't want to waste any more time here. As for those hostile forces of Xianxia, although they had the intention to eliminate Xianxia, they had to give up after looking at the forces around Xianxia. They knew their limits. If they rushed forward now, they were afraid that not only would they fail to kill Xianxia, they would also invite trouble and lose their lives here. Previously, they still had a glimmer of hope by relying on the strength of a few hundred experts. Now that most of them had left, they were no match for Xianxia and his allies. Humph. I'll let him live for a few more days. After I find the inheritance of the ancient venerable and advance to the half-step immortal venerable realm, I'll kill Xianxia. At that time I'll surely shred him into 1,000 pieces. A late immortal emperor of Huangquan Gate harumphed coldly, then flew away and vanished in the blink of an eye. Not long after that, most of the experts had left. There was still more than half of the time left in the golden horizon. It was impossible for them to be affected by the inheritance of a great sovereign. Moreover, the emergence of the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao had gathered a large number of geniuses, especially when they saw Jiangqin, Longshan, the northern and southern dynasties, Zhang Yulong and other peerless geniuses. It had greatly widened their horizons and made them aware of the huge gap between them and these peerless geniuses. As such, they had to find their own opportunities as soon as possible. Otherwise, they would never be able to stand out in this era of geniuses. Eventually, they would be submerged in the long river of history and become a nobody. Jiangqin, I'll spare your life today. The next time I see you, I'll surely kill you. Not only you but all of you will die. The experts of the northern and southern dynasties were condescending and arrogant to the extreme. They left a ruthless remark and turned to leave. Why wait for the next time? You won't be leaving today. Jiang Chen's chi fluctuated, immediately transforming into his dragon form. Then he yelled at the people around him, "Brothers, let's attack together. Even if we can't kill him, we must beat him up." Everything that happened today was caused by the northern and southern dynasties. If they let the northern and southern dynasties escape just like that, wouldn't it be too easy for him? Now that Jiangqin had advanced to the peak of half-step immortal emperor, although he couldn't defeat the northern and southern dynasties, he had the strength to fight them. There were so many brothers on the scene. If they attacked together, even if they couldn't kill him, they must teach him a lesson, beating the high and mighty heads of the northern and southern dynasties into their heads. Beat him up. De Huang Dog laughed aloud. If they wanted to beat the northern and southern dynasties, he would be the first to do so. Fush, fush. Jiangqin, De Huang Dog, Longshan, Tyrant Han Yen, Yanglang, Lonlingji, Mo Wuqing, all of them rushed out with incredible speed, besieging the northern and southern dynasties. There was no need to mention Mo Wuqing. No one wanted to beat the northern and southern dynasties more than him. That day at the Broken Edge Cliff, if it wasn't for his fast speed, he would have died in the hands of the northern and southern dynasties. If he had to fight the northern and southern dynasties alone, he naturally wouldn't be a match for them, but now that everyone had joined forces, he wouldn't hesitate to beat them up to his heart's content. Those who attacked were the experts of the experts. Each of them had unleashed their qi and killing intent. De Huang Dog even sealed the void, seemingly intending to trap the northern and southern dynasties to death. Seeing such a formation, the faces of the northern and southern dynasties finally changed a little. If these people fought one-on-one, he wouldn't be afraid of them, but when they joined forces, they couldn't be underestimated. Longshan alone was enough to give him a hard time, let alone Jiangqin and the others. Longshan, Jiangqin, don't you feel that it's a loss of face to fight me alone? Lung Lung of the northern and southern dynasties said. Face? You are a despicable and shameless guy. Why are you talking about face? If you kneel down, kowtow, and call me Grandpa Monkey, I will spare your life. How about it? Longshan carried the iron staff on his shoulder and spoke in a strange tone. An extremely intense anger instantly rushed out from the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties had never felt such anger before. What kind of person was he? He had the life of an emperor, high and mighty. People had always knelt in front of him, but no one dared to ask him to kneel. Long Shan was the first person who had said such words. Just this sentence alone was enough to make the northern and southern dynasties want to kill him. Humph. A bunch of ants. Do you think you can defeat the northern and southern dynasties just because you joined forces? Ridiculous. The northern and southern dynasties snorted coldly, and the dense chi of the emperor spread out. Cut the crap. Beat him up. Zhang Chen's chi was like a rainbow. He immediately used the Qilin's divine arm. The Qilin's divine arm and the true dragon palm combined together. In the blink of an eye, he rushed to the front of the northern and southern dynasties and smashed towards the northern and southern dynasties. At the same time, De Huang Dog let out an earth-shattering roar. His body became incomparably majestic. Mystical runes flickered on his glabella, forming an ancient pattern, and smashed towards the northern and southern dynasties. Han Yen and Tyrant also attacked at the same time. One of them had the War Devil body while the other had the Tao Light Buddha body. No one dared to be negligent in dealing with the northern and southern dynasties. They immediately used their strongest attacks. Chapter 1650. The northern and southern dynasties' facial expression changed slightly. Without any hesitation they unleashed their monarch physique. Only now did they understand that they had indeed underestimated these people. These people were all abnormal geniuses among abnormal geniuses. Except for Jiang Qin, although the foundation of the others wasn't as good as him, they were still incomparable to ordinary geniuses. If they joined forces, they would definitely be able to cause a certain amount of damage to him. The one that surprised the northern and southern dynasties the most was Jiang Qin. In their point of view, Jiang Qin was the greatest threat to them, even more so than Long Shan. Although Long Shan was an immemorial battle spirit, he could still fight him with his monarch technique. As for Jiang Qin, although he could still suppress Jiang Qin's cultivation base was only at the half-step immortal emperor realm, which was 2 levels lower than them. The scariest thing about Jiang Qin was his speed of advancement. His growth was just too fast and his combat strength that made people speechless. The northern and southern dynasties felt that if Jiang Qin advanced to the early immortal emperor realm in the near future, they wouldn't be a match for him at all and would be suppressed by him. Such a situation was undoubtedly unacceptable to the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties had always been invincible at the same level. Even if they had to kill someone at a higher level, they wouldn't say anything. In the entire immortal world except for Long Shan, he hadn't found anyone who could fight him at the same level. But now Jiang Qin's cultivation base was inferior to him, yet he was able to turn defeat into victory. This indicated that Jiang Qin was stronger than him in terms of talent and luck. This made the northern and southern dynasties, who had always been arrogant and aloof, unable to accept it. Pong. In the sky, Long Shan's iron staff pressed down fiercely. The northern and southern dynasties felt an unprecedented pressure. They had to use more than half of their strength to fight against Long Shan, and also to deal with Jiang Qin and the others. For a moment they felt somewhat inferior. Rumble. Finally, the infinite energies collided with each other. The entire sky was shattered in an instant, tearing countless huge holes in the void. The destructive energy was just too enormous. The Qilin Divine Arm, True Dragon Palm, Battle Devil Physique, Tao Light Buddha Physique plus the Supreme Dharma Seal of Buddha Sect, Long Shan's Battle Saint Technique, De Huang Dog's innate ability, and the special abilities of Yang Lang Mo Wuqing and Lan Lingji. When all of these attacks were combined together, the consequences would be absolutely unimaginable. Even if the northern and southern dynasties had the ability to transcend the heavens, they would still be beaten like dogs. Wow. Under such a violent and powerful attack, the northern and southern dynasties' emperors finally could not endure it anymore. They vomited a mouthful of blood, their golden hair disheveled, their golden robes about to be torn, and even their celestial armor was about to be summoned. Haha. To think that the northern and southern dynasties would have such a day. Look at yourself in the mirror and see your current appearance. Are you still so arrogant? De Huang Dog cackled. He was excited to see the bear-like appearance of the northern and southern dynasties. In the distance there were still some people who hadn't left. When they saw the scene they were petrified with their mouths wide open. By God! The legendary reincarnation of the great emperors. The northern and southern dynasties were beaten to such a state. This is way too powerful. This group of people is just too ferocious and heaven-defying, especially that Zhou Xian and Zhou Xian. We'd better stay away from them in the future. Otherwise we won't even know how we die. What a bunch of beasts. The northern and southern dynasties are really pitiful. Now that they are besieged by this group of experts, their lives may be in danger. Don't look down on the northern and southern dynasties. The means of the reincarnation of the great emperors are beyond our imagination. Even if they can't defeat them, they should have no problem escaping. Everyone was shocked. The scene was too explosive. However, while they were shocked by the terror of Zhou Xian and the others, they were also shocked by the strength of the northern and southern dynasties. If it was anyone else, they might have been beaten into meat paste. Zhou Xian, you dare to violate my prestige as an emperor? You're dead meat. The northern and southern dynasties shouted. Although he was in a sorry state, his arrogant aura of an emperor didn't weaken at all. This is the person with the strongest sense of superiority I've ever seen. Beat him until he's convinced. Han Yen stood up and an unparalleled demonic sword appeared in his hand. The moment the sword moved, the demonic might rippled out for 1,000 miles, slashing towards the northern and southern dynasties. At the same time, Zhou Xian and the others also unleashed an even stronger attack than before. Everyone had already made up their minds. Even if they couldn't kill the northern and southern dynasties today, they would teach them a lesson and beat them until they couldn't show any signs of superiority. Rumble. Boundless, merciless light flickered, filling the sky. Every ray of light contained destructive power, representing death. It was hard to imagine what kind of pressure the people in the light would have to endure. The bodies of the northern and southern dynasties' emperors were bent, but they still didn't suffer any serious injuries. The armor of immortals on their bodies was an extremely powerful defensive immortal weapon. It could withstand a very powerful attack. If it wasn't for the armor of immortals, the northern and southern dynasties would most likely be seriously injured. However, to be able to force the northern and southern dynasties to use the armor of immortals, Zhou Xian and the others could be proud of themselves. Zhou Xian, the northern and southern dynasties will remember what happened today. Next time it will be the day you die. The enraged voices of the northern and southern dynasties rang out. He transformed into a beam of golden light and broke through the layers of defense, disappearing into the sky. Even though De Huang Dog had laid out an inescapable net, he still couldn't completely capture the northern and southern dynasties. The northern and southern dynasties fled, but there was no regret on the faces of the spectators. Instead, they were filled with excitement. They originally didn't intend to capture the northern and southern dynasties. For characters like the northern and southern dynasties, if they wanted to flee, they wouldn't be able to stop them. The reason why Zhou Xian acted was because he wanted to beat the northern and southern dynasties up, venting his anger and thoroughly shattering the arrogance of the northern and southern dynasties. Little Qinzi beating the northern and southern dynasties so badly that they fled in defeat. Today can be considered as truly satisfying. Han Yen laughed heartily, feeling extremely satisfied. This man is too terrifying. No matter what, he will be a great trouble in my heart. Sooner or later I will have a life-and-death battle with him. Zhou Xian retracted his dragon form. He had never underestimated the northern and southern dynasties. Whether it was in Saint Origin world or the current immortal world, the northern and southern dynasties were the opponents that Zhou Xian valued the most. They were his mortal enemies. Chapter 1651. The matter of Empress Xiao Yao had come to an end, but the journey in the Golden Horizon was far from over. Therefore, everyone was ready to part ways again. After all, there were too many opportunities in the Golden Horizon. There were so many people who possessed great fortune. If they all gathered together, they would waste a lot of opportunities, and some of them wouldn't be able to display their fortune and fortune. Everyone, there are still plenty of treasures in the Golden Horizon. Now that the inheritance of a great sovereign has appeared, I believe that other treasures will also appear one after another. It's better for us to go our separate ways and search for our own opportunities to strive for greater progress. Zhou Xian spoke. Everyone nodded, feeling that Jiang Chen's words were very reasonable. There were too many geniuses in the world. Everyone was working hard to improve themselves. There was no reason for them to enjoy their time together. This time, the emergence of Empress Xiaoyao had brought along many powerful geniuses such as Nanbei Chao, Zhang Yulong and Xia Xiaotian. They were all unparalleled geniuses. No one could be sure whether they would grow to an even more terrifying level the next time they met. If their opponents kept improving while they stagnated, the situation would be completely reversed. Before Sister Ning disappeared, she sent me a message saying that the gateway of the Golden Clan is about to open. When the gateway opens, the scene will certainly be much greater than the emergence of the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao. At that time it will also be the time for us to gather again. Everyone find your own way and disperse. Jiang Chen continued. When Wu Ningzhu gave him the Fire of Sun, she said that the Fire of Sun would bring great benefits to him when the gateway opens. Therefore Jiang Chen concluded that the secret of the Golden Clan that had been hidden for tens of thousands of years would certainly appear this time. At that time, it would be the true pinnacle battle of the Golden Horizon. At that time he was afraid that there would be mighty half-step immortal venerables, making the competition even stronger. The Golden Clan that has been hidden for tens of thousands of years is finally going to appear. I'm really looking forward to it. Yang Lang's eyes sparkled. They didn't doubt Jiang Chen's words at all. Besides, they had a strong premonition that the inheritance of Empress Xiaoyao had appeared. This itself was a sign that the opening of the Golden Horizon was different from the past. The real secret was about to surface. Or rather, it could not be called a secret. After all, it had been tens of thousands of years. No one knew what had happened here tens of thousands of years ago, and no one could imagine how tragic that ancient war was. What they cared about was the treasures left behind by the Golden Clan. That was what truly moved their hearts. Subsequently, everyone left one after another, including Tyrant and Han Yan. It wasn't that the brothers didn't want to reunite, but now wasn't the time. The Golden Horizon was a great opportunity for them. If they missed it, there wouldn't be a next time. Long Shisan also left. He went in a direction alone and no one knew where he went. In the end, only Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog were left. De Huang, I'm going to enter the 33rd level of Zulong Tower and create my own immortal technique. Jiang Chen spoke out his thoughts. He felt that one couldn't always search for treasures on the path of cultivation. When the time comes, one must calm down and think about something. Sometimes comprehension was more important. From the moment he obtained the Fire of Sun, he had the idea of creating his own technique. Plus, with Wu Ningzhu's instruction, only the Golden Clan could attract Jiang Chen in this Golden Horizon. Apart from that, Jiang Chen didn't have much interest in anything else. Therefore, he wanted to take advantage of the time before the gate of the Golden Clan opened to complete what he wanted to do. Don't be in such a hurry. I can sense the existence of a treasure not far away. Let's go and have a look. It won't be too late for you to go into seclusion after obtaining it. Wouldn't it be too stupid to leave the treasure alone? De Huang Dog chuckled at Jiang Chen. After the disappearance of the remains of Empress Xiaoyao, De Huang Dog had sensed the fluctuation of a treasure not far away, but he didn't say it out loud. Now that only he and Jiang Chen were left, he naturally had to go and have a look. Upon hearing this, Jiang Chen's eyes couldn't help but brighten up. He had never doubted De Huang Dog's treasure hunting ability. The treasure that could attract De Huang Dog's attention must be extraordinary. Let's go. Jiang Chen didn't hesitate. Under the lead of De Huang Dog, he flew towards the direction where the fluctuation of the treasure was. Just like what De Huang Dog said, if he didn't want the treasure that was clearly in front of him, wouldn't he be struck by lightning? Besides, the hidden treasure in the Golden Horizon might be a great harvest. Very soon, under the lead of De Huang Dog, a man and a dog came to the center of a dilapidated mountain range. The mountain range was really dilapidated. Not even a blade of grass grew here. There wasn't the slightest chi of spatial fluctuation in the surroundings, indicating that there wasn't any overlapping spatial zone here. Generally, such an ordinary place wouldn't attract anyone's attention. No one would come here. The absence of spatial fluctuation basically indicated that there wasn't any treasure here. There was a low hillside in front of them. Because it was too inconspicuous, it could only be called a sand dune. De Huang Dog stared unblinkingly at the sand dune, his thick tail wagging constantly. De Huang, don't tell me you're talking about this place? There doesn't seem to be anything special here. What kind of treasure could there be here? I thought there would be an immortal vault. A look of disappointment emerged on Jiang Chen's face. Idiot. Could it be that only the immortal vault has the real treasure? There's a treasure buried in this sand dune. Dig it up if you don't believe me. De Huang Dog glared at Jiang Chen with a contemptuous look. Are you serious? Jiang Chen was skeptical. He strode towards the sand dune, waved his hand and struck out an energy ray, directly shattering the sand dune. Sure enough, he saw an ancient scroll underneath. There's really something here. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. Immediately he grabbed the scroll with his big hand. It was just that this scroll looked incomparably dilapidated. No one knew how long it had existed. It exuded an ancient aura and was covered with dust. There wasn't anything special about it. It was the kind of thing that no one would notice if it was thrown on the street. Burn it with flame. De Huang Dog's eyes also fell on the dilapidated scroll as he spoke. Are you sure? Jiang Chen looked at De Huang Dog. This was such a dilapidated scroll, but De Huang Dog actually wanted him to burn it with flame. One should know that his flame was not an ordinary flame. Not to mention the fusion of 4 flames. Even if it was just one of them, a scroll wouldn't be able to withstand it. It would most likely be burned to ashes immediately. Chapter 1652. After listening to Jiang Chen's words, De Huang Dog chuckled. Go ahead and burn it. If your flames can burn this old scroll, then you're awesome. Seeing how confident De Huang Dog was, Jiang Chen suddenly felt that the scroll in his hand must be a rare treasure. If it was an ordinary scroll, not to mention his raging flames, even ordinary flames would be able to burn it clean. Blazing flames sprayed out from Jiang Chen's hand and instantly covered the scroll completely. As De Huang Dog said, no matter how the flames in his hand burned, the scroll did not show any signs of being destroyed. However, as the flames burned, the scroll began to undergo great changes. Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog both widened their eyes and stared at the scroll without blinking. As the flames continued to burn, the originally tattered scroll actually emitted a golden light. Gradually, the previous tatters on the scroll faded and it became a brand new scroll. The golden light was dazzling, and an extremely powerful spatial aura was released from it. All right, quickly open the scroll and see what's inside. De Huang Dog said hurriedly. His words were filled with anticipation. Jiang Chen put away the flames, and a thought shot out from between his eyebrows and landed on the golden scroll. The scroll opened with a bang and countless golden lights began to fill the air. Mysterious phantoms of words appeared in front of him. Each word revealed a strong spatial aura, as if it was in the boundless void. Just a bit of brilliance was enough to create an illusory void. One could well imagine how miraculous it was. Almost without thinking, this scroll must be something good. Jiang Chen quickly looked at the scroll and saw that at the top of the scroll, there were 4 big words written in a sonorous and forceful manner. Great Void Technique. Below the Great Void Technique were rows of mnemonics. Each word carried an ancient aura as if it was imprinted on it. Jiang Chen only took a glance and was completely attracted by the mnemonics on the scroll. The Great Void Technique is an ancient secret technique. Jiang Chen said in surprise. He would never have thought that there was a peerless divine technique hidden in this shabby hill. If it wasn't for Big Yellow, Jiang Chen wouldn't have taken a second glance at the bottom of the hill even if he walked past the top of it. Kid, you've made a fortune. This is the Great Void Technique left by the Void Emperor. I didn't expect it to be buried here. The Void Emperor is really ambitious. De Huang Dog was excited. The value of the Great Void Technique could not be measured by ordinary things. It was almost equivalent to the orthodoxy left by a great emperor. The Void Emperor? This was the first time Jiang Chen heard the name of the Void Emperor. However, from De Huang Dog's tone, it was not hard to tell that the Void Emperor must be an extremely powerful figure. The Void Emperor was in existence at the same level as the Immortal Execution King and the Great Emperor Zhou Xian. They were also figures of the same era. The Void Emperor relied on the Great Void Technique to dominate the immortal world and made a name for himself. To put it bluntly, this Great Void Technique is the most precious thing left by the Void Emperor. I didn't expect this guy to bury such a treasure so casually. Now that you've obtained it, it's a heaven-defying fortune for you. De Huang Dog sighed. When mentioning the name of the Void Emperor, his words were filled with incomparable admiration. Upon hearing this, Jiang Qin couldn't help but feel deep veneration. The figure of that era was called the Ancient Emperor. Naturally, the things left behind by the Void Emperor would be extraordinary. However, the way the Void Emperor did things was completely different from the other great emperors. For example, the orthodoxy left behind by Empress Xiaoyao was so huge that it could easily cause a turbulence in the entire Golden Horizon. However, the great void technique that was left behind by the Void Emperor was buried in an inconspicuous place without any defensive formation. However, the more it was so, the more it showed the transcendent nature of the Void Emperor. He left his inheritance to the future generations only to the Fated One. Anyone who obtained it would be considered to be the Fated One. Unfortunately, no one had paid attention to this sand dune for tens of thousands of years. Only Jiang Qin managed to obtain it. This was enough to show that Jiang Qin was the Fated One. Jiang Qin's eyes fell upon the chant of the Great Void technique again. He couldn't listen to De Huang Dog's words anymore. His entire being was attracted by the mysterious and abstruse chant. Even with his eyesight, Jiang Qin had to admit that the Great Void technique was powerful and magical. According to the introduction of the Great Void technique, there were two parts to a powerful secret technique. One was used for escaping and the other was used for attacking. Once the Great Void technique was mastered, it meant that one had truly mastered the law of the void. There was no place in the world that one couldn't go. With this technique, one could travel thousands of miles and cross the void. Even if one was caught in an army of thousands, one could escape with ease, leaving the enemy at a loss. Once such a magical escape technique was mastered, it was equivalent to having the capital to protect one's life. One could go anywhere in the world. In addition, the Great Void technique also had another terrifying method, which was the illusion. When facing an enemy, it could create an illusion of the void and make the enemy directly lose themselves in the vast void. It just so happened that Jiang Qin was proficient in the Great Illusion Heart Sutra. When the Great Illusion Realm and the Great Void technique were combined, the influence it could cause to the enemy was really unimaginable. Ever since he ascended to the immortal world, Jiang Qin had rarely used the Great Illusion Realm. Although this Heart Sutra was ancient, its power was limited to the experts in the immortal world. Once it failed, it would cause great backlash and damage to the user. But now it was different with the Great Void technique. The illusion created by the Great Void technique was already incomparably terrifying. One should know that this was a powerful secret technique left behind by the Void Sovereign. If it was combined with the Great Illusion Realm, the powerful influence on the enemy would be unimaginable. This Great Void technique is indeed broad and profound. It's unpredictable. It can be regarded as a rare treasure. I wouldn't exchange it for such a powerful secret technique even if I have to give you a whole treasure vault. Jiang Qin spoke. To put it bluntly, having obtained this ancient secret technique, Jiang Qin's trip to the Golden Horizon was absolutely not in vain. This secret technique could absolutely be regarded as the greatest benefit that Jiang Qin had obtained. It was even more precious than the tinder of the fire of Sunday. Jiang Qin had made too many enemies. He had offended 7 out of the 11 major powers in East Xuanyu alone. If he didn't have any life-saving means, it would be really hard for him to survive in the future. I think you shouldn't think about creating your own flame technique for the time being. Spending some time cultivating the Great Void technique is the right choice. You have too many enemies and all of them are very powerful. If you successfully cultivate the Great Void technique, it will be equivalent to obtaining a real life-saving means. At that time you can go anywhere in the vast world. De Huang Dog said with a smile. Even without his words, Jiang Qin was very clear about the importance of the Great Void technique. Compared to creating his own flame technique, cultivating the Great Void technique was indeed the most important. Especially when the gate of the Golden Clan would open soon. At that time the geniuses would gather. Who knows how intense the battle would be? He didn't know what kind of danger he would encounter in the mysterious remains of the Golden Clan. With the Great Void technique he would have one more life-saving means. You're right. I'll go to the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower now and cultivate this Great Void technique in seclusion. I'll be able to enter the rudiments before the gate opens. Jiang Chen said. With the dragon transformation skill as his foundation, cultivating any technique would be incomparably easy for him. However, Jiang Chen also knew that it was very difficult to cultivate a powerful Great Sovereign secret technique like the Great Void technique. He didn't expect to fully comprehend it. Even if he could only enter the rudiments, it would already be incredible. At least it would be enough for him in the Golden Horizon. It just so happens that I have absorbed 3 drops of Great Earth Immortal Milk. I need some time to digest it. After that, my cultivation base will advance again and reach the late Immortal Emperor realm. At that time, even ordinary half-step Immortal Venerables won't be a match for me. De Huang Dog spoke with incomparable confidence. The advancement of this dog's cultivation base had never been measured by common sense. His speed of improvement was just too fast. Even Jiang Chen couldn't catch up with him. Without the slightest hesitation, Jiang Chen and De Huang Dog entered the 33rd level of the Zulong Tower with a sway. Now that Jiang Chen had obtained the Great Void technique, he couldn't wait any longer. He wasn't interested in the other benefits of the Golden Horizon at all. After cultivating the Great Void technique, he would wait for the Golden Gate to open. One had to admit that the 33rd level was absolutely the most suitable place for cultivation. The 33rd level was simply a treasure land. It just so happened that Jiang Chen wouldn't be able to cultivate the Great Void technique overnight. This 33rd level was completely tailored for Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog found an empty space and lay on the ground, sleeping soundly. It was enviable. Jiang Chen sat cross-legged and began to scan the scroll with his divine sense. Void Sovereign didn't leave any imprint on the scroll, not even a trace of soul mark. In other words, this Great Void technique was completely ownerless. Anyone who obtained it could cultivate it directly without the approval of Void Sovereign. Of course, not everyone could cultivate such a heaven-defying Great Sovereign technique. Ordinary cultivators wouldn't even be able to understand it. Any of the mantra on it would take them 3 to 5 years to study it. In order to cultivate such a Great Sovereign technique, one needed opportunity, luck, fortune, talent, and foundation. None of them could be lacking. Chapter 1653. Jiang Chen had been in seclusion for 5 months. However, 5 months in the Zulong Tower was only 5 days in the outside world. This was the power of the 30-fold time law. Could be said to be a true treasure land for cultivation. Jiang Chen's cultivation base had advanced by leaps and bounds during this period of time. He really needed to consolidate his cultivation base. In addition to studying the Great Void technique, he had also spent a great deal of effort to consolidate his cultivation base. De Huang Dog had already advanced to the late Immortal Emperor realm. As he felt bored staying in the Zulong Tower, he had left the Zulong Tower a day ago. No one knew where he went. On this day, Jiang Chen slowly opened his eyes. Both of his eyes were radiating light of nothingness. If one looked closely, they would see that there were 2 void maps flickering constantly in his eyes. Those were the illusory realms of the void, but they looked incomparably real. Subsequently, an extremely ancient spatial force rushed out of Jiang Chen's body. For a moment, the entire 33rd level had turned into a real void, like a real world of void, but Jiang Chen knew that this was just an illusory realm. Voila! With a thought of Jiang Chen, the illusory realm vanished with a voila sound. Like a tide, it was sucked into Jiang Chen's body. Only then did the 33rd level return to its original state. The corner of Jiang Chen's mouth revealed a hint of a smile. Sure enough, the Great Void technique is mysterious and divine to the extreme. I have cultivated it for 5 months, but I've only grasped a little of it. If I cultivate it to the grand completion stage, I will be able to create an unimaginably huge illusory realm. Even a great sovereign would be lost in it. Jiang Chen murmured. Despite his foresight and arrogance, he couldn't help praising the Great Void technique. He had to admit that Void Sovereign was indeed an unprecedented genius. No wonder he was in existence that was on par with Immortal Execution King and Great Sovereign Zhou Xian. However, if Void Sovereign were to hear Jiang Chen's words, he was afraid that he would faint on the spot. What did he mean by using 5 months to grasp the basics? You motherfucker only used 5 months to grasp the basics of the technique. What more do you want from me? Void Sovereign was afraid that Jiang Chen would pass out on the spot. One should know that this was the Great Void technique, an ancient secret technique of a great sovereign. Even geniuses like Zhang Yulong and Xia Xiaotian would need at least 5 to 6 years to grasp the basics of the Great Void technique. Only when they reached the true immortal venerable realm would they be able to cultivate the Great Void technique. Jiang Qin, on the other hand, was merely a half-step immortal emperor. Logically speaking, he shouldn't be qualified to touch the Great Void technique. But not only did Jiang Qin touch it, but he was also able to exert the power of the Great Void technique in just 5 months. This couldn't just be described as heaven-defying but super heaven-defying. He was simply inhuman. This was something to be very proud of, but it was also very normal for Jiang Qin to be able to achieve this. After all, he had the protection of the dragon transformation skill, which allowed him to cultivate everything at an incomparably fast speed. The dragon transformation skill itself could evolve the power of various combat techniques. Therefore, with the dragon transformation skill, any technique was a piece of cake to Jiang Qin. In the following time, Jiang Qin didn't continue to study the Great Void technique because he knew very well that with his current ability, it was already his limit to cultivate the Great Void technique to this level. It was almost impossible for him to fully control the Great Void technique. Jiang Qin didn't ask for quick progress. He knew that the most important thing in the path of cultivation was to proceed step by step. The power of the Great Void technique would certainly increase along with the continuous improvement of his cultivation base. Nothing could be forced. However, Jiang Qin wasn't in a hurry to come out of seclusion. He chose to continue his seclusion. Because he had obtained the seed of fire of sun, his cultivation base had advanced to the terrifying peak of half-step immortal emperor, only a step away from the true immortal emperor realm. But this step had become an insurmountable gap. In these 5 months, Jiang Qin had been trying to break through to the immortal emperor realm, but he found that his cultivation base seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier. Jiang Qin felt that his foundation wasn't solid enough, so he had to work hard to consolidate his foundation and strive to break through this barrier. Just like that, another 3 months had passed. Jiang Qin had been in seclusion in the 33rd level for a total of 8 months. During these 8 months, a lot of major events had happened in Golden Horizon. Various ancient tombs and ruins had emerged one after another. Many geniuses had gone crazy. The Golden Horizon only opened once every 5 years, but it had never been as crazy as this time. Too many immortal vaults had appeared, making countless geniuses unable to adapt to it. Especially after the remains of Empress Xiao Yao appeared, the entire Golden Horizon seemed to be in turmoil. All kinds of immortal vaults had surfaced. To put it bluntly, the opening of the Golden Horizon this time was absolutely the most powerful one in history, and also the one with the most benefits. Many geniuses had obtained great benefits. Countless geniuses had advanced their cultivation base. Compared to when they had just entered the Golden Horizon, it was a completely different concept. Although there were constant dangers and battles and a lot of people had died, as long as they were still alive, almost all of them had advanced successfully. Currently, almost all the geniuses in the entire Golden Horizon were immortal emperors. There wasn't even a single half-step immortal emperor. Countless geniuses were advancing. Many of them had obtained the inheritance of an ancient immortal venerable and soared to the sky. I heard that Zhang Yulong has obtained the inheritance of an ancient demon venerable, allowing his cultivation base to break through again, reaching the half-step immortal emperor realm. How terrifying! Zhang Yulong's body contains the bloodline of an ancient life form. This time he has become even more terrifying. No wonder he's a figure of the immortal court. Xia Xiaoan has also broken through to the half-step immortal venerable realm. I heard that several half-step immortal venerables have emerged in just a few days. Yi Qingtian of Mi Luo Immortal Domain and Feng Yunzi of Radiance Immortal Domain are just too terrifying. This is an era overflowing with geniuses. Too many benefits have emerged in the opening of the Golden Horizon. Countless geniuses are about to soar to the sky. Many people said that the Golden Gate is about to open. Now that the expedition to the Golden Horizon is about to come to an end, I wonder if the Golden Gate will open. It's very possible. If it really does open, I wonder if the rumored gold feather fan will appear. If it does, I wonder what kind of life and death battle will break out. I'm afraid that it will be much more brutal than the time when the inheritance of Empress Xiao Yao appeared. Let's see. We have already obtained a lot of benefits. This trip to the Golden Horizon isn't in vain. When the Golden Gate opens, we will have to depend on our luck. If we can't, we shouldn't force it. The real treasures will be fought over by those peerless geniuses. It has nothing to do with us. Unless we don't want to live, we will have to compete with those half-step immortal venerables. The turbulence in the Golden Horizon was very severe, especially in the center of the Golden Horizon. Recently there had been heavy movements constantly. Many people felt that the Golden Gate was about to open. This place carried the biggest secret of the Golden Clan. The gold feather fan that was even scarier than the Xiao Yaoqin was about to appear. No one wouldn't be moved by this. So many of them had already begun to head towards the place where the movements were coming from. Xian had left the Golden Horizon alone and broke into a void hurricane grand formation. He was trapped inside for 7 days. On the 8th day he found the exit and entered an ancient land. This ancient land had its own space. The air was filled with vicissitudes and ancient qi. Within a radius of 10,000 miles, there were signs of devastation everywhere. Eventually he found a piece of saint bone at the edge of an ancient tomb. Even though the saint bone had been decaying for tens of thousands of years, there wasn't the slightest trace left on it. It was an arm bone. When it was dug out, it emitted a dazzling golden light, making people feel incomparably heavy. Xian knelt on the ground and kowtowed 3 times to the arm bone. His eyes were solemn because he could sense a familiar aura from this arm bone. This is the saint bone left behind by the ancestors of the Battle Saint tribe. I've felt a trace of summoning before this. It seems like it's an instruction from the ancestors. Xian was somewhat excited. He came to this world alone. Now that he had encountered the bloodline of the ancestors, there was no way he wouldn't be excited. In his point of view, it didn't matter if this arm bone was left behind by an immortal venerable or a great sovereign. It couldn't stop the reverence in his heart. Xian. Unexpectedly, after Xian kowtowed to the arm bone, a deafening roar was heard. A large blue stone suddenly rushed out of the ancient tomb. The blue stone was as tall as a human. Just like the arm bone, there wasn't a single mark left on it for tens of thousands of years. Xian's eyes fell on the blue stone. There was a huge word engraved on the blue stone. Life. That word seemed to have a certain magical power. It immediately attracted all of Xian's attention. Then mysterious traces began to float around the word. Those traces contained the heavenly Tao technique and incomparably profound Tao. All the traces formed a picture imprint that remained in Xian's mind. Xian's fiery golden eyes shot out. Instantly he became incomparably excited. The life symbol art. It's actually the life symbol art of the Battle Saint technique. It was left here by the ancestors. Xian couldn't help but be excited. Those mysterious traces were exactly the Battle Saint technique that Xian was familiar with. The fighting symbol art and exterminating symbol art that Xian had mastered were both powerful offensive techniques that had great lethality to the enemy. However, Xian knew that the most powerful part of the Battle Saint technique was the life symbol art. The life symbol art existed in Dragon Xian's memory, but he didn't get the complete inheritance. Therefore, the cultivation method of the life symbol art was a blank. The biggest advantage of the life symbol art was that it allowed one to seek a new life in the midst of death. In the midst of death, one could find a way out for oneself. You're tuning in to the Zhou Xian's Legacy YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.